Naruto woke up in the Konoha hospital. All he could see was the white ceiling of the room. The guy's body was bandaged, making him look like a mummy. The only thing missing was a sarcophagus. Even his face was covered in bandages, his blue eyes and mouth were the only parts of his body left unharmed. Voices came from the street, mostly from patients out for a walk. Several times a strong current of wind blew into the room, and the light yellow curtain lifted, swayed gently and then returned to its former state. The sick man was only there for a few minutes. 3 people soon entered the room. Tsunade, Sakura and Kakashi. Noticing that Naruto was awake, Tsunade approached him first. Sakura kept her distance and watched the Hokage. The girl was excited. She tried to look calm, holding back the storm of emotions. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained unperturbed as always. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" Tsunade asked, sitting down on the chair next to the bed. "Grandmother Tsunade," said the shinobi, in a calm and firm voice. "Am I in a hospital?" The boy still didn't understand what had happened to him. "Yes," replied the Hokage. "What happened? Why am I here?" "It's the result of the fight with Sasuke." "Sasuke? Who is he?" Uzumaki suddenly asked. Sakura froze, Tsunade frowned. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, the mask didn't allow him to see any more changes in Hitaki's face. "Naruto," the woman thought for a moment, then spoke, "What's the last thing you remember?" "What's the last thing?" Naruto was silent, trying to piece together the last events in his head. "I was on a mission with Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. We were to find a person." "Who?" "I don't remember," the boy answered. He was silent, trying to concentrate. "When I try to remember, my head hurts," said Naruto. "So," Tsunade guessed, "that means it's the aftermath of that fight." It seems Naruto has amnesia, and from what he said. The woman turned and motioned for Sakura to leave the room. The girl flinched and wanted to retort, but the Hokage's menacing gaze stopped her. Obediently, the kunoichi walked out. Once in the hallway, Sakura cried. Seeing Naruto in that state was too much for her, and she was already holding herself back from pouncing on him. After several sleepless nights, Haruno was exhausted. She was constantly on duty near the Uzumaki, paired with Hinata, who went to visit Naruto every day. Sakura refused to leave her friend even if he was falling. She wanted to talk to him. Finally, after 3 agonizing days, she came to her senses. The girl was already happy for the simple fact that Naruto opened his eyes, however his amnesia alarmed the girl. She did not know how to perceive the situation. Meanwhile in the room, Tsunade was examining Naruto using chakra flows. Uzumaki's wounds had already begun to heal. The Nine Tails' regenerative abilities quickly repaired the damaged parts of the Jinchuriki's body. Kakashi approached. Now Naruto could also see his sensei. "Kakashi-sensei," Uzumaki tried to smile. "You don't look so good," Hitaki muttered. "I'll be as good as new in a few days," he assured him. "I believe you," chuckled the shinobi. "We'll leave you two alone," said Tsunade. "Rest for now, we'll talk later." The woman and Kakashi walked out, leaving Uzumaki alone. In the hallway, Sakura was waiting for them. The girl looked anxiously at the teachers, but the Hokage passed by, as if she hadn't noticed Haruno's presence. The 5th was deep in her own thoughts. Kakashi placed a hand on his student's shoulder, trying to cheer her up. "Don't worry, Sakura." The girl nodded. They both continued to Tsunade's office. "Shizune!" Tsunade exclaimed, distracted from her thoughts. The girl immediately appeared in front of the 5th. "I want all of Naruto's test results. And also re-examine him. There seems to be some aftermath of the battle after all." "I'll do it," exclaimed the girl and immediately ran out. "He doesn't remember anything that happened between him and Sasuke," Kakashi muttered. Tsunade turned to him, remembering that Hitaki and Haruno were still around. "Yes," the woman muttered as she walked into the office and sat down on a chair. "He doesn't seem to know at all that Sasuke exists. It's like he never existed. It's strange that Naruto just forgot his best friend." "Does that happen?" Kakashi asked. "Very rarely," replied the woman. "Maybe it's because Naruto's mind has blocked all information about the Uchiha. Maybe because of recent events, but I can't say for sure. I need to do some tests." Sasuke is a special person for Naruto and the fact that he has forgotten him. It's hard to believe, but at the same time Sasuke was a source of suffering for Naruto. I think everything is connected, if we take into account their last fight. Sakura shuddered. She still vividly remembered the huge explosion that had blown up Naruto's bridge in the water country. The place where Uzumaki and Uchiha had fought had turned to ruins. Cancel all visits to Naruto, the Hokage suddenly said. What? Sakura exclaimed, surprised by this decision. Naruto's psyche had already been severely damaged. He was still weak, and he didn't need any more impressions. Also, from now on, any mention of Uchiha Sasuke's name will be suppressed. I agree, Kakashi nodded. Sakura, you are a doctor and you know what is best for him in this situation. Suddenly an Anbu agent appeared in the room. Sakura and Kakashi walked out of Kinto's office, giving her a chance to talk to him alone. I report, he began, that a piece of clothing similar to the uniform of the Akatsuki organization was found at the scene of the fight between the Leaf Shinobi and the Renegade. The ninja dogs also found a hand. According to the medical examiner, the hand belongs to Uchiha Sasuke, but nothing else was found. Here is Captain Yamato's report. The Anbu held out the sheet to Tsunade. The woman looked at it quickly. So, is he dead? Probably, said the Anbu. According to my information, he was at the epicenter of the explosion. It's almost impossible to survive in a situation like that. He could have been blown up, Tsunade suggested, or the current may have covered all traces. It's amazing that Naruto managed to survive, said the Anbu after a while of silence. You can take off your mask, said Tsunade, looking seriously at the boy. Sai took off his mask and prepared to listen to the Hokage's next order. I will send a letter to Yamato. I think further searching is useless. We will never hear from Uchiha Sasuke again. Sai, you can now rejoin Team 7. However, due to the fact that you've been working at the route, I'll send you on solo missions as well. I see. You may go, said the woman. Yes, Sai exclaimed and disappeared. Kakashi, after leaving the hospital, headed straight to the water country. He wanted to take another look at the battle site of the students. After Naruto was hospitalized, Hitaki spent a few days in his room. He was surprised that his students ended up destroying everything he had taught them. As much as Sasuke had changed, Kakashi believed in his inner self that the Uchiha would come to his senses, that Naruto would be the one to show him the true nature of things, just as Obito had done with him. But it was much worse than that. The shinobi realized that much of the blame was his own. He had been his teacher, and he should have been, but he had treated Naruto and Sasuke's first confrontation superficially, not giving it any importance. Now, reflecting on his actions, the ninja realized that he had made a miscalculation. And now they were all reaping the rewards. As Hitaki headed for the Land of Waters, the Hokage, who had been left alone, reflected on the situation in which her ward had found himself. On the one hand, the woman was glad that Uzumaki had forgotten about the man who had managed to make too many people suffer. On the other, she realized how important Sasuke was to him, and the memories associated with him. However, Sasuke's death still kept her in his thoughts. The only one who could give all the answers to what happened is Naruto, Tsunade thought, but he has completely lost his memories. I'm afraid to imagine what would happen to him if he found out that he killed his best friend. It would be best for him if his memories never came back. Chapter 2. Naruto recovered quickly. He was examined daily and then returned to the ward. Shizune, after examining the patient, would go directly to the Hokage with the results. Uzumaki's physical condition had already reached normal, but his memories never returned. Although her ward had suffered no further mental trauma, Tsunade could not understand the cause of the amnesia. At first she thought it was because Naruto had bruised his head badly during the battle, but according to the results, the bruise had nothing to do with the memory loss. This fact puzzled the brilliant doctor. Naruto himself felt no discomfort, he had not even realized that he had forgotten anything. The Hokage had decided to keep this news a secret for now. The only thing that saddened him was the lack of friends. In all that time, no one had ever come. Only every morning he would find a vase of snowdrops on his bedside table. The shinobi never realized who the mysterious night visitor was, but he was glad that at least there was one person who remembered him. Kakashi, who had left the village, spent a few days in the water country. He decided to check personally that his pupil had really died. Hitaki was received by Yamato. He informed him in detail of everything they had managed to discover. Kakashi also inspected the area, but unfortunately for him, he found nothing new. Takun claimed that the Uchiha's scent had disappeared, no trace remained. The version that Sasuke had died in the explosion was definite and undeniable. What was going to happen now? Yamato sighed as the shinobi squad headed back to Konoha, having finished their investigation. I don't know, said Kakashi. Naruto won't be able to bear the fact that he killed his best friend. He'd better not remember, sighed Yamato, aware of Uzumaki's condition. I thought so too, however. Kakashi was silent. What's the matter? Honestly, right now I feel that if Naruto doesn't remember, he's missing something very important. Sakura hesitantly entered the Hokage's office. The girl on Tsunade's back visited Naruto in the afternoons. She couldn't help but see him, at least sleeping. Tsunade was aware of this, but decided to pretend to be unaware of her student's actions. Did you call me, Tsunade-san? She asked shyly. Yes, said the woman, taking out a stack of papers, I have a favor to ask. The girl sighed in relief. Her nightly visits to her friend's room had not been discovered. What kind of request? Asked the kunoichi. I'll be discharging Naruto from the hospital tomorrow. He's already quite healthy, though. The Hokage kept silent. She placed the keys on the table in front of the girl. These are the keys to Naruto's apartment. You must take the picture of your team. But. No buts. It's the only thing that reminds me of Sasuke, so it has to disappear from his apartment. That's an order. Yes, sir. Haruno obeyed, took the keys, and went out. What? Is it true? Naruto exclaimed. Yes, so you only have one more day of patience left, smiled Shizune. So you can't discharge me today? Pleaded the boy. No, we can't yet. We have another medical examination scheduled. But sis. I said no. That's it, Naruto, rest. The girl left the room. Who cares if it's today or tomorrow, the shinobi thought resentfully. Suddenly, Naruto smiled. He quickly created a clone and slipped out the window. Noticing the slightly worried looks from the residents, Uzumaki decided to stop by the house and change his clothes. Walking around in hospital clothes was drawing too much attention. Oh, no, my keys were still in those clothes, the shinobi reminded himself as he stood in the doorway. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from inside. Naruto became alert. He realized that the door appeared to be open. He opened it cautiously and jumped inside, about to hit the thief, but Sakura was there. Sakura-chan. Naruto said a little confused, lowering his fists. Naruto, it's you. Exclaimed the girl hiding the picture of Team 7 behind her back. What are you doing here? Naruto asked looking carefully at the kunoichi. Ah, I thought I'd stop by to see if everything was okay at your place. You never clean up, do you? Haruno laughed. Her hand was shaking. When Naruto abruptly entered the apartment, the girl was about to leave. She was about to be caught red-handed. Damn Naruto, why did he come just now? The girl's inner conscience was going wild. Naruto, she said to herself, weren't you supposed to be discharged tomorrow? Yes, but I ran away. The boy smiled. Irredeemable. Haruno thought. By the way, what's that you're hiding? The shinobi suddenly asked. The girl stirred. She had to get out of that situation, and as quickly as possible. It's a gift, she blurted out the first thing that came to her mind. A present. Sakura-chan bought me a present. Naruto glared at her, what is it? Show it to me. He got closer to the girl, and tried to look behind her back, but Sakura tried to push him away with her other hand. You'll see tomorrow. She hissed. Why tomorrow? Uzumaki didn't stop. Because he's not ready yet, the kunoichi lied. Never mind, I want to see him. The blonde didn't give up. I said tomorrow. The girl got angry and hit Naruto on the head. The boy collapsed on the ground. Shit, I miscalculated a little, Sakura's mind churned. What's the point? Whined the boy. Taking advantage of Uzumaki's temporary knockout, Sakura quickly jumped off the ground. Mission accomplished, smiled the girl. It hurts, hissed the boy, rubbing his bump, his punches are getting more and more aggressive. Naruto raised his head. Suddenly, he noticed something shining under the bed. The shinobi crawled closer and pulled out what caught his attention. A bandana. The boy wondered. A footprint with the mark of a crossed-out leaf alerted the ninja. Where did it come from? Naruto uttered, rising to his feet. His protector was in his pocket, and how a stranger had ended up in the room, the boy couldn't understand. Maybe Sakura dropped it, Uzumaki suggested, examining the symbol. Suddenly, a man's face appeared in the metallic reflection of the protector, but it too quickly dissipated. Naruto didn't have time to see who appeared before him for a moment. What was that? The boy exclaimed. He could not understand how it was possible, but the shinobi had the strange feeling that he knew the owner of that blindfold, but he could not remember him. After changing his clothes, Naruto put the protector in his pocket. He wanted to ask his friends, maybe one of them knew something. Heading towards the cafeteria, he ran into Shikamaru. The guy had decided to have lunch after returning from another mission. When he saw Naruto, he got excited. Naruto, you've already recovered. Shikamaru. Uzumaki jumped toward Nara. Yes, I feel great. They entered the cafeteria. After ordering a barbecue, the shinobi got to talking. Shikamaru told them that most of the ninja had been given several missions at once since Konoha had weakened. So while Naruto was in the hospital, all of his friends were doing missions for the village. I think I'll be getting a mission soon too. Smiled the blonde. At that moment, Sakura approached the friends. She, after hiding the picture, decided to keep an eye on Naruto. However, noticing who the boy was with, the girl calmed down. She was still worried that Uzumaki was not feeling well, but all suspicion quickly faded. Sakura, how are you? Asked Shikamaru. Good, the girl settled down next to him. You know, began Naruto, I was wondering, do we have many renegades in our village? Sakura and Shikamaru became cautious. There are many everywhere, Uzumaki got a vague answer from the genie. Why do you ask? Sakura questioned. I was just wondering if you know any of Konoha's renegades. Are you starting to remember something? The kunoichi startled. Yes, Shikamaru replied. Naruto froze, as the girl averted her gaze fearfully to Nara. He remembered that while he had been on the mission, she hadn't listened to the fifth's order not to mention Sasuke's name. Besides, Shikamaru wasn't aware of Naruto's amnesia. Now, the girl exclaimed, jumping up from her seat and slamming her hands on the surface of the table. Both boys were startled. Her unexpected action startled them. What's wrong with them? Asked Shikamaru. Well, Kunoichi blanched. She hadn't thought at all about what she was going to do next. Sakura-chan, is everything okay? Naruto asked, looking anxiously at her friend. Yes, I just don't understand why our order isn't ready yet. Naruto, go find out. The boy was a bit confused, but then decided to comply with his girlfriend's request so he wouldn't get a black eye unnecessarily. As soon as he left, Sakura grabbed Shikamaru by the neck and pulled him closer to her. He didn't even notice anything, as the girl's movements were sharp and sudden. Not a word about Sasuke. Hissed the kunoichi. It's an order from the Hokage, his name is forbidden. Naruto has temporary amnesia, he doesn't remember anything about Sasuke. Understood. Yes, Nara answered briefly, startled by the girl's actions. She let the shinobi go. Shikamaru watched Naruto approach, then shifted his gaze to Sakura. The girl indicated that she would give him all the details later. The boy nodded. They said the order would be ready soon. Naruto reported, sitting down next to her. Sakura nodded. So, where were we? The boy recalled. You said you knew a renegade from Konoha. The blue-eyed gaze followed Nara intently. You know him too, it's Mizuki, the one who stole the scroll and set you up. Mizuki. Yeah, he's escaped from prison again and has been visiting the village. I had to work hard for that loser. That's it. You don't know of any other traitors. Naruto asked with hope in his voice. I only know from the dossier, and right now I don't remember. But, listen, why are you interested? I was just curious, muttered the boy. It seemed to him that his friends were hiding something. The feeling was so strong that Uzumaki did not dare to tell them about the footprint. Fumbling for the bandage in his pocket, the shinobi stood thoughtfully for a moment. He began to feel that he had forgotten something very important. Chapter 3. Naruto was lying on the bed. After his conversation with Shikamaru, the shinobi was a bit puzzled. He thought he would learn more. The protector couldn't get out of his head. Why had the blindfold ended up under the bed, and who did it belong to? This the boy could not understand. He knew for sure that the owner of the blindfold was definitely not Mizuki. Uzumaki frowned. He decided to ask Kakashi when he returned to the village. The shinobi hoped that at least the master wasn't hiding from him. Naruto, tired of wondering things, decided to take a walk around the village. He hadn't been given any missions yet, so the Uzumaki had plenty of free time. At first the ninja decided to head towards Iruka, but on the way he met Konohamaru and his team. They were chasing the cat again. Brother Naruto! Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, jumping towards the shinobi. That cat again! Grinned the blonde. Yes, muttered the genin, we get mediocre missions again. Don't complain, I don't get any missions. Then help us, boasted Konohamaru. What? Naruto said reluctantly. I see, you're afraid I'll catch the cat first, Konohamaru provoked his friend. You owe me ramen. Uzumaki fell for the trap and quickly ran off in pursuit of the cat. Konohamaru laughed. Why did you do that? Moegi asked, looking at her partner in surprise. I gave us a break and let little brother run around since he missed the missions so much. It's pretty obvious that if Naruto doesn't do something, he'll just languish, Konohamaru thought to himself. For about an hour Naruto chased after the cat. Although the shinobi was much older and more experienced, he could not catch the animal so easily. The cat became even more agile and aggressive. During all this running around, Uzumaki accidentally entered an abandoned neighborhood of the Uchiha clan. The shinobi looked around. He had rarely been here, but for some reason it pained him to be in such a place. And where would that cat have ended up? Thought the guy, looking around. Suddenly he saw a boy of about 7 not far away. He had black hair and dark eyes. He was carrying a fan on his back. The boy started running. Naruto automatically followed him. The shinobi felt a strange attraction. He was sure he knew this boy. But from where? Who was he? These were questions Uzumaki couldn't answer. He tried several times to catch up to the boy, but the boy kept disappearing, as if dissolving. What the hell is this? Naruto exclaimed angrily. A cat ran up to him. Uzumaki created a few clones and they surrounded the animal and successfully caught it. While Naruto was dealing with Konohamaru's mission, Sakura and Shikamaru were talking about what happened. So that's it, muttered Shikamaru. Yes, replied Sakura, finishing explaining the situation regarding Naruto. And you think that's right? I don't know, that's what Tsunade decided. Nara thought for a moment. Don't you agree? It's not that I don't agree, but we're lying to Naruto, even if it's for his sake. If he finds out, he won't forgive us. And if he finds out, Tsunade won't forgive us. Shikamaru shuddered. He imagined an enraged Hokage. He shuddered. I don't think we should be too hasty, he sighed, but she won't be able to keep the truth from Naruto for the rest of her life. If she doesn't remember, everything will be fine. Are you sure? The girl looked surprised at her interlocutor. What do you feel? After all, everyone will have to forget about Sasuke, and you too. Sakura did not dare to answer. She hadn't thought about it until now. Forgetting about Sasuke, whom she loved so much and was willing to sacrifice everything. Now she had to erase her first love from her heart and memory forever. Ready, answered the kunoichi, I don't want Naruto to suffer more because of Sasuke. Shikamaru sighed. I don't want to either, he replied. Tsunade was sorting papers in her office. The woman had been working hard lately. After the war, the affairs of the village had been in a dire state. Konoha had lost most of its shinobi and now could not keep up with orders. Many ninja had 2 or 3 missions at a time, which was difficult. There's more, Shizune said as she entered the office. The girl placed a stack of papers on the desk. I'm sick of this, Kinto groaned. You can't help it, she said, trying to comfort her. If you finish it, I'll let you relax at the bar tonight. The Hokage's eyes sparkled. Look, you promised, the woman said with a smile. She hesitated for a moment. Is something wrong? Shizune asked anxiously. It's just that I'm thinking more and more that we have to choose a new Hokage. What? Shizune turned white. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. I don't know how the third sat with that title until he got gray hair, but I'm exhausted, she admitted. Is it related to the last war? That too. It's all taken its toll on me, Madara, Akatsuki, Kabuto. I'm tired. And Dan, Shizune whispered softly. The Hokage closed her eyes. She remembered her lover again during one of the fights. She had been a plaything in the hands of the enemy and had merely followed orders, but that event had finally taken the fifth out of her mind. And who would you like to see in this position? Shizune asked, trying to distract Sensei from his heavy thoughts. Kakashi was almost elected last time, he is a great candidate, or... she said. Suddenly the girl hesitated. Tsunade smiled. Really? Naruto, after catching a cat and receiving a reward from Konohamaru in the form of a free coupon for a portion of ramen, was about to eat his lunch, but before he could take a couple of steps, a girl called out to him. Hinata, smiled the boy. Have you been discharged already? Hinata smiled at the girl. Well, I ran away a day early, but you can consider it discharged. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? I just got back. What if? Naruto suddenly decided to take the first step to try to find answers to the questions that had been piling up on him. Hinata, listen, can I ask you something? Naruto became more serious and the girl became worried. Question, Hyuga said uncertainly. What do you know about the renegades? I feel like I'm forgetting something. And it has to do with a very important person. The girl hesitated. She hadn't expected Uzumaki to ask so bluntly, so Hinata didn't have time to think about what to answer. Well, say something, the boy pleaded, grabbing the girl's hands. Right now the shinobi saw his salvation in Hinata. Only she could clarify him everything that was happening to him now, because the girl never deceived Uzumaki. I don't know. The kunoichi averted her gaze. It's important, said the boy, I'm at a dead end and I don't know what to do. I have the feeling that everyone is hiding something from me. It's hard to explain, but I know when I'm being lied to, especially when Sakura lies. I don't remember well what happened during the battle on the bridge, some memories are like in a fog. And now I seem to have strange visions. Hinata, please tell me what's going on. Hyuga bit his lip. Naruto looked so helpless that she couldn't lie to him. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Chapter 4. You're right, Hinata pronounced, there are some things they're hiding from you. The girl remained silent, trying to work up the courage to tell Naruto everything. Uzumaki waited for her answer. You had a best friend, but he... Hinata. Kiba called out to the kunoichi. The girl flinched. Inuzuka quickly approached them. We have to go, Kiba said, quickly grabbing her by the hand. Wait, we're talking. Naruto was indignant. Naruto, a low whisper came from behind them. Several insects flew near Uzumaki's face. The shinobi turned around cautiously. Shino was perfectly still, but the tension in his voice was still palpable. Tsunade is calling you. So don't keep the Hokage waiting, said Aburame. But, the boy tried to protest, but Shino approached him sharply. Go, he said briefly, and although Naruto could not see the boy's eyes, he seemed to be eating him with his eyes. Okay, obeyed the blonde, and turning around he greeted the girl, we'll keep talking, I'll be back soon. As soon as Naruto left, Kiba was the first to start reprimanding the kunoichi. Why did you say that? You'll only make her feel worse if she finds out about Sasuke. I decided. Because Naruto is so mean. That's why. Hinata struggled to choose her words. The team had turned against her, and the girl didn't know how to get out of the situation. The Hokage had forbidden it. Only if Naruto remembers. I don't know all the details and nuances of amnesia, but if the doctor says so, you should listen to him. Akamaru barked in support of his master. And what would happen if you told him everything? If Naruto finds out that he killed his best friend, he'll blame himself for the rest of his life. I'm sorry. The girl whispered. I don't think you should go out with Naruto yet, said Shino, calming down a bit. Why not? He'll want to know more, and you won't be able to refuse him, Aburame explained. The girl was silent. She looked sadly at her hands, for she was afraid to look up. If Hinata met Shino and Kiba's gaze, she would undoubtedly cry, so Hyuga tried to restrain herself. However, they both knew their friend too well and therefore understood how the girl felt. I think we should visit Kurenai, Shino said suddenly. Yes, you're right, Kiba smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Hinata nodded and followed behind her friends, biting her lip. Naruto quickly headed for the Hokage's office. Sakura and Sai were already waiting for him. Was it really a mission? The shinobi was glad. At last he could be distracted and do something worthwhile. Yes, and it's not easy, the woman laughed. You have to guard the daughter of the feudal lord of the Wind Country. It's not an easy mission, as there are more robberies and attacks, and the feudal lord is short of guards, as you can see why. I bet there are about 70% of the shinobi who died in the war, Sai thought to himself. I'm counting on you, smiled Kinto, you can leave in 2 hours. Yes, exclaimed the shinobi. Sai and Sakura quickly left, while Naruto stayed in the office. Tsunade pulled out a small box and began twirling it in her hand. Shizune entered the office. What is this? The girl asked. One of the merchants sent tea, the woman replied. Naruto stayed in the study while the Hokage talked to her student, not intending to leave. Finally distracted, the Hokage asked, What's wrong, why are you still here? Grandmother, Naruto looked attentively at the Hokage, what was the name of my best friend? The woman froze for a moment, but quickly gathered her thoughts and calmly replied, Wasn't it Sakura? Yes. But I know I have another friend. I don't know what you mean. Did you remember something? No. Then why the questions? I was thinking, it's weird that all the teams were made up of 3 people, and Sai showed up after I got back with Jiraiya, so who was on our team before that? I think it was just Sakura and I with Kakashi, but that can't be right, right? A team should be made up of 4 people. The woman meowed. Damn, why did she start thinking about that now? Did someone say something? The Hokage thought angrily. Naruto, why don't you ask Kakashi? Tsunade suddenly said, immediately turning the tables on Hitaki. Don't you want to tell me? Uzumaki was indignant. Exactly. Now beat it. I'm the Hokage. And I don't have time to deal with your problems. You old hag. The shinobi was furious and regretted it. Tsunade slammed the shinobi against the wall, and it was only thanks to Shizune that Naruto was able to escape from the rampaging woman. It gets worse every year, the boy sighed, adjusting the bandage on his forehead. He entered the apartment, equipped his bag and decided to look for Hinata to continue the conversation. Tsunade's behavior had further convinced the shinobi that he was being lied to. However, Hinata's statement about having a best friend made it even more infuriating. Naruto had already wondered about Team 7 while he was in the hospital. He remembered all the missions, and he was sure he had done them with Sakura and Kakashi, but now he questioned his memories. Kakashi and Yamato, along with the search party, were heading back to Konoha. Finding nothing, the shinobi declared that Uchiha Sasuke was dead. I'm sorry, said Yamato, I know you had high hopes for him before. Yes, it is hard for any teacher to accept that his student has chosen the wrong path, replied Hitaki. Suddenly, a kunai flew close to the Junin. The ninja immediately became wary, but after taking a closer look at the kunai, Kakashi became worried. What is it? Noticing the tense look on his partner's face, Yamato asked. No, nothing. Hitaki pulled the kunai out of the wood. His back was turned to Yamato, so he couldn't see what Kakashi was doing. I have an urgent matter to attend to, the shinobi announced. Go to Konoha without me. Do you need help? No, I can handle it. Yamato nodded and, giving orders to the other ninja, set off. Once they were out of sight, Kakashi looked at the kunai again. He snapped it and pulled a note from the handle. The kunai's handle was empty inside, and the outer sheath resembled the real thing. Such a thing did not serve as a weapon, but as a tool for sending secret messages. After reading the note, Kakashi burned it and headed in the other direction. Naruto, Sakura and Sai had already set out on their mission. Uzumaki had already made an attempt to find out something about his friend, but it was impossible to get a word out of Sakura, let alone Sai. The girl studiously avoided the subject, and if she answered any of her friend's questions about the team, it was with evasions. Eventually, the shinobi realized that no one would tell him anything here either, so he gave up trying to find out the truth for a while. He decided that he would go back to trying to talk to Hinata and get all the information out of her. "Do you think she'll keep asking?" Sai whispered softly. "I'm sure he will," Sakura replied, "that stubborn guy won't let it go." They continued on their way. Uzumaki was completely focused on his thoughts, so the road was quiet. Sakura and Sai were even starting to get bored. Right now they missed the boisterous Uzumaki. If Naruto finds out what he's done, the kunoichi thought, he might hate himself, and then we'll all lose him for sure. "Please, Naruto, don't try to remember anything." "Sakura," Uzumaki suddenly said. His voice alarmed the girl. "Yeah, what's wrong? Does this thing look familiar?" Uzumaki pulled out a bandage with a crossed-out leaf. The girl turned white, while Sai's reaction was more subdued, however, he too was startled. "Where did you get it from?" the kunoichi asked. "It's of no importance. But I'm sure it belonged to someone I knew." The girl hesitated. She was confused, and that behavior gave her away. This time Sai intervened. "Yes, that's right. Sai." Haruno exclaimed. "So, what is it?" Naruto asked expectantly. Now he was getting worried. "Before I answer you," Sai began, "tell me, you're a leaf shinobi." "Yes, so what?" Uzumaki didn't understand what his friend was getting at. "All leaf shinobi must obey the Hokage's orders, and if we don't, our entire training will collapse." "Am I right?" "Yes, you are." "Well, we follow Tsunade's orders. It is forbidden to talk about this matter." "But why?" Naruto exclaimed, already realizing that he had fallen into Sai's trap. "It's a kind of defense. So don't ask us anything else. You're a shinobi too. And you also obey orders, just like us." "I see," said Uzumaki quietly. He turned away and went on his way. "I was afraid you were going to tell him everything," Sakura sighed. "Don't worry, I'm still an Anbu. And nothing is more important to us than orders. But, if that order wasn't to protect Naruto from pain, you'd probably tell him everything," Sakura thought with a smile. Shizune was on her way to the Hokage. The girl was dragging a whole pile of papers. "It's been a long day," she sighed as she headed for the door. "I think we could both use a rest." Kunoichi put the pile on the floor and opened the door. "Tsunade, I've brought more papers," the girl exclaimed, but immediately fell silent. The fifth one was lying on the floor. Shizune jumped over to her. Checking her pulse, she was horrified. It was very weak. The girl began to administer first aid. She could not understand what had happened to Tsunade. However, the treatment had no effect. What happened? Fighting for the Hokage's life, the kunoichi thought. "I can barely feel a pulse, she's all pale." "No. Tsunade. Fight!" Shizune shouted, trying to save her. One of the shinobi ran out. Realizing what was happening, he went to get help. Shizune's attempts failed. Through her tears, the girl continued to fight for Tsunade's life. Suddenly, the mark on the woman's forehead began to spread all over her body. "Isn't that," said the kunoichi with difficulty, "a defense mechanism?" After the mark completely covered the woman's body, the Hokage was taken to the hospital. Shizune was with her the whole time. She was trying to find out what had happened to Kinta. Thanks to the fact that one of Tsunade's techniques had worked in time, her life had been saved, but her condition was still worrisome. If it wasn't for the mark on his forehead, Shizune said, Tsunade had perfected that technique. If she is attacked and unconscious, this technique should react and start the treatment, but the price is the same. Shortening her life. One of the Anbu appeared at the door. "How is the Hokage?" he asked. "Seriously," Shizune replied. I'm not sure she will recover soon. Right now we are trying to find out the cause. Please inform me of any developments. It will be done. It's going to be too hard for me alone, Shizune mused. I guess I'll have to bring Sakura back. The girl left the room and headed for the Hokage's office. She sat down at the desk and began to ponder. Tsunade's readings were low. The only thing saving her were the effects of the mark, but even that couldn't last forever. 2 weeks left before this technique stops working, Shizune reflected, what can we do? Suddenly, one of the messengers burst into the office. Urgent report, he exclaimed. What is it about? Shizune was alarmed. According to our information, 3 of the cage have been hospitalized and are in critical condition. What? Shizune jumped up from her seat. This news left her completely flummoxed. 3 more, how is that possible? And almost at the same time. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Someone is trying to take out all the village chiefs. Which cage was injured? Shizune asked. Mizukage, Raikage and Tsuchikage. And the K's cage. There is no confirmed information yet. There is no information about him. Gather all the shinobi immediately. Have them finish their missions and return to the village at once. The girl ordered. If we don't hurry, they could attack us at any moment, she thought. Chapter 5. The feudal lord of the Fire Country arrived in Konoha. Because of the attack on the Hokage, the vigilance in the village had been redoubled. The feudal lord and the elders had urgently called a council. Shizune was also invited, as she was closest to Tsunade. How is the Hokage now? One of the elders asked. She is still in critical condition. Was there any luck finding the cause? It looks like she was poisoned, said the girl, but we don't know what the source was. It was like a heart attack, and the traces of the poison disappear immediately, but since Tsunade's technique was activated, we were able to extract data related to the poison. So what? We have not yet been able to synthesize an antidote. We are checking all the food and drink, but we haven't found anything suspicious yet. 3 of the cage are also injured, one of them is dead, Tsuchikage if I'm not mistaken, the other 2 are in equally serious condition. To avoid weakening the village's position, we urgently need to find someone to temporarily replace Kinto. Everyone was silent as they pondered the decision. I believe Konoha has a worthy candidate for the position, said the feudal lord, Hitaki Kakashi. The council murmured approvingly. That's impossible, Shizune said. Why? Hitaki Kakashi disappeared 5 days ago, we know nothing of his whereabouts. What's going on? One of the elders stood up. This is definitely a conspiracy. Echoed another. Someone seems to want to stage a coup d'état, and this after winning another war with such difficulty. Something is definitely going to happen. Until Tsunade comes to her senses, we must find someone to replace her. The discussion has started again. There's also Uzumaki Naruto, said Shizune. Jinchuriki. Interrogated the feudal lord. Yes. I hear he's a hero of Konoha. He's a brilliant candidate. I don't think so, exclaimed one of the advisors, a decrepit, wrinkled old man. He was the oldest, and his opinions were always considered the most important. He knew everything that went on in the village, and was always abreast of events in other countries. This boy was a friend of the renegade responsible for the attack on the village. It was not acceptable for him to become Hokage. But Naruto only wanted to get Sasuke back. Shizune protested. Shut up. The old man shrieked, his face reddening as he was interrupted. I don't think he can be persuaded, Ibiki whispered quietly to Shizune. This old man is Danzo's older brother. No way. Yes, that's why he would never accept Naruto becoming Hokage, because he was related to Sasuke. But his brother himself was. The girl began, however Ibiki interrupted her. Yes, but your vote is nothing compared to his, so let's hear what they decide. Meanwhile, one of the ninja was sent to Naruto's group to bring them back. But, this can't be happening, Sakura exclaimed. Grandmother, Naruto whispered. Do you know what exactly happened? Sai asked. It looks like poisoning, replied the ninja, and it seems that the other cage were also attacked. There are fatalities. The others? Sakura asked. And Gaara? Uzumaki asked. We don't know his condition yet. We must return to Konoha immediately, Sakura ordered. I don't think so, cut him off by Sai, we still have a mission to accomplish first. To hell with the mission, exclaimed Naruto. We can't abandon everything, Sai continued, but seeing the unwavering stares of his companions, he desisted. Okay, I'll go to the mission and you to the village. Sai smiled the girl. Sakura, go back to Konoha, said Naruto, I will head to the sand village. But, Naruto, Haruno tried to convince him, our village needs us now. I know, but Gaara might be in danger. Don't worry, I'll be right back, please help Tsunade. All right, whispered the girl. See you later. The shinobi separated. I hope the mission goes well, Sai reflected. Surely by now the council is already thinking about choosing an interim Hokage. As long as Tsunade is still alive, she will be replaced by another shinobi, but they will probably choose a figurehead, someone who will be the enemy's next target, and if so, there will be a repeat attack. The shinobi hid among the vegetation. He sent a bird with a note to his Anbu men. Sakura and the shinobi were returning to the village. The girl was worried. She never thought Tsunade was poisoned. Such an experienced doctor couldn't discern the poison. Haruno was stunned. But upon reflection each time, the kunoichi realized that the one who synthesized this poison was a more experienced doctor. If that's the case, it will be even harder to find an antidote, Sakura mused. Naruto was advancing towards the sand village. Since they were supposed to be on a mission in the land of wind, getting to Gaara was the easy part. In 4 hours, the shinobi should have reached the village by now. As long as you're okay, Gaara, Uzumaki prayed. Meanwhile, the council had finally come to a unified decision. After much discussion and debate, the candidate was approved. He was invited into the meeting room. Why am I here? Said the shinobi sadly. Now you will find out, Shizune whispered. The girl opened the door and let him in. We are glad you came, said the feudal lord. I don't think you know why you have been summoned. Yes, I have not been informed. Since the 5th Hokage is in critical condition, we have decided to choose a temporary caretaker for the Hokage's affairs. This position is now yours. Chapter 6. Ino headed towards the Hokage's office. The girl wondered what Tsunade needed from her right now. The kunoichi had just left on a mission, but suddenly she was brought back. The girl was still unaware of the latest events happening in the village. I'm coming in, said Yamanaka, knocking on the door. However, the kunoichi remained on the threshold. She stared in awe at the shinobi sitting in the Hokage's chair. I'm glad you came after all, said Shikamaru. Shikamaru. What are you? Why? Stammered the girl, still not understanding what was going on. Tsunade has been hospitalized and I've been appointed acting Hokage. Acting Hokage. The girl finally took a few steps forward. What happened to the 5th? She was poisoned. She's in serious condition. That can't be. And that's not the worst of it, Nara sighed. At that moment, Shizune and Neji entered the room. The girl closed the door behind her, making sure no one heard them. The feudal lords will be leaving soon, the kunoichi announced. They've made me an easy target, Shikamaru sighed. It seems so, Shizune whispered. Many Junin are sure the attack will happen again. I don't understand, Ino interjected. If they wanted to eliminate Tsunade, why attack Shikamaru? The enemies want to undermine the power in the villages, Neji replied, they are trying to destabilize the country. As long as the village is ruled by a strong leader, it is impossible to carry out an attack or a coup. Then you could be killed at any time. Well, yes, I think so too. That's why I didn't want to agree. And Kakashi? Neji asked. We still don't know anything about him, Shizune sighed. This is a bad time, Neji said angrily. Right now I'm worried about something else, the genie began. All the village chiefs are under attack at the moment, except Gaara, as far as I understand. I think the situation will get even worse if we don't find out who's behind all this. A war could break out. Did you find out the cause of the poisoning? Hyuga asked. The results are inconclusive. But the poison contained a rare type of plant. We can't synthesize an antidote based on what we've found out. How could Tsunade eat it and not notice? Ino wondered. Nara thought for a moment. Suddenly her gaze fell on the glass of tea Shizune had recently prepared for her. She probably drank it. What? It's hard to recognize poison in herbal tea, isn't it? You're right. Shizune exclaimed. Tsunade had recently received a packet of tea. The girl started rummaging around the room, but couldn't find it. Don't bother, Shikamaru frowned, I'm sure it's not here anymore. The girl looked at Nara in astonishment. Most likely the evidence has already been cleaned up, thought the strategist, but if so, the enemy is close, and maybe it's one of those around us. The boy remained silent. He did not want to jump to conclusions. We should increase the guard at Tsunade's chamber, Neji suggested. I don't think the enemy will act immediately, but we must be careful. You're right, Shikamaru nodded. All the strongest shinobi are on a mission, said Ino. They'll be back, said Nara, and we won't be doing any missions in the near future. How can that be? Shizune exclaimed, astonished by the decision. Won't that show our weakness to the others? I'm sure our neighbors already know that the Hokage is in a serious condition, so the safest thing to do is to concentrate all the Leaf's power in the village. I agree, Neji replied. Even so. Shizune bit her lip. She was nervous and couldn't assess the situation calmly. Hyuga looked askance at the kunoichi. Nara also noticed the girl's strange behavior. What if he was once again possessed by suspicion? Shizune is Tsunade's sidekick, and she's a doctor. Synthesizing poison isn't that difficult for her. The interim Hokage's musings were interrupted by Yamanaka. Listen, Shikamaru, I think we should pay a visit to that well-wisher who sent the tea. Yes. That's why I called you, said the boy, still doubting his guess. Kiba and Hinata will be back in Konoha in an hour. Take them and head to Suzuku village. Okay, said the kunoichi and left the office. I'll go to the hospital then, Shizune said absent-mindedly. Yes, in any case, report everything to me right away. As soon as the kunoichi left, Neji was finally able to ask the question that interested him. Do you suspect Shizune? Yes. It makes sense, she is the one who knows Tsunade the most and is aware of all of Quinta's weaknesses. However, I don't think Shizune will save the Hokage. Yes, that's what worries me, but maybe she wanted to keep suspicions away from herself. Suddenly, one of the piles of paper fell to the ground. The shinobi became alert. Tun rounded the corner. It's just you, Shikamaru sighed. It looks like he was sleeping here, said Neji. With all the trouble we've been having, everyone's forgotten about that pig. Hyuga looked at Taunton, who was digging his heel into the air. Thought the boy for a moment. It's weird that. Neji. Shikamaru called out to the ninja. Yes. I trust you to take care of the fifth Hokage. Once Sai and Sakura return, they'll keep an eye on her too. And you? Well, it's a bit of a stretch to ask someone to keep an eye on me, but I'm sure volunteers will show up soon. In the meantime, I'll try to think of our next move. All right. Be careful. You too. Hyuga headed for the hospital, leaving the acting Hokage alone. Nara began to spread out the papers on his desk. She wanted to find out which shinobi had been in the village at the time of Tsunade's poisoning. That way, she would sift through those who were not involved in the incident and look for suspects. Taunton climbed onto a chair and watched the strategist. The pig was bored without the company of his mistress, so he decided to befriend Shikamaru, but the ninja ignored Taunton's presence and continued his investigation. Meanwhile, Naruto was heading towards the sand village. The boy was worried about what was going on. He was worried about Tsunade and kept thinking about the Hokage. Uzumaki always thought she was a very strong kunoichi and he could never imagine that she could die. Besides, Tsunade was one of the people that reminded Naruto of Jiraiya, so there was no way Uzumaki could accept her loss. Grandmother, don't give up. He pleaded as he continued on his way. So you're not going to answer our questions? Asked in a nasal voice a large shinobi with a huge scar running across his entire face. The captive remained silent. This infuriated the big man. He wanted to give the bound ninja another good beating, but one of the ringleaders intervened. Stop it, if he loses consciousness we won't be able to find out anything. We should have killed him. No. We can do it at any time. Our leader arrives in an hour, so hurry up and beat the information out of him, and then we'll attack the 5 villages. The shinobi left, leaving the big man and the prisoner alone. The big guy grabbed the prisoner by the hair and pulled off his mask. "I'll beat you until you tell me everything." "I don't think so," smiled the shinobi, the Sharingan. Sai embarked on his mission. The shinobi accompanied the feudal lord's daughter, guarding her at all times. Throughout the trip they were attacked several times by criminals, but Sai repelled the attack with ease. He wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible and return to the village. The boy was worried that Konoha might be attacked by evildoers during this time. As the new route chief, the ninja had to keep a double watch on the happenings not only in Leaf, but in other villages as well. The boy walked behind the caravan, constantly watching the terrain. Suddenly, a bird flew toward him. It was a message from one of the Anbu. Sai unfolded the note. It said that Tsunade's condition was still unstable and that Shikamaru was temporarily taking over her position. Sai also learned that Kakashi had disappeared when he returned to Konoha in Yamato's place. Yamato himself was now trying to find him. "So Kakashi is missing," the shinobi mused, "then I must find him first, and then return to the village." Sai recalled a recent conversation he had had with his sensei. Hitaki had told him that an acquaintance of his was spying in one of the small villages. Kakashi feared that there might soon be an attack on Earth, so he decided to conduct a secret investigation. Therefore, Sai immediately assumed that all the recent events were related. The shinobi sent out an order to his men to redouble their vigilance, in particular to keep an eye on the border. By late afternoon, Naruto had arrived at Arena Village. Without asking for an audience, the shinobi ran straight to the cage. Not a single Sandman could stop the agitated Jinchuriki. The blonde burst straight into Gaara's office, throwing the doors wide open. He was so worried about being late that he forgot to check his power. Gaara sat down at the desk. He froze for a moment, staring dumbly at Uzumaki. Tamari, who was next to him, was dropping papers from her hands. "Naruto." The cage finally came to his senses. "You're all right," the shinobi blurted out. "What the hell are you doing here?" Tamari roared. A second later, Gaara's office was occupied by ninjas, but the cage made it clear to them that everything was fine. "What happened?" Gaara finally asked the question. "I thought you were poisoned too." "Poisoned?" "Yes. Some cage were poisoned, Tsunade among them. We've been getting reports that something strange is happening in the main villages," Tamari said worriedly. "Kankuro is on his way to find out more. So that's why you're here?" "Yes, I thought they might be under attack. If they were poisoned, we should check all the food meant for you," said Tamari. At that moment, another shinobi rushed into the office. An urgent report from Konoha. He handed over the letter. Tamari and Naruto looked nervously at Gaara. He quickly read the letter. It seems that the source of the poisoning is a certain tea that was sent to each of the cage. "Tea?" Naruto asked. "Wait," whispered the kunoichi, "not long ago you were sent tea." "One of the feudal lords." "Yes, I remember. But there's nothing wrong with you," Uzumaki muttered. "I didn't drink it, it tastes like strawberry." "Gaara hates strawberries," Tamari explained. "So you were saved by a fluke," Uzumaki was surprised. The cage stepped out from behind the desk and walked over to the wall cabinet. He opened the drawer and took out a box of tea. "Here it is. So it turns out that this is the only sample of the poison," Tamari exclaimed. "In that case, the doctors will be able to prepare an antidote." Gaara opened the box and transferred some infusions into a bag. "Naruto, take this back to your village. I think it will help you get rid of the poison. And you. I'll be very careful. Thank you for worrying about me." Uzumaki smiled. He began to reach for an empty hole in his pockets, and that's when a bandage fell from his vest. Gaara frowned. Yes. No one in my village wants to tell me anything," Uzumaki muttered. "What are you talking about?" "I've lost part of a person's memories." Tsunade forbade the shinobi of Konoha from saying anything about him. "Look, maybe you know something." Naruto looked hopefully at the Kazakage. Has he forgotten about his best friend? Gaara thought in shock. "I think I'll leave you two alone," Tamari said as she walked out of the office. "So they're hiding it from you." Gaara sighed. "If that's what you want, I'll tell you. After all, I don't take orders from the Hokage." Chapter 7. Kakashi wandered through the subway labyrinth. As soon as he was released from his captivity, he immediately dealt with the enemy shinobi in the room. Walking next to the ninja was Pakun. Hitaki opportunely called out to his companion. "Did you let them capture you?" The dog smiled. "It was the only way I could get into their lair," Kakashi said. "They must be very good at camouflaging themselves, even you had trouble with that." The shinobi stopped, he wasn't sure where he was. "What's wrong?" Pakun asked. "This place," said the ninja, "looks very old." Kakashi ran his hand along the wall. There were many subway labyrinths built during the First Shinobi War, maybe this is one of them. That's the question. If someone is using it for their dark purposes, it's unlikely we can find this labyrinth on our own. Kakashi, having received a hidden letter from an old friend who lived in a small village, immediately went to meet him. His acquaintance had learned of a secret plot against all the cage. However, they were unable to talk. Hitaki and his friend were attacked, and during the battle Hitaki's friend was killed. The shinobi himself decided he had to find out more and surrendered. Of course, capturing the legendary copier shinobi was a stroke of luck, at least the ninja thought so, but they were soon plunged into an abyss of despair. Hitaki wasn't going to spare anyone, especially not let his friend's killers escape. "So what do we know?" Pakun asked. "I only know that the cage of the 5 villages are the target. And our enemies have established a base in a nondescript village. It seems they have been planning and waiting for an opportunity for years. After the war, all the countries lost their fighting power and this was the perfect occasion to stage a coup." After the shinobi shared the information with Pakun, Pakun transformed into the shinobi he had knocked out a few minutes ago. At that moment, not far away from them, a ninja came out of the room. He walked past Kakashi, unsuspecting. Hitaki followed him, gathering information about the enemies. "Anyway," Gaara began, "you had a friend. His name was Sasuke. He's the last of his Uchiha clan." "The last of the clan? Sasuke?" "Yes. You were friends, rivals and brothers. But he left the village and became a renegade." As Gaara spoke, images appeared and disappeared in Naruto's mind. He tried to concentrate to remember. "You tried to bring him back." "Sasuke," Uzumaki whispered. That name hurt him. Naruto suddenly saw the brunette, who smiled and disappeared into the tongues of flame. "Sasuke!" Uzumaki shouted and suddenly collapsed. He fainted from shock. Gaara ran to him. He didn't expect something like that. At that moment, Temari ran into the office. She heard the scream and decided to check it out. "Call the doctors." Gaara ordered no Sabaku. "I never thought it would turn out like this," thought Gaara no Sabaku. Could Naruto really remember everything? Naruto was hospitalized. Gaara waited for the results from the doctors. He was already regretting telling his friend everything. Finally, the doctor approached the cage. "How is everything going?" Gaara asked no Sabaku. "Everything has to do with the shock he received. This boy had partial amnesia, apparently caused by great stress or anxiety. The brain's defense function was activated and the shinobi's memory was blocked. Now I understand why the fifth forbade talking about Sasuke," said Gaara. "Yes, it was the best solution. Right now, the patient is still unconscious. I can't make any predictions, but if he doesn't regain consciousness in the next 8 hours, the chance that he won't wake up doubles." "You mean, Naruto might slip into a coma?" Gaara was horrified. "Yes. How could that be?" thought the cage. "I couldn't even imagine such a thing." A hand descended on his shoulder. Temari was at his side. The girl had stayed out of the conversation all this time and just listened. "Don't worry," she smiled, "it's Naruto. I don't think he'll give up so easily." "You're right. He's much stronger than he looks. I realize the risk, but I think it's better for him to know everything. Naruto's will is unbreakable, he will come around, I'm sure." "Gaara," suddenly the kunoichi's face became serious, "you must realize that you are now the target of enemies unknown to us. Don't worry, I'm stronger too, and they have no idea how much." Ino, Kiba and Hinata were on their way to Suzuku village. During their trip, Ino talked at length about what happened with Tsunade and Shikamaru's suspicions. "How awful," said Hinata. Someone has a grudge against our village, said Kiba angrily. Kiba had gone without Akamaru this time, as his partner had been seriously injured during the last mission. Ino, do you know where Naruto is now? Hinata finally asked. I heard that he was sent on a mission. Nothing else, answered the blonde. You're still worried? Yes. Hasn't he returned your feelings yet? Asked Ino. Hinata blushed. No, but it's understandable. Naruto has a lot of problems right now. One doesn't interfere with the other. Maybe, but I don't want to force my feelings on him. Hinata, sighed the kunoichi. How long are you going to keep talking about nothing? Kiba said crestfallen. Those are our girls' secrets, said Yamanaka. You'd better watch the road, you know there are too many bandits out there. Don't give me orders, you weren't made commander, the boy hissed, but he kept his guard up. I don't know what awaits us, but the enemy will be worthy, said Kiba suddenly. The girls became wary. If you think he was capable of poisoning 4Kage. That's why Shikamaru sent me with you, Ino sighed, my medical knowledge could be useful, though I hope I don't have to use it. This village, Hinata suddenly said, isn't that where many merchants and traders congregate? Yes, although it is a small village, one can find many of the more unusual items from all the shinobi countries. Suzuki is becoming complete. The village is earning a lot of income and is expanding, so we will meet many masters there, said Ino. I'll protect the acting Hokage. Whatever happens, you can count on me. Lee exclaimed, standing up in front of Nara. Rock Lee was burning with excitement. Shino stood nearby, cupping one ear with his hand. Lee's loud voice was hard to take, especially at times like this. I'm glad you're happy with your new mission, Shikamaru smiled. Of course. I've been waiting for a chance to show my true potential for a long time. Well, Shino whispered. I'm waiting for your help. Shikamaru, do you know anything about the enemies? Aburame asked. Not much yet. I'm still investigating the incident. So, maybe we can help. Lee asked. Yes, sort these papers. Rock Lee frowned, but now he could no longer refuse. Instead of fighting and defending himself, he was going to have to deal with papers that Shikamaru was too lazy to tidy up. The Hokage is always so busy, the genie sighed. No, I don't like that title at all. It's too cumbersome. Naruto, I sympathize with your choice. The boy leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. I can't believe it, Lee muttered. Shino sighed, helping the shinobi with his work. Sakura returned to Konoha. Haruno immediately headed to the hospital. The girl wanted to see Tsunade as soon as possible. She was greeted by Neji at the ward door. You're finally back, the Junin said. How is she? Unchanged. The girl, biting her lip, entered the Hokage's room. She felt worried and confused to see her sensei in the hospital bed. The girl had never imagined that something like this could happen to the fifth. I don't have time for this, said the kunoichi, the most important thing now is to find an antidote. Tsunade-sama, I'll do my best. The girl went to the laboratory, where all the village doctors were working. Haruno's appearance brightened the atmosphere. The girl had already earned respect in the medical field. Without wasting any time, the kunoichi began to analyze the data. Neji, for his part, abandoned his post for the time being, leaving Tenten and Choji in his place. Several Anbu from the route were also guarding the Hokage. Shikamaru was overconfident, though he was beginning to guess that the enemies would not attack immediately, but would bide their time. The boy headed for the secret route library, where information about shinobi from different clans and villages was kept. Thanks to Sai, Hyuga could freely receive data from the route. An uneasy feeling did not leave him. The ninja's suspicions about the attack on Tsunade had kept him uneasy. On top of that, Neji was sure that very soon Shikamaru would be in danger as well. The genius wanted to test his hunches, to make sure that the one he suspected was really the culprit. Chapter 8. Uzumaki was still in the Sand Village Hospital. Although the doctor's prognosis was disappointing at first, just as Gaara had predicted, it didn't take long for Naruto to wake up. The shinobi was finally able to remember his best friend. The surge of emotion caused by the Kage's story was so strong that it affected Naruto's mind. At first, Uzumaki remembered Sasuke when he was in Team 7, then his time with Orochimaru and Akatsuki, and then part of their battle. The full memories had yet to return. Flashback. Naruto, Kakashi and Sakura were advancing towards the water country. According to the reports they had received, Uchiha Sasuke had been seen there for the last time. Naruto was beside himself. He was sure that with Madara and the elders dead, his friend would return to Konoha. However, Sasuke had suddenly disappeared. He was not heard from for about 3 months. And after it was discovered that he had been spotted in another country, Team 7 immediately set out on a new mission. Tsunade ordered that the Uchiha be forcibly returned to the village. He was still listed as an S-class criminal. "Naruto," said Kakashi, "you should calm down. You're under a lot of stress." "I know, but I can't help it." "Kakashi-sensei is right," Sakura confirmed. "In 2 hours, we will reach the water country and find Sasuke. This time we can get him back. I want to believe it." Uzumaki was finding it hard to wait. He had been trying to get Sasuke back for years and he couldn't wait any longer. Knowing his friend's stubbornness, the ninja was willing to have to drag the Uchiha back to the village by force. Overcoming his lifelong rival was still a difficult task though. The rest of the way, the team walked in silence. The closer they got to the village, the more their faces tightened. Everyone was worried in their own way, and it would be foolish to hide it. As soon as the ninjas were in the land of waters, they immediately split up, discussing what actions to take next. If anyone came across Sasuke, they were to alert the others immediately. Naruto wandered around the city. Much had changed since his mission here. It was no longer the same poor town with desperate people. Thanks to old Tezuno, who had finished the bridge, the people had gained confidence and found new strength. Uzumaki smiled. He was glad that his past efforts had not been in vain. "I wonder if they still live there," thought the shinobi. Suddenly, he stopped. Standing next to the cabbage vendor was a man dressed in a dark cloak. Although he tried not to stand out, Naruto immediately recognized one of Sasuke's team members, Jugo. "It's definitely him," thought the shinobi. He turned around, trying not to give himself away. The renegade bought more supplies and tried to get out of sight as quickly as possible. He was extremely cautious, looking around from time to time. Jugo turned towards one of the unremarkable neighborhoods. Naruto followed him. The boy made sure the news that Sasuke was here was confirmed. The shinobi didn't contact either Sakura or Kakashi, as he wanted to settle things with the Uchiha on a one-on-one basis, get to know him and talk to him. Jugo circled the block and after making sure no one was following him, he headed towards the dark gray house. Naruto was always disguised and hidden, and he was very good at it, so he was able to find Sasuke's hideout without giving away his presence. The boy approached the house, which was almost on the outskirts of town. Uzumaki crawled to the window and peeked out. Inside sat Sasuke. He was talking to his only co-commander. "You may go," the Uchiha said coldly, "and don't you dare say anything." "Are you sure you're doing the right thing, Sasuke?" Jugo asked frustrated. "Yes." Silence fell. The Uchiha waited patiently to be left alone. Naruto watched through the window. He was waiting for a chance to talk to Sasuke. "I won't forget you," Jugo finally said. It took him a while to say it, but the shinobi said it. The boy turned and walked away. As soon as the renegade left, Sasuke said, "How long are you going to hide there?" Naruto shuddered. He hoped his presence wouldn't be detected so soon. The ninja just wanted to get up as he bounced sharply to the side. A few seconds later, the wall was destroyed. The Uchiha, using an explosive seal kunai, destroyed the wall separating them. Sasuke had left the house. And now they were both on the street. As usual, he does what he wants, thought Uzumaki. "I've come to bring you back to the village." Naruto exclaimed. "You still haven't given up on that idea." Sasuke sighed. "How many times can you keep saying I won't come back?" "But why? What's stopping you from going back?" "I don't understand." "You can't. Nothing will ever be the same again. I've already made up my mind." Naruto clenched his fists. Sasuke still wouldn't budge, though Uzumaki supposed it would be difficult for him to change the Uchiha's mind all at once. "I guess my words still don't sink in." You still think you're a loner and won't accept me, Sakura or Kakashi-sensei. That's right. You're a past that I've already forgotten. I don't believe you. Why would I lie? Uzumaki looked carefully at his friend. He still remembered their missions, every detail. Somewhere deep inside he felt that Sasuke was lying. Go away and leave me alone, and if you don't. Then what? This time I'll kill you. Sasuke folded the seals. In the same second, a fireball erupted from his mouth. End of flashback. Naruto got out of bed. He quickly collected himself and escaped from the room through the window. Before leaving the village, the shinobi left a message for Gaara. After which, the Uzumaki headed back to Konoha. The Tale of Nine's chakra quickly restored the Jinchuriki's strength, and although he had not yet fully recovered, he decided not to waste any time. Despite the intense pain in his head, Naruto continued on his way. As usual, he was completely unconcerned about such trifles. The boy was depressed. Lost in thought, Uzumaki wandered down the road, completely oblivious to everything around him. What am I going to do now? He whispered, looking down at his hands. The ninja feared that his fears were confirmed. Gaara! Temari exclaimed, finding the cage coming out of the council room. What's wrong with you? Naruto ran away. What? I've just been informed. He was in serious condition a while ago. I realize that his survivability is sometimes impossible to explain, but this. The cage was a bit shocked. Now all the doctors and nurses have been put on alert for his escape, Temari hissed angrily. Ah, yes, here's another. The girl held out the letter to him. Thank you for telling me everything. The cage smiled. This unpredictable ninja. What are we supposed to do? I don't think Naruto has gone too far. Make sure he returns safely to Konoha. In the meantime I'll try to contact the acting Hokage. Kakashi, after changing his appearance, was gathering data on the enemy shinobi. He inspected several rooms, looking through the documents and papers stored in one of them. He grabbed one of the ninja and beat the information out of him. There wasn't much to find out. For about 10 years, a small group of ninja had been preparing a coup. They called themselves the Hidden Ones and worked very closely together. The Hidden Ones recruited people in various cities and waited for the right moment. After the United Shinobi Army's war against Akatsuki, the Hidden Ones began to act. However, it was impossible for Kakashi to find out anything about the future actions of the enemies. Apparently, not everyone has the basic information, the shinobi reflected. They know little and obey the orders of the strongest without complaint. Kakashi, Pakun said, peering into the room. The shinobi had already finished searching and was about to leave. You're back. Hitaki and Pakun separated. The dog had to find a way out and return to his companion. He's making a lot of noise. So they've already discovered my escape. Pakun nodded. I haven't found my way out of here yet, but I've stumbled upon a small hallway, and if my instinct tells me right, it's the room the leaders of these ninjas use. That's it, go ahead. The dog ran forward, Kakashi followed. A strange premonition disturbed the ninja. It alarmed him that the Hidden Ones had been secretly monitoring the situation in the shinobi lands for so long. Junin was certain that poisoning Kage was the first step in changing the entire shinobi apparatus. Although the ninja who tried to oppose him were quite weak, Kakashi realized that if his influence spread to the ordinary people of the village, the consequences would be disastrous. A very intelligent and calculating man was able to control the uncontrolled crowd and manipulate it to his whim. That was the man Hitaki wanted to find first. A gate appeared up ahead. Several dozen shinobi had already gathered around it. Without wasting any time, Kakashi attacked. He threw kunai, injuring several ninja, and without giving his enemies time to assess the situation, Hitaki used the fire element. Due to the force of the impact, the door and part of the wall were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The copy ninja finished off the remaining enemies, then headed straight for the lobby. He had already removed his disguise, for surely his escape would be known to all the Hidden Ones. The cramped hall was brightly lit. Huge columns supported the stone ceiling, though there were cracks in places. You've come this far after all, Kakashi, a woman's voice said. Hitaka stopped. He prepared for a surprise attack. The shinobi tried to locate the enemy. However, suddenly Kakashi stopped feeling his body, he was paralyzed. What's going on? The ninja tried to understand. You were trapped as soon as you entered this room. A silhouette appeared from behind the farthest column. A moment later, the kunoichi appeared before him. Here we are, the girl said. You are really you. Rin. Kakashi said with difficulty, amazed by what he saw. Chapter 9. Naruto was on his way to Konoha. He wanted to talk to Sakura as soon as possible. Besides, the ninja was worried about the fact that Tsunade still hadn't come to her senses. At times Naruto would stop to take a break. He still couldn't move fast enough, and the headaches were becoming more frequent. The memories were coming back, but now Uzumaki was beginning to be afraid of discovering the truth. Flashback. The fire was spreading, burning trees and nearby houses in its path. Naruto retreated to a safe distance. Now he decided to get serious. I will fight with all my might and show you how strong my faith is. Naruto mused. Suddenly Sasuke appeared from the clouds of smoke, created a chidori in his hand and aimed it directly at Uzumaki. The technique pierced the shinobi's body. When are you? The boy whispered. Stop it, said Sasuke. Naruto's body disappeared. He's using his clones as usual, thought the Uchiha, looking around. Suddenly the renegade bounced to the side. At that moment 2 more clones popped out of the ground. They didn't have time to attack Sasuke, so they regrouped and started attacking again, using kunai. The Uchiha had no trouble dodging, and just as he was about to destroy the clones, they turned into girls. What kind of games are these? Sasuke was furious. They're not games. A voice was heard. At that moment Naruto appeared behind the renegade. He abruptly wrapped his arms around his friend, preventing him from using his hands for techniques. Don't underestimate me. You decided to distract me with such a cheap way of sneaking up from behind. Sasuke guessed. At that moment, another clone appeared in the air above both shinobi, with a Rasengan already forming in his right hand. No way. Sasuke shouted, Chidori. A lightning bolt coursed through his entire body. It hit Naruto, who was holding him. There was another burst and the clone disappeared. That one wasn't real either, the Uchiha mused. He redirected the beam at the other clone still in the air and destroyed it. Just as I thought, even without using the Sharingan, he has a great eye for battle. And getting close to Sasuke is going to be very difficult. Naruto was hiding behind one of the trees. He was getting all the information he needed from the clones and figuring out what to do next. Sasuke had already guessed that the Uzumaki was waiting for an opportune moment to attack, but the Uchiha decided to take a chance himself. He summoned several snakes, which scattered in different directions. One of them spotted the shinobi and immediately alerted the Uchiha. He backed up to Naruto, who was hiding, and unsheathed his sword and tried to stab him, but Uzumaki managed to deflect the katana blade with his kunai. Fireball, said Sasuke. Naruto jumped backwards sharply, dodging the attack. That wasn't so bad, Sasuke praised. You're praising me too soon, Sasuke, smiled Naruto, this has only just begun. He doubled the seals and several clones appeared behind the shinobi. They began to create a Rasengan on Uzumaki's hand, using the wind element. Sensing that the Jinchuriki was about to use something very powerful, Sasuke finally used the Sharingan. He's concentrating wind chakra on the Rasengan. I've seen this technique before, the Uchiha prepared to repel the attack. Rasen Shuriken, Naruto exclaimed. He threw it straight at the renegade. Suddenly, Sasuke fell to his knees. He grabbed his head. Everything in front of his eyes was swimming, and the Rasen Shuriken was getting faster and faster by the second. End of flashback. Only a snippet of the past again, Naruto whispered. He leaned against the tree. Every time he remembered what happened he found it harder and harder, but the desire to find all the answers was much stronger than the fear. The shinobi looked at the sky wearily. Weakness gripped his body. After the experience, the guy was still not in good health, so for a moment he allowed himself to take a break. One of the renegade shinobi, whose only occupation was theft, took advantage of this. He lurked not far from Naruto and, using an illusion, plunged the Uzumaki into a deep sleep. After waiting for his victim to become completely weak, the enemy came out of hiding. The ninja headed straight for Naruto, preparing to finish him off, but at that moment he was attacked by a strong gust of wind. The shinobi flew off to the side, but concentrated chakra in his right hand and grabbed onto a tree branch. A few seconds later, a dozen kunai flew toward him. The ninja used a substitution technique, leaving a log in its place. He moved quickly, folding his seals as he went. Using the ground technique, the enemy shinobi touched the ground with his palm. He quickly located his attacker. Creating a stone idol, the man aimed it directly at the two-barreled tree. "I've found it after all," Tamari thought to herself, summoning a marten to her aid. The beast headed towards the idol and, after slicing it open, immediately attacked the ninja as well, but the latter created a barrier wall in time and fled from the battlefield. "Go away," the kunoichi hissed angrily. She headed towards Naruto. The girl removed the illusion technique, but the boy still did not wake up. "I'll be your bodyguard for a while longer," she sighed. You are dead," said Kakashi with difficulty. "Yes, that's what many people thought," replied the kunoichi, "but as you can see I'm alive and standing in front of you." Hitaki still didn't fully understand what was happening, seeing his childhood friend after so many years was unbelievable. "But why? What happened to you?" exclaimed the shinobi. His emotions were overflowing and it was difficult to control them. "I didn't die on that mission," the girl answered quietly. "It was a fluke, although I was paralyzed for 3 days. I was surprised by my own survival. Then I wondered why no one was looking for me. Why? I always believed in the village, in our shinobi, but they abandoned me." "That's not true," Kakashi interrupted the girl. "We looked for you, I looked for you, even though I realized I probably wouldn't find you alive, but I kept looking. You're the only one. But that doesn't matter anymore, the main thing is that I finally realized that everything I did in Konoha was a mistake. I have a new master who has guided me to the true path." "What are you talking about?" "Ninjas live their whole lives in battle, losing their loved ones, dying, and the war never ends. As long as there are different countries and different rulers, nothing will change, so I'm going to change the way the world is. Create a unified empire," Kakashi whispered. "After that, there will be a new era where there will be no more wars and fights between people. But that would entail the sacrifice of millions. I know, but I can't do anything about it. My sensei said that's what it takes to achieve peace. If the shinobi world had been united, if it had been one even then, Obito would not have died." Tears came to the kunoichi's eyes. "Rin." Kakashi was silent. He understood what was driving the girl, but he couldn't support her. Rin wiped her tears and, overcome by a moment of weakness, took control of her feelings again. "Kakashi, I want you to join us," the girl said. Her voice was now firm and confident. "I can't." "Kakashi," the kunoichi said again, "all this time I've been trying to assimilate my loss. What happened? We have the chance to change the world for the better, to get rid of the evil that filled the countries and the people. I want you to be by my side," she said. The girl took his hand. The shinobi shuddered. He still didn't believe Rin was real until she touched him. Hitaki was confused, his past suddenly returning. He didn't know how to behave in such a situation. There was almost no time to recover and think things through in cold blood. "You can meet my master, he will convince you that our mission is sacred." "Who is this master that has so much influence on you? Why do you trust him so much?" Kakashi was furious. He promised that he would bring Obito back. Tenten and Choji guarded the entrance of the Hokage's room. The girl checked on all the doctors who came in to check on Tsunade's condition. Choji, for his part, was less tense, and was just waiting for his shift to end. At that moment, Tenten approached them, grunted a couple of times while looking at the door. "Did you miss your mistress?" The kunoichi smiled. "I know how you feel." The girl opened the door, tossing the piggy into the chamber. "Are you all right?" Choji asked. "I think not. Tsunade is very fond of Tenten. It's okay if they stay together, besides, Sakura is there now." Haruno looked at the Hokage and after taking some notes, she prepared to leave. The girl petted Tenten, smiling. "Take care of her, okay?" She walked away, leaving the little pig alone with her mistress. The girl said goodbye to Tenten and Choji and headed straight down the hall. She wanted to get back to the lab as soon as possible to continue synthesizing the antidote. Suddenly, Neji ran past her. He was alarmed and almost ran over the girl. Sakura became worried and followed him. "Who's in the room?" shouted the boy, approaching the stall. "No one," Tenten was confused, "except the piggy." "Damn it!" Hyuga exclaimed. He stormed towards the Hokage, as he gathered enough chakra in his hand to strike. Taunton was sitting on the bed. She turned around startled, and at that moment Hyuga hit the pig with all his might. The pig was thrown against the wall. Taunton was knocked unconscious. "What are you doing, Neji?" Sakura exclaimed, running after Tenten and Choji. "Hurry, go see Tsunade before it's too late," exclaimed Neji. Chapter 10. 3 hours had passed since the incident in Tsunade's room. Neji, Sakura and Shizune were in the Hokage's office. "Who would have thought," said Shikamaru sullenly. "They've lied to us for so long," Shizune grimaced. "Yes, by now no one would have guessed that the enemy was using one of the lost techniques of the last century," Hyuga replied. "Turning into an animal for such a long period of time is incredible." "So the real Taunton is most likely dead," Sakura whispered quietly. "Yes, for sure," Shikamaru confirmed. "Listen, Neji," Shizune turned to the shinobi, "how did you know that the enemy was disguised as Taunton?" "From what I understood from your report, this technique is so advanced that it's impossible to track even chakra. The last time I was in the Hokage's office, I decided to see if anyone was listening, so I used Shikugan several times. That's when I happened to see Taunton, who was peeking out from behind a stack of papers. What struck me most was that the pig had tenketsu. At first, I thought I was imagining it, because that couldn't be. To see the chakra channels without the chakra itself. It's true that only shinobi can have chakra channels, Haruno confirmed, and it's also unrealistic to use a technique like that and hide all your power, but why are the internal chakra channels still visible to the Byakugan? That's the question, Shikamaru muttered. I decided to check it out, so I enlisted Sai's help. He gave me access to the root's secret archives. There, among all the data collected, there was information about a technique that shinobi could use to turn into any animal while hiding their chakra. This technique used to last from a few months to 5 or 7 years. However, it said nothing about tenketsu. Oh, my dear, Sakura whispered. In the first shinobi war, the shinobi clan that possessed this technique used to hit large units with surprise attacks, and their spying quality was superior to anywhere else, Neji finished. But it seems they didn't take into account the fact that a Byakugan can recognize this technique, suggested Nara. If that is indeed the case, then we are very fortunate. At first, I suspected that Shizune was behind it, but that's how it turned out, thought the acting Hokage. When you found out, you went straight to the hall, said Sakura. Tsunade was spared, and that's good. But what about the spy? Ibiki is taking care of her, Shikamaru replied. He'll get all the information we need out of her. No, that's not all, thought Nara. All this time Taunton has been in Tsunade's office and has been present in every conversation we've had. Hell, no one could really think that the enemy is a 4-legged animal. What's worse is that now our elaborate plans have been revealed. If that's the case, we'll have to act fast. Everyone, please listen to me. Shikamaru turned to the ninjas. I'll tell you what we're going to do next. So this is Suzuki's village? Kiba asked with a smile. Yes, it is, Ino answered. I like it. The boy walked over to the window of a small store and started looking at wolf and bird charms. There sure are a lot of pretty things here, Ino confirmed, flipping through the rings and bracelets. Something's wrong, Hinata looked around anxiously. The girl was standing off to the side, waiting for her friends. We should probably go, the kunoichi said quietly. Why? Yamanaka wondered. Haven't you noticed that, as soon as we enter the city, they don't look at us in a friendly way? It's true, Kiba confirmed. What? Really? Ino was surprised. I don't understand what they don't like about us. We don't touch anyone, Inuzuka snorted. A few passers-by looked at the shinobi and turned around and walked in another direction. The children playing nearby quickly ran home and never came out again. Even the store clerks waited nervously for the Konoha shinobi to leave. I had hoped to relax a bit here, but I can't help it, Ino sighed. The girl approached one of the vendors and asked for a merchant who sold varieties of tea. After getting an answer, the group headed to the suspect's house. It's a bit depressing, said Kiba. I know, sighed Ino. I don't understand why they react to us like this, Hinata whispered. These people are weird. After walking 2 blocks, the shinobi found themselves in front of a small 2-story house. Kiba knocked on the door, but got no answer. Hinata used her Byakugan. There's definitely someone in there, said the girl. How many are there? Kiba asked. I only found one. Ino, stay outside and let us know if anything happens. Hinata, let's go. Be careful, said Yamanaka worried. Inuzuka and Hyuga walked around the house and breaking the door of the back entrance, they entered. Strange, I can't detect anyone right now, said the kunoichi. Kiba sniffed. What the hell, hissed the guy, the smell here is very varied and very pungent. It must be because there are so many tea leaves in the room. It's impossible to smell anything. The girl kept walking, while Kiba examined the contents of the bags not far from the door. Tea too, thought the boy, picking tea grains from her hand. Suddenly, a cat jumped out from around the corner, hissed at the sight of the intruder. Get out. Kiba waved his hand. The cat fluffed its fur, glaring at the stranger. Kiba suddenly called out to the kunoichi. The boy ran to her, leaving the furious cat alone. What's wrong? The shinobi ran into the room. There was a dead man lying on the bed. His face was mutilated and a kunai was stuck in his stomach. What a nightmare, the girl whispered. I dare say this is the man you were looking for, Inuzuka said. Hinata nodded. I'll call Ino, she is the best judge of the case. Suddenly a low whistling sound was heard. What is that sound? The boy fretted, stopping. He began to listen. The girl looked quickly around the room. Get out. Hinata exclaimed, explosive seals. Shit, are they attacking us? Ran through Kiba's mind, who didn't have time to do anything before an explosion went off. Somewhere around here, thought Sai. The Anbu member was looking at a map of the area. He headed off to find Kakashi. The shinobi was worried that the sensei wouldn't return. Even though the copycat ninja could take care of himself without any problems, Sai was still worried. The boy found the same place where Kakashi and Yamato had parted ways, after which he began to wander around the neighborhood. After completing the missions, the shinobi was completely free, so he suggested Shikamaru to go out for a reconnaissance. The acting Hokage did not object, relying on Hitaki Anbu's return. The boy created ink mice and sent them in 4 directions. An hour later, his little helpers returned with him. They discovered a place where a battle had recently been fought. One of the mice had a white hair between its teeth. This could be it, thought the ninja. Anbu headed toward the battle site. Halfway there, however, he met Pakun. Well, at last, said the dog, catching his breath. You're Kakashi's assistant, Sai reminded him. I'm his partner, Pakun growled unhappily. After leaving the labyrinth, the dog headed straight for Konoha, but on the way he smelled the familiar scent of Sai and decided to intercept the shinobi. The dog told him everything that had happened to them. Sai wrote it all down in a letter and, after drawing an eagle, sent the message to the village with it. And now, take me to my sensei, said the boy. Naruto and Temari were on their way to Konoha. When Uzumaki woke up, he was quite surprised by the appearance of the kunoichi. She, for her part, explained everything by saying that she was on her way to meet Shikamaru, and accidentally ran into the blonde asleep in the forest. Knowing the Jinchuriki's character, the girl decided not to tell the truth to avoid unnecessary questions. Besides, Gaara did not want Naruto to know that he was being protected. Temari decided to lie and go through the next part of the journey openly. Even if I lied about the meeting, the girl mused as she hopped from branch to branch, I still need to talk to Shikamaru. The shinobi moved silently, barely pausing. The girl was worried about Uzumaki's health, but he seemed quite rested and alert. Still, his silence annoyed Temari. Naruto himself was immersed in his own thoughts. He didn't know when the memories would return and he was constantly tense, but he tried not to show his anxiety. I fought Sasuke, but what happened then? Did I really kill him after all? Naruto gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe he could have done something like that. The unknown was scaring him more and more. Are you afraid? A voice sounded in the boy's subconscious. Nine Tails. Still spreading snot. Wheezed the fox. None of your business, you haven't shown your face in a long time and now you've decided to talk. Oh, and I was just thinking of telling you what happened to Sasuke. What makes you think I want to know for you? I was just suggesting it, after all. Unlike other people, I remember everything. I don't need your help. So stay out of it. It's my business to offer it to you, Ninetails smiled. He fell silent. I'll remember everything myself, whispered the boy, I will. Chapter 11. Are you ready? Rin asked. The girl stood in front of Kakashi. They were both in one of the secret rooms of the labyrinth. Yes, answered the shinobi casually. The kunoichi smiled. She opened the door, and they entered another huge room. It was so huge that you couldn't see the far wall. On either side of the room were huge shelves of books and manuscripts, so many that the room looked more like a vault than a bedroom. Master, I brought it, said the girl. The kunoichi was nervous, but nevertheless tried to suppress her emotions. Kakashi froze. He waited for the hidden leader to appear. Footsteps were heard. Hitaki was not able to immediately detect the man's presence. A shinobi emerged from the depths of the room. What the hell is going on here? The Junin frantically asked himself as he watched someone who should have been dead for a long time plant himself right in front of him. Naruto and Temari were approaching the gates of Konoha. After a long and exhausting journey, the ninja wanted to rest, however their wish was not destined to come true. As soon as the shinobi were at the gate, they were greeted by Iruka. We have to hurry, said the shinobi without explaining anything. Alarmed by the shinobi's strange behavior, Sabaku and Uzumaki followed him. There were hardly any people on the streets of the city. Something's wrong, Naruto realized, and turned cautiously, scanning around him. What's going on here? Where's Shikamaru? Temari asked. She looked at Iruka in disbelief. You'll meet him soon enough, said the Chunin, let's hurry up. The ninjas jumped across the rooftops. They were heading toward the Hokage's palace. The closer they got, the more indignant Uzumaki became. Almost all the villagers had crowded in front of the Hokage's building. Standing on the rooftop was Shikamaru, dressed entirely in black. Uzumaki swallowed convulsively. Today, Nara began to speak, we have lost the fifth Hokage. Naruto stopped, shocked by what he was hearing. He couldn't believe Tsunade was dead. Everything Shikamaru was saying was no longer perceptible to Naruto's ear. The only thought pounding in his head was, this can't be. Naruto. Iruka tried to talk some sense into the shinobi. Iruka Sesne, tell me it's not true, because Granny. Calm down, Naruto, the master told him, you have to pull yourself together. How is it possible that he couldn't save himself? Temari whispered. Village leaders die one by one, the girl thought, and it could have happened to Gaara, too. Today we will see off the fifth, came the voice of the acting Hokage. Crowds of people followed Tsunade's coffin, laying flowers for the great woman. This is too cruel, said Neji. Tsunade, Sakura whispered, lowering her eyes. Nara stood to the side, watching the procession. He had been one of the first to lay flowers for the fifth, and now all he had to do was wait. Are you sure everything is all right? Shizune asked. She was pale and exhausted. Yes, I'm sure. You'd better rest, you can barely stand, I'll take care of the rest. No, I'll stay, said the kunoichi firmly. Don't exert yourself too much. We don't know if our enemies might be among these people right now, we have to be prepared for anything. Hinata, Hinata, Hinata. Someone's voice kept calling for the girl. Hyuga opened her eyes with difficulty. Ino was leaning over her. Thank God you're awake, Yamanaka exclaimed. What happened? The girl whispered. We were attacked, Ino began to explain. It happened suddenly. The house was blown up and then the enemies ran away. Where is Kiba? Hinata began to wonder. He's here. Inuzuka lay not far from the girls. The boy was still unconscious. I was able to give him first aid, but he was badly injured. Hinata sat up. She clearly remembered her friend running to her and covering her with himself at the last moment. It's all because of me. Kiba got hurt protecting me, the girl almost cried as she reflected. There they are. A shout was heard. The shinobi was surrounded by the townspeople. What timing, Ino sighed. Look, we're under attack, help, there's a wounded man here. Are you kidding me? Damn ninjas, why the hell would we help you? One of them shouted. You're always looking for a fight in town, you're always making trouble. Now that you've destroyed the merchant's house, what's next? Are you going to take over our houses? What's wrong with these people? Hinata whispered. I don't know, said Ino, but we only have one way out of here. We can't fight the normal townspeople, mused Yamanaka. Besides, we have to take care of Kiba now. There's no telling when those shinobi will be back. Ino and Hinata grabbed Kiba and ran away from the village. Don't let them escape. A shout was heard behind the girls. It's obvious that something is wrong in this village. The blonde was angry. Since the first day, people have been acting suspiciously, Hinata whispered. It's as if someone has turned them against the shinobi. Byakugan. Hyuga suddenly exclaimed. The girl began to look around. Their pursuers were far away, but it was clear that the villagers were not going to give up. We need to find shelter, said Ino, Kiba's wounds may reopen. Hinata began her search. If we cross the bridge, we'll find ourselves in a grove of trees, the brunette finally said, we can take temporary shelter there. Great. Yamanaka took out a pill from the top pocket of her vest. The girl swallowed it, thus increasing her resistance. The kunoichi and the wounded man quickly reached the grove of trees Hinata had indicated. Taking cover from the enemies, the girls decided to reflect on the situation. Ino quickly set about healing Kiba, while Hinata pulled a bag from Yamanaka's backpack. The girl opened it and from inside came out a drawn mouse. Report everything to the village, Hinata instructed the mouse. She released it and it disappeared into the leaves. Good thing Sai provided us with these, mailmen, after all, laughed Ino. Yes, Hinata nodded. They're easy to use, and they memorize words so you don't have to write letters. Let's hope this rat delivers our message on time. Hinata thought for a moment. The girl pulled a sample of tea herbs from her pocket. She had managed to collect them while she was at the merchant's house. Ino, you can analyze this tea, can't you? Hyuga asked. As soon as we get to the village, I'll get to it, the kunoichi nodded, but I can already tell you the result, it's clearly poisonous. I guess as soon as they sent these teas as a gift to all the cage, they killed the merchant so he couldn't say anything. We were too late to notice. But there's still no word on the antidote. There was nothing in his house that could help Tsunade. Don't worry about that. Sakura and Shizune are doing the best they can now, I don't doubt their abilities. Ino finished her treatment. She approached Hinata. You hurt your shoulder, I'll help you, said Yamanaka. She took care of Hinata's wound. It's nothing, Hyuga replied. Even a small thing like that hurts a lot. How is Kiba? He'll live, but we have to hurry to Konoha. Suddenly the bushes rustled. The girls became alert. A black cat came out of the bushes. Phew, you, said Ino angrily, I was already scared. The girl got up and walked toward the cat. Don't come closer. Janeda suddenly exclaimed. A flash blinded Ino, and when the girl opened her eyes, a katana blade appeared in front of her face. Hinata grabbed her attacker's arm, preventing him from using the summoned weapon. Instead of a cat, a shinobi appeared in front of the girls. Byakugan powers, he hissed, roughly pushing Hinata and bouncing to a safe distance. I was finally able to crush that power. The enemy smiled. He used smoke bombs and fled. Fleeing, Ino exclaimed. No, he's still here, said Hinata. How is that possible? The kunoichi mused frantically, this wasn't a simple animal transformation. The technique is unlike any other I've seen. It's as if this person wasn't human at all. Hinata reacted so fast, Ino assessed the situation, that ninja was able to transform and summon a katana so fast that I didn't even have time to see anything. The kunoichi turned away from Hyuga. Yamanaka tried to stay close to Kiba, who was the most vulnerable. Hinata surveyed the surroundings. The girl tried to calculate the enemy's whereabouts, but there was no way to detect him. Listen, Ino whispered, I need you to stop him. I understand, the brunette replied. The girl discreetly folded the seals. At that moment, the kunai flew towards her. They hit Hinata, but an instant later she was replaced by a log. The kunoichi was transported to a branch of one of the trees. She noticed the jets of chakra and quickly retreated downward. The girl attacked the enemy, but it turned out to be only a clone. There are about 3 of them here, thought the kunoichi, but a minute ago I didn't see anyone. He wants to be discovered, or he's just diverting our attention to the clones, and is hiding somewhere. Ino, meanwhile, had taken care of the 2 attackers. The kunoichi tried to push the battle away as it became increasingly difficult to defend Kiba. Hinata turned sharply. For a split second, it seemed to her that there was a flow of chakra somewhere nearby. The girl began to turn again, but each time she lost sight of the chakra carrier. I'm sure he's here, next to me, the kunoichi mused. Hinata, be careful, Ino exclaimed. Hyuga flinched, but quickly bounced to the side. There were shurikens stuck where she was. I hadn't noticed. The kunoichi was horrified. She froze. That's it, the girl whispered, he knows about the blind spot. Hyuga refolded the seals and began to release chakra from her entire body. 64 hits from the sky. The kunoichi got into position and waited for the enemy to attack again. The shinobi didn't take long to do so. He attacked again. Feeling the others attack now, Hinata was able to determine the location of the enemy. The girl turned sharply, deflecting the previous attack, and threw herself into the battle. 2. The kunoichi split the tree trunk behind which the ninja was hiding. 4. The first blow hit the shinobi's shoulder. 8. 16. 32. The kunoichi attacked at lightning speed, giving her opponent no chance to escape or dodge the blows. 64. The girl completely disarmed her opponent. Her clones immediately disappeared. Well done. Praised Ino, now hold him. Hinata lifted the ninja who couldn't even move. Now we'll know everything. The mind transfer technique. Yamanaka exclaimed. The girl used her sharp techniques and penetrated the enemy's head. 3 minutes later, she was back in his body. It's creepy, whispered the blonde. We have to hurry. The temporary cage were now their target. Chapter 12. Damn, that's the 3rd time this day, Kankuro muttered, throwing back the defeated shinobi. Gaara was at his side. He didn't even need to intervene. His older brother quickly disposed of his enemies. I'm the only one of the cage who can still function, said number Sabaku, unless you count the temps. I'm the only one of the cage who can still do anything about it, said no Sabaku, unless you count the temps, he said. I had to leave the residence, and here you are, said Kankuro angrily. The boy spat, nervously picking up his wrists. He was already on his nerves all the time. There was more and more unrest in the country and the shinobi couldn't keep up. I keep thinking they're just assessing our abilities and coming up with a plan. What idiots, thinking they can do harm to our village. They're getting ready, Gaara mused. Cage. A voice shouted. Matsuri ran to Gaara. What is it? It's a letter from Konoha. She exclaimed. What is it? Kankuro asked. It's from Nara, Gaara answered. He has a plan to lure the hidden ones. The shinobi are dividing our world. We must start a revolution, shouted one of the protesters gathered in a remote village in the Wind Country. He was a thin man dressed in a light gray shirt and long pants. The speaker's henchmen stood nearby, forming a group of 12 demonstrators. They attracted a large crowd of villagers, many of whom listened to the speeches with glee and admiration, although there were some who grumbled that it was all nonsense. The cage cannot bring us the longed-for peace. The feudal lords seek only to enrich themselves. We must oppose injustice. This is no joke, whispered Guy, wrapped in a dark cloak. The shinobi was returning from a mission and happened to stumble upon a small village. He was amazed at what he saw. Day laborers and poor people were gathering for fun. I had heard that nowadays in almost every village there are people unhappy with the present system of living. But I hoped it was just a rumor. It's profitable for someone to stir up people's minds and turn them against the ninjas. If this keeps up, maybe a new war will break out soon. Junin listened to the shouts of the protesters for a moment longer and then turned to one of them. Junin, join us. Those who are willing to fight for a better future must not be afraid and must not retreat. The speaker was still not satisfied. That's right, smiled Guy, ninja are trash. Ha, you're not stupid. Rejoiced the troublemaker, join us. Why not, but? Guy smiled slyly, who exactly? Following someone you don't even know is like crossing a bridge blindfolded. His companion stepped back nervously. He didn't dare say anything to the first person he encountered. At that moment, the sand shinobi approached the crowd. What are those protests? Shouted one of them. Shit, hissed the speaker. The man realized that they would not escape so easily. And it was dangerous to fight ninjas, they knew nothing but talk. Damn ninjas, you're annoying. Guy exclaimed playfully and quickly scattered the trio in different directions. He only used brute force, trying not to show off the shinobi's skills in front of everyone. What strength! The speaker jumped towards him, we certainly need people like that. He dragged Guy to the tavern, where he decided to discuss the finer points of the revolution. After the 5th bottle of sake, the speaker said that they had been instructed to turn the ordinary townspeople against the feudal lords. Moreover, he said that even the samurai supported them. The man also mentioned that things would soon change and that the secret organization of the Hidden Ones would be made known to the world. What do you know? Guy smiled. You are so clever. Using ordinary people as a driving force. You bet. Laughed the drunken speaker. Guy grinned and hit the speaker with all his might, sending him and his chair flying about 5 meters away. I guess I should get back to the village, the shinobi thought to himself. It's not enough that we have Akatsuki, now we have the Hidden Ones. What's wrong with this world? Naruto was in the Hokage's office. He was waiting for Shikamaru to return so he could talk to him about the recent events. Uzumaki went straight to the village head's residence after the ceremony. He walked past Sakura without even greeting her. The girl stayed where she was confused, not knowing how to talk to her friend. The rest of the shinobi's friends were also ignored. Knowing now that he had been tricked, Uzumaki didn't want to talk to anyone. The only person he had yet to go to a meeting with was Shikamaru, since he was now in charge of everything going on in Konoha. Besides, Naruto was still dwelling on the past, fighting the urge to put it all behind him. At one point he even wished that all his memories would be erased again, but then he decided that he would go all the way. Nara did not take long to arrive. It didn't take him long to enter the office. The boy looked tired and exhausted. The last few hours had been difficult for him. All the ninja were in tense expectation, as they feared a sudden attack, but this time everything went well. I don't quite know what you're up to, said Naruto, but it's not like you. Sometimes you have to do something rash, replied Nara, you of all people should know that very well. The genie kept silent, noticing the expression of displeasure on the face of his companion. Are you still angry? Began a painfully themed shinobi at last. A little. There's no need to take offense at those who wanted to help you. You understand, don't you? Don't make others worry about you. I've already decided what I'm going to do next. Until I know what happened to Sasuke, I'm not going back to Konoha. What are you talking about? Shikamaru said worriedly. This was not the kind of statement he had expected to hear. I'm leaving the village, the Jinchuriki replied. Do you realize what you're saying? Another war is coming and you decide to leave everything. Shikamaru glared at the blonde. I can't protect someone if I killed his best friend, Naruto said in a shaky voice, until I know the whole truth, I can't move on. Sasuke still won't let you, thought Nara, and he keeps hurting you too. All right, do what you want, whispered the interim Hokage, you won't be of much use in this state, and besides, we won't be able to stop you anyway. But remember one thing, the only person who has the right to sit in that chair is you. Naruto was surprised, he still didn't believe Nara's words. Whatever happens between you and Sasuke, there are still people in Konoha who believe in you. Thank you, Shikamaru. Uzumaki walked out of the office, leaving Shikamaru alone. It'll be hard enough without him, and Kakashi hasn't returned yet. But maybe it's even better that Naruto isn't in the village, the ace better saved for last. The boy called Shizune over to him. How are our shinobi? He asked when the girl appeared with a stack of papers. Many of them are already on their way to the village, she replied, placing the papers on the Hokage's desk. The girl adjusted her vest and made a note in her notebook. Don't tell me I have to tidy all this up, said Nara dejectedly. This is only half of it, I couldn't carry it all at once. Yes, being Hokage is a lot of work. In one of the rooms, hidden from view, were 4 shinobi and their prisoner. A cry of pain echoed down the long corridor. Sometimes it would quiet down, but immediately, after about 10 seconds, it would again crush the old walls of the structure. After 2 hours of torture, Ibiki was still able to extract the information he needed. The shinobi ordered the prisoner to be dragged into a cell. A pool of blood remained at the site of the interrogation. The exhausted Kunoichi, with cuts on her arms and legs, was taken to a remote cell where not even light penetrated. The walls of the cell had long since become damp, the ceiling was crumbling and the smell of mildew hung in the air. The girl was breathing heavily, but had no strength to move. The captive sighed convulsively, her throat dry and the pressing pain in her temples giving her no respite. This is not over, she whispered, this is not over. One of the doctors entered the cell. He began to dress his wounds. 2 other guards watched them. The girl was not supposed to die. Shikamaru had said that maybe the prisoner would still be useful, so Ibiki used his techniques carefully. He was tasked with keeping her alive after the interrogation, but what state the Kunoichi was supposed to be in didn't seem that important. Although if it had been Morino's will, he would have killed the spy without hesitation, the man did not spare his enemies. After her mission to assassinate Tsunade had failed, the Kunoichi had lived through pure hell. The Junin used the most brutal methods to obtain information and, in the end, the girl could not hold out for long. She confessed that she had been spying on Konoha for 4 months. She also revealed that the Hidden Ones were planning an attack in 2 days' time. At the moment, they were gathering an army for a surprise attack. However, what alarmed Ibiki the most was the name the captive revealed. She had never addressed the leader directly, but there was an intermediary of sorts. I'm going to the acting Hokage, said Morino, keep an eye on her. Rin. The chosen one, the man thought. He remembered the girl who had once been Minato's student, but the shinobi could not quite remember her. Meanwhile, Sai advanced toward the hiding place of the enemies. Takun guided him silently. Neither of them was in the mood for idle conversation. Anbu was excited, suspecting that he would soon have to face very strong opponents, but Sai's cold-blooded face expressed no emotion, as usual. Suddenly, the dog stopped. How strange, he said, I can smell Kakashi. Could he get out? Sai asked. However, Takun didn't have time to answer. 3 shinobi appeared in front of them. One of them was Hitaki. He was standing in front of Sai, 20 paces away, the other 2 were unknown to the boy. The girl with 2 stripes on her cheeks was to Anbu's right, to the left was a man in a long dark cloak. Kakashi-sensei. The ninja looked anxiously at the master. Is he with you? The man asked. One of the students, the shinobi said dispassionately. Takun frowned. Hitaki's behavior was strange. The dog felt a kind of unease. It seemed his companion had changed, but the animal couldn't understand how exactly. Ex-pupil, a voice sounded. Kakashi stepped back directly towards Sai. Anbu couldn't do anything about it, as he didn't expect something like that from his master. Kakashi, for his part, acted quickly. He delivered a blow to his stomach, abruptly pulling out a bloody kunai. Takun froze in horror, but quickly realizing that he might now also be among the victims, he disappeared back into his world. Sai staggered. He stared at his sensei incomprehensibly. The ninja became dizzy and began to lose consciousness, but the last thing he managed to see was the Sharingan that the cloaked shinobi had activated. Uchiha. The last thought faded from Sai's mind. Chapter 13. We're leaving, the cloaked shinobi said in a muffled voice. He looked blankly at Sai, who lay motionless on the ground. Rin nodded. The girl held Kakashi's gaze for a moment, then quickly retreated. I had to do it, the man whispered. He followed the shinobi, leaving the student alone. Half an hour later, after the attackers had disappeared, Sai rolled onto his back. He unbuttoned his vest, under which there was a protective lining partially shielding his body. The kunai did not penetrate deeply, so the guy was not mortally wounded. Being able to pretend to be dead and not breathing for more than 3 minutes, the Anbu played the role to perfection. Sai guessed right away that Kakashi was worried about something. His way of speaking was completely different and alerted the ninja. So when Hitaki uttered the phrase, "former student," Sai realized that he was an extra here. The blow delivered by Kakashi was unexpected. However, the guy, seeing the eyes of the cloaked shinobi, came to the conclusion that he would have to use all his skill to avoid incriminating his teacher, as he knew the protective lining perfectly and struck with extreme caution. However, for a moment, the Anbu himself thought that Kakashi had killed him. That made Sai feel uncomfortable. For the first time in a long time, a cold sweat broke out on him. He sat up, making sure no one else was around. He tried to figure out what was making the ninja behave so strangely. The two who were there were acting very suspicious. The girl was of no interest to Anbu, his attention was on the other shinobi. Sai wondered, as he couldn't recognize the face, who was this Uchiha, how had he ended up here? After Sasuke's death, this clan had completely disappeared, and now another Sharingan bearer had appeared. The boy decided that, as soon as he returned to the village, he would make inquiries immediately. He reached into his pocket for his brush to send a message to the acting Hokage, but suddenly fumbled for a folded piece of paper. Sai pulled it out and looked at it curiously. Really? The shinobi realized, remembering the moment Kakashi had approached him. Hitaki had managed to slip the note into his student's pocket and had done it so expertly that no one had noticed anything. He quickly read the note. That's right, he whispered, I understand now. Shikamaru was on his way to meet with the elders. He had to tell them his plan and gain their support. Only the Wind Country had answered his call, and the others had remained silent. However, Nara was sure they would agree. The acting head of Konoha had other things on his mind at the moment. First, Guy's return from his mission had confirmed his worst fears. Half the population of the Fire Nation was on the enemy's side. Nara wanted to avoid a civil war by all means. Besides, he knew perfectly well that the villagers would be used as cannon fodder, and the main instigators would stab him in the back when no one expected anything. Secondly, Ibiki related what he had learned from the interrogation. The chronology given by the captive did not please Shikamaru at all. He hadn't realized it would start so soon. After all, the hidden villages weren't ready. Besides, the mention of Rin made the shinobi tense up. Nara checked the information about the girl himself. It bothered him that a former shinobi of Konoha, who was also a student of the 4th Hokage, was collaborating with the enemy. She knew many things that could break the village. Besides, Kakashi's disappearance was now explained. I hope you know what you're doing, Kakashi-sensei, the boy thought as he opened the huge doors. The boy entered the huge meeting room. The feudal lord of the Fire Nation was sitting in a padded chair with silk upholstery. Beside him were his advisors. Opposite sat the elders of Konoha. The previous elders had died during the last shinobi war, and now new ones took their places. Rumor had it that they were Tsunade's distant relatives, but no one could say for sure. They themselves would not reveal any details about themselves other than what was contained in their personal files. Shikamaru didn't care, the important thing was that he wasn't stressed. Upon seeing the feudal lord, the boy was greatly surprised. No one had warned him that such an important person would visit the village. This even hurt Nara's feelings. Although he was only the 5th aide, everything was being decided through him for the time being. We heard about it ourselves just now, whispered an old woman with silver hair tied with a blue ribbon. Old Kaika spoke little, but always to the point, and rarely interfered in the happenings in Konoha, but always kept a close eye on events. However, despite her advanced age, the old woman had a good memory. In addition, she had her own personal file with data on the shinobi who had lived in the village, with full descriptions of their techniques. Throughout her life, Kaika had gathered a lot of information that often helped Konoha. All clear, Shikamaru whispered, he couldn't blame them. The feudal man burst in, waking everyone around him. Let's get started, the second elder suggested. Komutaro was bald, so he always wore a woolen cap and walked with a pointed stick on the end. As Nara had accidentally learned, the end contained poison. The ingenious invention served as protection for the old man, although Shikamaru did not see who could harm him in the center of the village. Komutaro preferred to be prepared for anything, however, the shinobi's habits had not yet left him. The old man was grumpy and inconsistent in his opinions, but he always took plenty of time to weigh his decisions, and did not rush his judgments. Shikamaru sat down at the table. "It's good to see you," he said. The feudal nodded. He looked at the acting Hokage with apprehension. There were many rumors about Nara that praised his intelligence, and the feudal lord wondered what he would really be like. "I'll begin," Shikamaru said. He was going to present his plan, hoping to gain the support of the daimyo of at least his own country. Hinata, Ino and Kiba returned to Konoha. The team immediately headed to the hospital where Kiba was admitted. Hyuga was left waiting for the doctor's verdict. The girl was very worried and could not sit still. During their return, the boy got worse and Ino could not take it anymore. The boys had spent a lot of effort to reach Konoha in such a short time. The girl wandered through the corridors, unable to find a place to go. Suddenly, Naruto came out of the room across the hall. He waved goodbye to the doctor and headed for the exit. "Naruto!" The kunoichi called out to him. Uzumaki stopped and the girl approached. "Ah, Hinata," the boy smiled sourly. "What's the matter?" The girl looked at him incomprehensibly. The blonde's behavior was out of the ordinary. "I'm sorry, but I'm really tired and I have to go now." "But," Janeda stammered. She was already shaken after the mission, and Uzumaki's coldness had upset her greatly. Now she could no longer contain herself and cried. The boy panicked. He hadn't expected such a reaction. "Hinata, what are you doing?" The blonde waved his hands in confusion. "I'm sorry. At that moment, a doctor approached them. "You delivered Inuzuka Kiba, didn't you?" he asked. "Yes," Hyuga whispered. "How is he?" "It's all right. Thanks to timely treatment, he'll recover quickly, so don't worry." "Is Kiba here?" Naruto asked anxiously. Hinata nodded. The girl wiped away her tears and felt ashamed for showing her weakness. "He was injured on the mission," the girl explained. It was hard for her to speak as the guilt still lingered in the kunoichi. Uzumaki was silent for a moment. "Good thing everything went well," he smiled, letting out a sigh of relief. Despite his resentment, Naruto couldn't pout at his friends for long, especially if one of them was injured and the other was under stress. "But, Naruto," the girl whispered, turning back to the shinobi, "what are you doing here?" "I went to see the doctor. Shikamaru forced me to have another checkup before leaving." "That means your memories. Part of them are back," confirmed the boy. Hinata was silent. She was finally beginning to realize why the boy had answered her so harshly at first. "I'm sorry," the kunoichi whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Uzumaki smiled and, waving his hand, headed towards the exit. The girl stared at his passing for a while, but then returned to her seat, waiting to be allowed to visit Kiba. Naruto walked out of the hospital. At that moment, Sakura walked towards him. The girl froze in surprise, but Uzumaki was too absorbed in his thoughts and didn't notice his companion's presence. He was haunted by his last memory, where he had fought Sasuke. Haruno was annoyed. She was already annoyed that her friend didn't notice her. "Naruto!" the kunoichi shouted, brandishing her fist. The guy didn't have time to react, and went flying, as he was thrown a decent distance away. "Sakura," the guy barely spoke, rubbing his cheek. He was shocked. It had been a long time since the girl had hit him, and now she reminded him of her favorite way. "Stop ignoring me," the pink-haired girl shouted, approaching Uzumaki. No." The shinobi tried to justify himself. "I was just trying to help you, like everyone else. So stop sulking." "Sakura-chan, I'm not sulking anymore," the ninja whispered fearfully. Now the kunoichi was angrier than ever, and Naruto had even forgotten about the deception. Haruno paused, assessing whether her friend was telling the truth or not. She finally calmed down, as Naruto's attention was now fixed only on her. "If you understand, get up and let's go," she said softly, "we need to talk." The guard approached the cell. The prisoner was still motionless on the floor. She had barely gotten up since Ibiki's torture, and from time to time her hoarse words that it wasn't over could be heard. Now, however, she was completely silent. Her blonde hair was blackened with dirt and hung in tangled locks. All of the girl's wounds had been healed, but she was still sighing heavily. The kunoichi didn't want to eat either. She wore handcuffs on her hands, which had already chafed her wrists. The guard passed by several times, but did not dare to open the cell. After the first half of the day, many shinobi had gone to a meeting held by the Junin, so the room now seemed deserted. A few guards were spread across the 3 levels and strolled quietly among the prisoners. As the guard stepped into the hallway, the kunoichi snorted. She crawled to the wall, leaned against it and, finding a sharp stone, began rubbing her shoulder against it. It was a painful procedure, but she didn't give up. For several minutes he rubbed his shoulder until it bled, stifling the scream that came out of it. Finally, when the skin peeled away, she turned her head. There was a thin needle stuck in her shoulder. The kunoichi had hidden the only weapon at her disposal in her body. Even before the operation began, the girl had reasserted herself. Yes, and the wound healed quickly, leaving no trace of the intervention. Pulling out a needle with her teeth, the girl spat it into her hand, quickly opened the lock and the heavy handcuffs collapsed to the floor. She stood up, kneading her stiff body and feeling a surge of strength. The captive carefully picked the door lock, stepped out into the hallway and, using her camouflage technique, headed for the exit. "Now you're going to die," whispered the kunoichi, determined to complete her mission. Chapter 14. Sakura and Naruto were at the Ichiraku ramen. The boy was gorging on his second bowl, while Haruno couldn't handle the first one either. The girl just smiled. Her friend's behavior amused her as always. Uzumaki was voracious and wasn't going to stop. Master Ichiraku himself was already preparing the next portion. The kunoichi watched Naruto with parsimony. He was silent, as if he was thinking about something important. Sakura understood perfectly what was troubling him, but for a long time she couldn't engage him in conversation. She knew she had done the right thing by keeping the truth from Uzumaki, but as her best friend, she should have told him right away. It didn't matter now though, the only thing the girl feared was his reaction. What could happen to the shinobi if he remembered everything to the end? How would he react to her past actions? The girl had been asking herself these questions for a long time, but she couldn't find any answers. Haruno herself had long since accepted the fact that Sasuke was part of her past. She realized that she would never be able to forget him, but in spite of everything, she decided to move on, despite the pain that still tormented her heart. Finally the kunoichi decided to break the silence that weighed on both of them. "Listen, Naruto," began the girl, "tell me, what are you going to do now?" She looked him straight in the eyes. The boy stopped eating and, without thinking, blurted out, "I'm going to look for Sasuke." The kunoichi frowned. She tried to find the right words, but Naruto beat her to it. "Everyone thinks he's dead, I don't want to believe it." The boy smiled. It seemed that behind that same smile the blonde was trying to hide all his sadness that had been tormenting him all this time. The girl sighed. She took out a little gray bag from her pocket and held it out to Naruto. Here are some energy pills in case you get tired on the way," said the doctor, "and an ointment in case you get hurt." The boy looked surprised at the gifts. He thought that Sakura would try to stop him in every possible way, but he was wrong. "Thank you," he thanked the shinobi. "Be careful and come back soon." The girl left the Ichiraku ramen and headed to the Konoha hospital. Naruto finished his meal, ordered 2 more, and after an hour in his favorite restaurant, went to pick up his things. Shikamaru had managed to curry favor with the feudal lord after meeting him. The boy was glad that he had been able to convince the chieftain to cooperate. Be that as it may, the daimyo was at a disadvantage because of the rebellion in the ranks of the common people of the village. Nara made his way quietly to the office. He was very tired, the heaviness throughout his body literally immobilizing him in the chair. He longed to rest for at least 5 minutes, and did not notice how he dozed at his desk. The enormous amount of responsibility that had fallen on his shoulders was too much for such a lazy man. Shikamaru, being the commander of a mission, was stressing the shinobi out, and the position he currently held had worn him down. Shizune entered the office quietly. The girl held a tray with a cup of hot tea. The kunoichi had also been working long hours without a break, and knew all too well how hard it was. She set the tray down on the table and looked sadly at Nara. He was exhausted now, and the girl didn't dare to wake him up. Suddenly, the kunoichi felt someone's presence. She tried not to show it and flipped through the papers as if looking for something important there. Shizune tried to figure out who was in the room besides her. And where that person was. The girl reached into her pocket gingerly, fumbling for a shuriken, pulled it out with lightning speed and threw it again. A clatter was heard, one of the chairs fell, a few drops of blood appeared on the floor, but the enemy was still missing. "Shikamaru!" shrieked the girl, running towards the acting Hokage. She sprinted towards him and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her thigh area. Barely able to open his eyes, the boy was finally able to stand up. He finally woke up and took in what was happening, helped by the injured girl he saw in front of him. The kunoichi clung to his side, covering Shikamaru. "Enemy," the girl whispered. She pulled out her kunai and prepared for another possible attack. Shikamaru tried to kick towards the window, but the strange barrier completely neutralized his attempt. "That's it," the shinobi thought. "We've been locked in here, and it seems that no one outside even knows what's going on in this room." The boy looked around the room. Not a single movement. It seemed that even the air had frozen for a moment. Shizune was nursing her wound with one hand and holding her weapon with the other, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Suddenly, the kunoichi was pushed by someone, and before she could do anything, she found herself on the other side of the room. At that moment, Nara felt someone squeezing his throat with their hand. It was pressed against the wall, so hard that the boy could barely move. "There is no leader in Konoha anymore," a woman's voice said. Neji was sitting in a secret meeting of the Junin. The strongest shinobi were discussing the strategy Shikamaru had proposed. Almost everyone was in favor of Nara's plan, though there were still some who were not completely sure. Hyuga had been trying for a long time to convince everyone that they should start acting immediately. He was Shikamaru's representative while dealing with the elders and the feudal lord. In fact, Nara was running out of time, so he entrusted this meeting entirely to another genius. After much debate and discussion, the shinobi decided to waste no time and begin the planned operation. A squad of Anbu set out to carry out the mission. Their mission was to fan out across the Fire Nation and report suspicious occurrences and people who might threaten the Hokage's policy. Split into two, the 40-man Anbu group set out. As no one knew exactly where the hidden attack would take place, it became a priority to get into a favorable position. Neji mobilized all the village forces, at the same time, ordering medical squads to be set up in a timely manner. In addition, Shikamaru, before the start of the meeting, wanted to declare a state of emergency. However, he and Hyuga soon decided that this would only demonstrate their knowledge. As long as the enemy did not suspect that Konoha was aware of the plans, it was possible to play on surprises, but worried about the fate of the unconscious villagers, Nara still ordered to keep the bunkers ready. Sai returned to Konoha. The boy was exhausted from the long journey. His wounds hurt unbearably, so the shinobi went straight to the hospital. After the painful procedure, he rushed to Shikamaru's room. The Anbu wanted to meet with Nara as soon as possible, and talk about what had happened. Sai didn't know if his letter had reached him in time or not. The boy climbed the stairs and, finding himself in an unusually empty hallway, moved forward. A strange feeling did not leave the shinobi. "Sai!" An exclamation was heard. The boy turned around. Choji was standing behind him, eating potato chips as usual. He had been wandering around the palace for nothing, for there was no longer a need to guard the fifth chamber. "When did you come back?" Akamichi asked. "Not long ago. I need to talk to Shikamaru." "You shouldn't bother him now," Choji sighed. He looked tired after his meeting with the feudal lord. "I've been wanting to talk to him for a while, but let's give him time to rest." "The Hokage can't have that much time, especially not now," the Anbu said tensely. He thought about it for a moment. Maybe it would be better for the moment to look for information about the shinobi who was with Kakashi, so it would be easier to come up with a plan to disarm him. Besides, it would save time, and afterwards, Sai could deliver a full report to the acting Hokage. Well, all right, Sai finally said, then you'll help me. Since Akamichi was free, he gladly agreed, but made it a condition that Sai would treat him to a kebab after work. The two shinobi headed for the Konoha vault. Using his access code, Sai quietly made his way to the secret section where the information about the missing clans was located. Huge shelves of manuscripts and books filled the room, which was the size of a hospital room. Although the room was rarely visited, it was very clean. Each document was kept in order, strictly arranged under its number and emblem. Finding the Uchichi emblem, Sai took out the papers and moved them to the round stone table. What are we looking for? Choji asked, sitting down next to him. I'm not sure. Sai hesitated. He took out a white sheet of paper and a brush. In a few minutes, the boy drew a portrait of the Uchiha. Trying to remember every little detail, the shinobi drew the enemy as accurately as possible. Choji watched his actions with interest. If you see anyone who looks like him, tell me right away, he said. Do you think there are portraits of all the clan members here? Said the boy with doubt in his voice. I hope so. I don't think an ordinary ninja can achieve such results, he is strong, very strong. Sai said firmly. If only even Kakashi-sensei would join his squad, thought the boy. Sensei had already given some hints to his student, it only remained to use them correctly. Maybe Kakashi, knowing his student's talent, believed he would be able to recreate a portrait of the enemy and get the information he needed. He probably needs proof as well, Sai whispered. Could it be that Kakashi-sensei was unable to determine the identity of the Uchiha? Did you say something? Choji asked, distracted from his work. No, nothing, just thinking out loud. Kakashi, along with Rin and the leader of the Hidden Ones, were traveling towards the land country. Hitaki had already been brought up to speed. The first victim of the Hidden Ones would be the land of Earth, the Iwa village. Since it was the weakest village in the world, the Uchiha decided to attack immediately. The village is just waiting for our order, said Rin. Many villagers are willing to make revolutions in the name of peace. A peace built on blood, Kakashi thought sadly. He still couldn't believe that that girl was Rin herself, but he knew very well that she was very much affected by that self-proclaimed master. Hitaki still had doubts if it was really him, but the name of the hidden leader had shocked the genius, but the Mangekyo Sharingan had made him believe in the truthfulness of his words, though not entirely. Kakashi himself possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but his companions didn't need to know that. Surprise was the best way to bring an enemy to a stalemate. So, tomorrow? Kakashi asked. Yes, the Uchiha replied briefly. You will keep your promise, won't you? Hitaki asked again. Do you doubt me, Kakashi? The fellow smiled. I have no reason to trust you. I can bring Obito back, and it won't be Edo Tensei. His body and soul will be real, and I will not control his actions, but since Obito died at a young age, he will come back to you as a 13-year-old boy. So be it, Rin whispered, the important thing is that he will live. Obito will come back, Kakashi thought. Now that I try to imagine it, there's no way I can believe it's possible. Suddenly, the Uchiha stopped. Rin and Kakashi landed on neighboring branches. They had been traveling for a long time without resting, without changing direction. What's the matter? Rin asked. Looks like someone followed us after all, whispered the Uchiha. He's seen it, Kakashi tensed. The Junin watched the Uchiha's actions closely. The leader of the Hidden Ones suddenly moved. A shout rang out 20 meters away from them. Several renegade shinobi were killed by him in the blink of an eye. They wanted to attack us, the Kunoichi whispered. How stupid. The girl turned to Hitaki. He was rubbing his forehead with his hand. Trying not to look suspicious, the shinobi moved on, but the girl was still suspicious of something. She followed him. But now she didn't let her friend out of her sight. The Uchiha didn't take long to catch up. She didn't notice him, Kakashi sighed in relief. For a moment he thought they were going to unravel them, but fortunately it was all over. Yamato, after melting into one of the trees and making sure the three of them were at a safe distance, came out of hiding. I thought he had spotted me, the man thought, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He looked at the shinobi who had fallen into the Uchiha's hands and thanked fate that he had been spared. It was not in their best interest to fight now, for the forces were not equal. The three shinobi were followed by a small army of samurai. They were keeping a decent distance away, but Yamato was able to spot them. He created 2 wooden clones and they reported everything that was happening within a 30-kilometer radius. The Junin had been following them for a long time. Yamato, after the disappearance of his senpai, immediately went in search of them. He was able to locate the place where Kakashi and Sai had clashed. His clone was watching the scene and immediately told him what he had seen. After that, Yamato followed the trio relentlessly. He used herb powder to tell his friend about himself. Knowing that Kakashi had a keen sense of smell, Yamato spread the faint scent of almonds throughout the forest. During one of their past missions, the 2 shinobi had devised their own special signals that helped them know about each other from a distance. This technique had often helped Kakashi and Yamato. And now Hatake was able to notice his friend's presence. Uchiha and Rin didn't notice anything, and that reassured both shinobi. They continued to move all in the same direction, preparing for the coming war. Naruto left Konoha. The boy headed for the Land of Waters. He decided he had to visit the site of his battle. The ninja didn't know if it would do any good, but he wasn't going to back down. After equipping his travel bag, the shinobi quickly advanced down the road. He didn't want to waste any time. Despite his personal problems and worries, he was aware that he would soon have to return to his duty. If Konoha went to war, no matter how much Uzumaki wanted to fix himself, he would have to forget about his feelings for a while. The boy hoped to soon resolve all the problems that had arisen. After meeting with Sakura, Naruto felt better. The girl managed to dispel, at least temporarily, his longing, which was so deeply rooted in his soul. Besides, Shikamaru's words still lingered in his mind. Hokage, huh? The blonde smiled. He was flattered to hear such phrases from one of Konoha's geniuses. It would be nice to make that dream come true. The boy quickened his pace. He even dreamed of becoming a Hokage like Minato. The title of the strongest man in Konoha and the Fire Country, the dream of fulfilling a cherished wish flared in his heart with renewed vigor. How long it had been since he had thought about it. Because of all the troubles, there was hardly any time to dream. Besides, the constant tension Uzumaki was living in was completely draining his energy. Now the trip seemed like a temporary escape. At last, the shinobi had a chance to distract himself a little. He tried not to think about bad things, just to move forward cheerfully, preparing himself for good. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his head made him slow down. The boy swayed, trying not to lose his balance. Images and moments of his fight with his friend began to surface in his mind. Uzumaki sat up on his knees, unable to bear the pain that gripped his head. Memories swooped down on him like a flock of birds, giving him no chance to recover. Everything was happening fast, and he could not control his consciousness. He wrapped his arms around his head, screaming. The blows being delivered to his subconscious seemed to reverberate through him, and indeed. Naruto was breathing raggedly, gulping air greedily. His pupils were dilated and his body shuddered each time as if he was being electrocuted. Suddenly, tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He whispered with trembling lips. I killed him after all. Chapter 15. The beginning of the flashback. He's concentrating wind chakra into Rasengan. I've seen this technique before. The Uchiha prepared to repel the attack. Rasenshuriken, Naruto exclaimed. He threw it straight at the renegade. Suddenly, Sasuke fell to his knees and grabbed his head. Everything was swimming in front of his eyes, and the attack was getting faster and faster with each passing second. Here we go, thought the renegade. He managed to bounce to the side, but the Rasengan's sword still managed to graze the shinobi's shoulder. Something's wrong, Naruto thought as he watched Sasuke's actions. He doesn't fight like he used to. Uzumaki hesitated to attack again. Sasuke, on the other hand, was finally able to control himself again. He smiled. His friend was still being too kind and didn't take the opportunity to attack him. "Didn't you say you were going to be serious?" Uchiha asked wryly. "If you want to beat me, fight hard." He looked mockingly at his friend, proving that he was superior to Naruto in every way. The brunette's provocation had worked. "Fine, if that's what you want," Uzumaki whispered. He folded the seals. Game time was over. Now they had to fight for real and end this fight once and for all. "Sasuke, I'll show you." After the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, the countries continued the hunt for Uchiha, and Naruto did his best to protect his friend. After a long search, the boy was able to find him, but they had to fight each other again. Sasuke was too stubborn, and revenge was partially satisfied, and still retreated, deciding not to attack Konoha, but Uzumaki this was not enough. He swore to himself that he would definitely tear his friend from the darkness that enveloped the shinobi, and the Jinchuriki was not going to back down. Sasuke himself wanted nothing more than to disappear, so that no one would ever bother him again. However, knowing Naruto's stubbornness, he realized that his wish would not come true. The boy decided to end their friendship once and for all. Now they both had a chance to make their wishes come true. "Naruto, you're too predictable," sighed the renegade. He stood in front of his opponent as the latter tried to use one of his techniques. Suddenly, the Uchiha disappeared from the Jinchuriki's sight. Where had he gone? The shinobi looked around. Suddenly he was surrounded by flames. Naruto created several clones that pushed him out of the trap. Once high in the sky, Uzumaki used Sage Mode to spot Sasuke. The Uchiha was right below him, hiding in the shade of one of the trees. However, noticing that he had been detected, Sasuke moved abruptly. "You will not escape." Naruto followed him. The Uchiha was moving quite fast, however the Uzumaki kept pace with him. Because their fight was attracting too much attention, the city became concerned and sent out a reconnaissance squad. The ninja, on the other hand, wanted to settle things on their own, without outsiders. Retreating and, at the same time, chasing each other, they found themselves on Naruto Bridge. The shouts and noise of the townspeople had been left far behind. The two friends were now left to their own devices. Standing on the bridge that connected them to their memories, the shinobi felt a kind of nostalgia. The past suddenly appeared before them. The mission that had changed everyone in Team 7. The mission where for the first time Sasuke had protected Naruto and had almost died. The mission where Uzumaki had been able to know the power that is born when you protect those close to you. They had been together at that time, but now they were on opposite sides of the barricades. The outcome of the battle was to decide their fates. "You're faster now," Sasuke said, standing in the middle of the bridge. He tried to push away the memories he had been running from for so long. "You too," Naruto observed him, ready for any unexpected attack. Without realizing it, the shinobi felt stronger and more confident. He had already made his decision, and he wasn't going to back down. "This bridge brings back memories." The Uchiha's voice was calm as always, but not indifferent, "and this is where it will all end." Sasuke finally made up his mind. The doubts that had lived in his soul until now were dispelled. "You're more talkative than usual today, Sasuke," Naruto commented, still unable to understand what was moving his friend. "Idiot. That wise-ass mode of yours is capable of spotting me anywhere, besides illusions will be useless now," Sasuke mused. He had already seen the Uzumaki's power in action, and now he had to face him. Before the Uchiha could think of a strategy, he was surrounded by over 100 Naruto clones. Each of them had a Rasengan in hand and they synchronized towards the renegade. "You'll have a hard time dodging one of these," Uzumaki mused as he controlled his doppelgangers from a distance. However, a barrage of lightning that traveled in a zigzag pattern destroyed half of the clones. The strikes that hit the rest were unsuccessful as Sasuke surrounded Susanoo's barrier. Damn it, Uzumaki chided himself. He had managed to forget about his friend's powerful defense and he had paid for it. "You can't catch me," Sasuke created a sword in his hand, like that of a samurai. Only it was made of lightning. It was directed towards the shinobi, who at that moment was open to attack. Sasuke's chakra flow is not stable, Uzumaki assessed his opponent. At that moment, the sword pierced Naruto's body, but the latter didn't flinch either, merely grabbing the Uchiha's arms, preventing him from being able to break free. "I got you," smiled the blonde. "It's a clone," guessed the shinobi. Behind him, the real Naruto appeared. In his hand was a Rasen shuriken. However, the ninja didn't have time to use it, as Sasuke's Susanoo knocked him down. The huge purple hand that had appeared so suddenly tried to attack again, but Uzumaki managed to pull back. Instead, the attack damaged the bridge on which the opponents were standing. Cracks spread across its surface. A huge hole formed where his hand had struck, and several concrete slabs fell into the water, stirring up sea life. Suddenly, Susanoo began to disappear. The guy covered his eye with his hand, a bloody tear running down his cheek. Having implanted Itachi's eyes into himself, Sasuke had used his strongest techniques too often, causing his body to take a lot of damage. Shit, the boy backed up a few steps. He needed time to reactivate his Sharingan. For a moment everything in front of his eyes became blurry, but the sharpness of the image returned after a few seconds. To avoid being caught off guard, the Uchiha used the kunayami with the explosive scrolls and scattered them in different directions, while retreating to a safer place. An explosion went off. Concrete slabs began to fall on Uzumaki, who had not yet recovered from the impact. The ninja folded his seals just in time. Immediately, the Toad King Gamabunta appeared in front of him and covered the Jinchuriki with himself. "Naruto, you summoned me again." Gamabunta, who didn't feel like fighting, was furious. "I'm sorry, but I need your help," whispered the shinobi, wiping the blood from his forehead with his sleeve. The toad threw aside a few rocks, clearing the area. Noticing the renegade, he frowned. Gamabunta now realized the gravity of the situation he was involved in. Sasuke also wasted no time and summoned the King of Snakes. The huge purple and black cobra watched his opponents viciously, waving its tail in anticipation of battle. Both shinobi landed on the heads of the summoned animals. Fireball. Sasuke went on the attack as the snake gave way forward. Water squirting. The toad pronounced, knocking down the flames escaping from the Uchiha's mouth. He's no longer using the Sharingan, Naruto assessed his friend's actions. Now the Uzumaki was losing no detail, trying to find his opponent's weak point. Toad drew his sword from the scabbard and swung towards the cobra. The snake dodged the attack, and tried to twist the amphibian. At that moment, the animals collided with each other. The two shinobi jumped. Naruto had a Rasengan formed in his hand and Sasuke had a Chidori. They headed towards each other. Just like last time, Sasuke's mind raced. We'll find out what the other feels. Naruto mused, inching closer and closer to the Uchiha. Another second and the two techniques collided, creating a sort of chakra sphere of lightning and wind. Due to the strong resonance, both techniques exploded. The ninjas were once again thrown away from each other. The landing was not easy at all. Naruto couldn't catch the toad in time, so he fell rolling down its back, crashing into a pile of rocks. Sasuke, due to the sharp pain he felt in his head, did not have time to concentrate and regroup, so he fell into the river. Although the water cushioned the fall, the collision with the liquid was still not pleasant. The snake and the toad continued to fight each other, even though their masters were not yet engaged in battle. The toad thrust his sword into the middle of the bridge and, with his forelegs against it, kicked the cobra. The snake swayed a little, but did not fall. It opened its mouth and whirled toward the enemy, preparing to bite him. Meanwhile, Naruto crawled out from under a pile of rocks. Using his hermit power, he was able to locate Sasuke, who had already swum out and was standing on the surface of the water. The Uzumaki jumped down, following his opponent. The Uchiha created a chakra blade and spun, attempting to slash at the blonde while he was still in midair. However, Naruto deflected the blow with his kunai, which broke immediately. Once close to Sasuke, the boy switched to hand-to-hand combat. He started throwing punches with his fists, but the Uchiha dodged them with ease. The brunette, who had been waiting for an opportunity to intercept Naruto's arm, tried to run his friend through with a sword, but it forcefully slipped out of the Uchiha's clutching hands, tearing his jacket. The Jinchuriki grabbed the shurikens and threw them at the shinobi. Sasuke fought them off with his sword, and as he approached Uzumaki, he kicked him in the stomach. Naruto stepped back, and the moment the renegade tried to repeat the series of attacks, Uzumaki managed to use the replacement technique and move to safety. Once on the riverbank, the boy leaned against a large rock and tried to catch his breath. "It's about time," sighed the blonde, watching his opponent from afar. "Damn Sasuke, even without the Sharingan he's that strong." The boy hesitated, trying to figure out how to proceed. A frontal attack was useless, nor was a surprise attack. Uzumaki didn't want to use all his power to the fullest. He had a strange feeling that Sasuke was pursuing some hidden agenda in fighting him. But what was going through the renegade's mind, Naruto couldn't understand. Still, he realized that if he kept fighting like this, he couldn't win. Sasuke, for his part, was expecting an attack. He did not waste energy searching for his friend, for he knew perfectly well that he would reappear soon. Instead, the Uchiha interrupted the technique and the chakra blade dissipated. "I need to conserve energy," the Uchiha assessed his abilities. After all, Naruto was able to subdue 9 tails. Sooner or later he'll use the fox's power. The renegade touched the wound on his shoulder from a short while ago. It partially damaged the chakra threads, the shinobi mused. If that technique were to hit its target, even if I managed to survive, would be completely paralyzed. Even such a slight wound causes a lot of discomfort. The boy checked the seal on his arm. The Uchiha had to delay it until he could use the Mangekyo Sharingan again. Sasuke checked the number of kunai. He had 4 more explosive seals and a smoke bomb at his disposal. The boy took a closer look at the area around the river. There were thickets of forest near the bank and a steppe area on the other side. Best to move the battle to the forest, the renegade strategized. There's no way to set a trap in the open, so. Sasuke didn't have time to finish his thought when he felt his legs being grabbed. Naruto swam out of the water and clung tightly to his friend. A sly grin crept across his face. "When you." Sasuke tried to punch him, but was grabbed from behind by another clone, completely stopping his movements. At that moment, another Naruto was rushing towards his friend. His Rasengan this time was much bigger than usual. "Lady Rasengan!" shouted the blonde when the Uchiha was only 6 meters away. Sasuke used the Chidori Nagashi technique to send a lightning bolt throughout his body, and once the clones had disappeared, he used a smoke bomb to hide in the fog. Once inside the puffs of smoke, Naruto slowed down for a moment, however he quickly located Sasuke. The boy tried to attack, however he suddenly felt a lightning bolt go through his entire body. The clone had disappeared again. So he wasn't real either, the Uchiha whispered as the smoke dissipated. Sasuke used water as a conductor and used the lightning element, Naruto mused, still hiding. The boy had received new information, from the clones he had just defeated. "So he was waiting for the moment to trap me in the water," said Naruto. "Then all I have to do is lure him and move the battle location to another place, then Sasuke's advantage will disappear." He created more clones and they headed towards the Uchiha. They surrounded the shinobi. "How long are you going to hide?" Sasuke said wearily. He resented his friend's tactic, though on the other hand it gave him a head start. One of the clones tried to grab the Uchiha, but was dispelled by a punch to the face. The other slashed and Sasuke fell into the water, and as Naruto tried to finish him off with a kick to the leg, the renegade plunged into the water. The impact hit the surface of the river. The Uchiha swam out not far away. "Fire element, great flowering flame," recited the name of the technique to the renegade. 3 fireballs shot towards the clones, which immediately blasted the Jinchuriki doppelgangers. The Uchiha wiped the blood from his shoulder and summoned a hawk. The bird soared into the air. Circling over the river, the hawk swooped down towards where Naruto was hiding. The boy bounced to the side. He was almost caught in the talons of the bird, which turned around and headed back toward Uzumaki. "Double Rasengan!" the shinobi shouted. A ball of chakra appeared in both his hands, and as soon as the hawk flew close enough, the shinobi hit it right in the face. The bird disappeared immediately. Fire element, the great technique of the fire dragon. The flame technique that transformed into a dragon was heading towards Naruto. There was an explosion. Uzumaki flew out of the fire that immediately engulfed the nearby trees. The shinobi retreated back into the deepest part of the forest. He was caught off guard and the Jinchuriki tried to compose himself to continue the fight once more. He could still clearly see Sasuke standing on the water through the thicket. It looked like the shinobi hadn't even moved the entire time. Suddenly, Uzumaki sensed danger. He wanted to retreat again, but his movements were slowed by a thin fishing line. Another Sasuke appeared near him. A clone? He asked, annoyed at being caught so easily. You're not the only one who can create them, smiled the brunette. At that moment, Uzumaki heard a hissing sound. 4 explosive seals had been activated in the trees. Shit. Once again, an explosion sounded. The real Sasuke looked toward the trap expectantly. Puffs of smoke rose into the sky, which was already covered with black clouds. It's going to rain, whispered the Uchiha, that's good. At that moment, the renegade felt a huge flow of chakra. Sasuke squinted, trying to see what was happening in the burning forest. Naruto took advantage of the fox mode. His body was covered in bright yellow flames. The boy stepped out of the trap. All his wounds began to heal quickly. So, the Jinchuriki guessed. He realized that Sasuke had used the smoke bomb to create a clone that had headed into the forest and placed the explosive seals. The bird call was necessary to lure Uzumaki into a trap. I finally harnessed the power of the 9 tails, Sasuke grinned. Shouldn't you be laughing, Sasuke? Naruto exclaimed defiantly. The boy was still standing on the ground, mentally thinking about possible attacks from the Uchiha. At that moment, the animals rushed off the bridge, clawing at each other even more fiercely. The waves formed by their fall covered the Uchiha, and Uzumaki lost sight of him. So this is your true power, Sasuke smiled inwardly. He used the seal on his hand to summon a weapon. Kunai flew towards the blonde. The Jinchuriki deflected the attack with 2 hands formed from fox chakra. Sasuke leapt towards him, holding the summoned sword. The shinobi clashed once more. Kusanagi was unable to pierce the Jinchuriki's body. The sword was covered in red chakra and burst into flames. The Uchiha burned his hand. He had to let go of the hilt as it began to melt. Wasting no time, Uzumaki decided to try to grab Sasuke again. They were an arm's length away from each other. However, the Uchiha just smiled. All this time, he was just trying to get his friend to come closer to him. Enough time had passed to use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan again. Amaterasu. Black fire lunged at Uzumaki, but he dodged the attack. Amaterasu, however, traveled further and hit the fighting animals. They began to flail in terror until they disappeared. He missed, Sasuke muttered as he folded the seals. The Uzumaki's speed amazed him. Naruto had sensed at the last moment that the Uchiha would try to attack with something terrible and had ducked just in time. Apparently he was able to outrun the 4th Hokage after all, Sasuke mused. Naruto was behind him in an instant. Gotcha! Uzumaki shrieked. On his back were several arms that looked like tails. 3 Rasengan appeared on each of them. The shinobi attacked, but Sasuke had time to take advantage of Susanoo. The god's shield closed tightly around Sasuke. When did he have time? Said Uzumaki angrily. A crossbow appeared in Susanoo's hand. He's going to. Naruto backed away as far as he could. You won't escape, Sasuke whispered. He aimed the arrow directly at Naruto. It whizzed past, churning the surface of the river and forming tall columns of water. Uzumaki's tail snagged on the bridge and pulled the shinobi upward. An arrow slammed into one of the pillars, but the column held firm. That was close, Uzumaki sighed. Sasuke recreated the arrow and aimed it at Naruto. As he got closer, the Jinchuriki created 30 clones that scattered around the area where the battle was raging. The arrow hit twice as many. Finding the real one was now quite difficult for Sasuke, and he had no intention of wasting arrows on clones. It's useless, Sasuke shouted. The boy looked up at the sky again. The storm clouds were still thickening. It won't be long now, the Uchiha headed back towards the bridge. The boy began to climb up one of the concrete pillars. What did he intend to do? Uzumaki said puzzled, but still followed the renegade. They met again on the now rickety bridge. What are you going to do? Uzumaki asked, sensing that the Uchiha's intentions were becoming increasingly unpredictable. I decided it was time to end our fight, Sasuke replied, and at that moment lightning flashed behind him. The end of the flashback. Chapter 16. The shinobi were already near the village of Iwa. The samurai who had arrived as reinforcements had positioned themselves according to plan, all around the area near the village. In the village, the supporters of the Hidden were waiting for the signal to start the rebellion. Kakashi had all this time been watching what the Uchiha was doing, as he worked out his plan to neutralize the enemies. We will start soon, Rin said. The girl sent the letter to the allies along with the pigeon and returned to her master. What do you think, Rin? Asked the Uchiha, looking at the outline of the settlement. Everything seems to be going according to plan, said the kunoichi. They're not even expecting an attack. And yet, the leader squinted, it's too quiet out there. Not even a patrol, isn't it strange? At that moment, Kakashi appeared behind the shinobi. He nonchalantly followed the allies and sat down next to them. Where have you been? Uchiha asked suspiciously. I checked the neighborhood, the copy ninja replied calmly. It's clear. Then can we get started? At that moment, the Uchiha turned sharply towards Kakashi and tried to stab him in the chest with the kunai hidden in his sleeve, but Hitaki reacted quickly and stepped back. What are you doing? Rin exclaimed, startled. It's a trap, said the leader, rising from his seat. You've guessed it, then. Kakashi mused. At that moment, a shout rang out. The samurai headed towards the village. What are they doing? The girl got angry, there were no orders. At that moment, Kakashi started to double the seals for the water dragon technique. He decided to attack while he had the chance. It's all Kakashi. The kunoichi finally realized. She jumped back to the top of one of the trees. At that moment, Hitaki's technique attacked the Uchiha. However, his Sharingan absorbed the copying ninja's technique. He was able to do that. Kakashi was surprised, his Sharingan is just like mine, it can absorb the enemy's technique in subspace. At that moment, the shinobi felt immobilized. Rin seized the moment and attacked. She used one of her paralyzing techniques again. The girl appeared behind Hitaki, clutching the kunai tightly in her hand. She was confused and didn't know how to react to the betrayal. What are you doing? Rin was furious. Rin, it was useless from the beginning, Kakashi uttered. What? I understand how you feel more than anyone else, but your actions can't be justified right now. Kakashi, everything is. She stuttered, as the kunoichi found it hard to always talk about such a painful topic, it's because of Obito. Before Hitaki could answer, the Uchiha appeared right in front of him. Find time to talk, said the leader angrily. He reached out his hand towards Kakashi's eye, intending to tear out his Sharingan while his opponent was unable to move. At that moment, a wooden wall appeared right in front of the two shinobi. The leader jumped aside, dodging the blow. Kakashi, for his part, took advantage of the kunoichi's confusion. He loosened his technique for a moment, and the captive broke free from the girl's grasp. She turned to Rin, who tried to attack again. However, Kakashi was faster. He disarmed the girl by twisting her arms. Let go of me, Kakashi. Rin shrieked, trying to free herself, but it was all in vain. Yamato, who had been waiting all this time for an opportunity to attack, finally appeared. Without missing a beat, he created the cage in which the Uchiha had fallen. Wood elemental, interesting, he said. Are you all right? Asked Yamato just in case. The shinobi did not lose sight of his enemy, because he knew that at any moment he would try to do something again. To be distracted for a second would be to risk his life. Yamato stared at the prisoner, planning his next move. Yes, said Kakashi. Damn it, you tricked me. The kunoichi still wouldn't budge. The girl was overwhelmed. She couldn't fight with all her strength against her friend. Rin, listen, Hitaki tried to reason with the girl, I would really like to see Obito again. Then why? Tears appeared in his eyes. Talking to Rin now was difficult for Kakashi. He struggled to choose his words, hoping she would listen to him. It was the first time Kakashi was in this situation. He squeezed the girl's hands tightly as he thought about Obito. How would he act? The Uchiha always knew how to find the right words to convince others. Hitaki found it difficult to do so now, but he still hoped that the kunoichi would heed his words and come to her senses. She would hardly want to save herself at such a price. Kakashi's words made the girl regain her composure. She fell silent, but continued to cry. Now you could destroy Obito's faith in you, he wouldn't want the one who was everything to him to become a criminal and a traitor. Kakashi let her go. Yamato was standing by, in case Hitaki's friend would think of attacking after all. However, she was too depressed to act rashly. Besides, two Junin against her alone. An unequal fight didn't bode well. What are you doing, Rin? The Uchiha said. The girl flinched. His voice was cold and angry. You're not thinking of betraying me, are you? The shinobi's Sharingan reappeared in his eyes as the seals folded. A jet of fire erupted from his mouth, shattering the base of the cage. The leader was free again. Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. The black flames shot towards the shinobi. The kunoichi bounced to the side. The girl still didn't know what to do. She didn't want to fight Kakashi, but she didn't want to go against her master either. Yamato again created a wooden barrier, which began to be devoured by flames. Hitaki grabbed one of the scrolls he carried in his breast pocket and sealed the black fire before it could spread throughout the forest. Rin was still confused. The girl was reminded of her childhood. More like the time when she was dying on one of the missions. Abandoned, forgotten by everyone, even her own village that should have been a support and home. A lacerating pain spread in the kunoichi's chest. She could not forgive Konoha. The only one who had cared about her all this time was him. Rin had begun to truly believe in the Uchiha's ideals. With all her heart she wanted to make a difference in the world and bring Obito back. The girl shuddered as she watched the shinobi fight. Looking at Kakashi, she found it hard to suppress the urge to take his side. Rin pulled several kunai from her bag and attacked Hitaki. The copycat ninja managed to deflect the attack. He looked at his friend with disappointment. Until the last moment, Kakashi had hoped that she would come to her senses, but Hitaki understood perfectly what was moving her now. The girl moved towards the copy ninja, folding the seals. At that moment, the Uchiha decided to make a surprise attack, but his path was blocked by the wooden snakes lunging towards the leader. Yamato confronted him. The Sharingan once again faded in the Uchiha's eyes. He took a step back to rethink his next move. Still, he has Amaterasu's technique under his control, Yamato mused, but he can't use Sharingan too often. Surely his eyes will have reached their peak, Kakashi thought, watching the shinobi in passing and dodging Rin's attacks, if he keeps using the superior Sharingan techniques. That won't stop me, smiled the leader, as if reading his opponent's thoughts. These eyes are the last, Rin whispered. What are you talking about? Kakashi was quite surprised. The girl jumped to the nearest tree branch. As he expected, fighting Kakashi was too hard. He repelled her blows calmly, anticipating her every move. Tobi had a Sharingan vault, but it was destroyed during the war, the kunoichi answered. Tobi. Kakashi was horrified. Rin, shut up. The Uchiha headed back toward the shinobi. At that moment, several more renegade ninja appeared at the battle site. Kakashi created clones to take care of the guests for the time being. Suddenly Hitaki felt his body go numb, only now the feeling was different from last time. Stun technique, guessed the shinobi. The kunoichi was heading towards him, but Yamato, or rather his clone, intervened in their fight again, freeing his friend from the girl's clutches. He's distracted us by talking, Yamato mused as he held back the hidden leader's onslaught. So this Uchiha has been changing eyes all this time, or rather, he was supplied by Tobi, Hitaki mused, then the version about his identity is true, so he is a he after all. Uchiha Izuna. Sai exclaimed. What? Choji looked with interest at the document the guy was holding in his hands. The old file, with its time-blackened portrait and scribbled data, was about to fall apart with any careless movement. It was really him, there was no doubt about it. Sai compared the old, worn photo with his own drawing. The guy looked younger in the photo, but the facial features and eyes were the same, only the hairstyle had changed slightly, the current Uchiha pack hair a bit longer. Is this our enemy? Akamichi said hesitantly. He lived a long time ago. Yes, said Sai, I don't know how, but he seems to have survived until today. We have to tell Shikamaru right away. Nara frantically tried to think of a way to escape. The vice was getting stronger and stronger, and the boy was finding it harder and harder to breathe. The invisible enemy had not only managed to sneak into the Hokage's residence, but had also provided every possible opportunity to kill Nara in time. They were protected from the outside world by a barter of forces and there was no need to resort to outside help. Shizune was still unconscious. The last blow had been too strong and the girl had not regained consciousness. Shikamaru mentally imagined the man in front of him. With his right hand he was still trying to unhook his fingers from her neck, and with his left he was struggling to bend the seals. At that precise instant, his shadow flew out of the ground like an arrow and pierced the invisible man. Shikamaru felt his grip loosen. He pushed the injured shinobi away from him with such force that he went flying towards the table, crashing into it and overturning it. How was he able to use the technique in such a state? The kunoichi mused, holding her shoulder wound. The girl rose to her feet. Shikamaru gulped air greedily, trying to locate his enemy. He had miscalculated, the first blow intended for her neck had only wounded her. The acting Hokage noticed drops of blood on the ground. He tried to track the kunoichi by this clue, but the girl used her technique in time and hid the rest of the drops. Now, despite the bleeding wound, her body remained completely invisible. She's too careful, Shikamaru reflected. He folded the seals again, preparing to attack with his shadow at any moment. The girl, for her part, pulled out a kunai and imbued it with her chakra. It's all useless, the kunoichi smiled inwardly, determined to deal with Nara as soon as possible. I'll throw the kunai and you won't even see it. She prepared to kill when another shinobi suddenly burst into the room. He instantly attacked her. With a powerful blow to the chest, he knocked the girl to the floor. Her disguise disappeared. Impossible, the girl whispered. Neji. Shikamaru said in surprise. He was happier than ever to see him. How could he have detected me? The kunoichi looked frantically at Hyuga, but I won't give up so easily. The girl tried to get up, however she felt a stabbing pain. Her chakra was no longer being produced. The kunoichi's eyes darkened and she collapsed to the ground. One hit was enough for her, Nara mused. The boy sighed. He had been saved, and that was more important. How did you end up here? The acting Hokage asked. I went to report the Junin's decision, Neji replied calmly. His Byakugan was gone. The guy approached Shizune and tried to talk some sense into her by gently patting her cheeks. What's with the barrier? It was difficult, a voice was heard. Sai appeared in the doorway, but for an Anbu route, those things aren't a problem. Choji stomped behind him. Are you okay, Shikamaru? Akamichi asked, making his way into the room. I'm fine, the man replied. Did you try to kill me? Why? Even though I'm the temporary Hokage, I'm not much of a threat to the Hidden Ones, if only because I'm not a real Hokage. Besides, it would be a good idea to postpone the assassination. If I were the enemy, I would have thought out every move carefully, but here. It seems like I acted rashly. The boy stepped back to the window, gazing out at the village. He had a strange feeling that he had missed something. At that moment Sai handed him a folder. Here is the report, the boy said. Shikamaru opened the report. His eyes narrowed. This is it. Chapter 17. A small group of about 20 shinobi were approaching Konoha. Renegade Junin and Chunin from various countries had long since crossed the border and were advancing cautiously towards their target. Hiding their chakra all along the way, they passed unmolested by the Anbu sentries scouring the area near the village. The squad leader had already received the report that his allies were also advancing towards Konoha. There was not much time left before the attack plan was carried out. The diversionary maneuver the hidden leader had undertaken had been successful, according to the latest reports. The organization's main target was not the village of Iwa, as everyone thought, but Konoha. Uchiha Izuna, having traveled to the land of Earth himself, decided to distract the village chiefs in order to make a surprise attack on Konoha. The leader had long wanted to realize his plans and, like his brother, take revenge on all those who had once betrayed them. 12 squads approaching the village from 4 directions were to meet right in Konoha. The villagers, who had defected to the enemy, intended to stage a coup. Due to the turmoil that had broken out throughout the lands and caused by the actions of the Hidden Ones, many strong shinobi had been sent in defense of the daimyo. Aside from the cage, the rulers of the countries were the most likely targets of the attack. The ninja squadron stopped not far from Konoha itself. The day was drawing to a close. The enemies were waiting for the right moment to strike. Soon they would be joined by other groups. A bird soared into the air. A black crow flew over the Hokage's palace. "That's the signal," said one of Cloud's Junin, a tall, gray-haired, masked man, much older than the others, making him a commander, but a little stooped from the strain of duty, with broad shoulders and dark brown eyes. "It's time," whispered the other man, younger than Cloud. "The technique of the Earth Tunnel," said a sand ninja with flame-red hair. In the same second, they were all underground. "Stone Strike," said Cloud's Junin. His technique cleared the way for them, forming a tunnel. The squad began to move quickly underground. Time was pressing. The plan of attack was simple: suddenly attack Konoha, appearing in the center of the village. Other squads were also advancing through the tunnels that had been laid out. The organization's spies, who had infiltrated the Leaf Incognito, were to meet with all supporters among the residents, as well as place explosive seals at the most critical points. The Fire Nation was already weakened after the war. It lacked its former strength and, to top it off, there was no expectation of betrayal from the local population, giving the enemy an extra advantage. Shikamaru sat in the Hokage's chair. On the table in front of him was Sai's report. For a long while, Nara studied the data of recent events. Neji and Shino were in the office. After the incident, the kunoichi who had attacked the acting Hokage had been imprisoned again, but now she was being treated more harshly. The girl had withheld certain information during the previous interrogation, and now Yamanaka Inoichi was using the clan technique to find out all the missing details. Morino Ibiki himself was more furious than ever. His torture technique had been outwitted, and the man was eager to find out how. Shikamaru looked at Neji. He was surprised Hyuga hadn't killed his enemy with that first blow, as the genie usually finished off his opponents quickly. "We still need it," said the Junin. "That's why I didn't hit hard enough." Shikamaru remembered his friend's words. "Not too strong, it looked different from the outside. If it hadn't been for the doctor, our prisoner would have died on the spot, and it would have been impossible to find out anything else." Yes, he sighed, but who would have thought that Morino Ibiki's method wouldn't be so effective? "I think we should start acting," suggested Shino. "It's still early," Shikamaru said. He closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts. The last message Yamato had received only minutes ago had conclusively confirmed the identity of the hidden leader. "To kill a snake, you have to cut off its head," Nara whispered. The situation was starting to get out of control. More and more information reaching the acting Hokage was jeopardizing his plan. The Hidden One's intentions had been partially revealed, but it wasn't enough to overpower them. Shikamaru still doubted his actions, but he could not think of a better plan. The most important enemy was far away now, and to extinguish the pockets of rebellion as soon as possible, Izuna had to be dealt with first. He's not dead like everyone thought and may have been conspiring with his brother and Toby to take over the world all this time. Though unlike Akatsuki, the Hidden Ones have stayed out of it all this time. They didn't even participate in the war. That's strange. The only thing I can think of is that Akatsuki and the Hidden Ones didn't see eye to eye and their alliance fell apart. Although there may have been other reasons. This organization, said Nara, was waiting for the war to end. "That's reasonable," replied Neji. "After all, a large number of people died in it, and all 5 countries were weakened. The only thing left to do would be to deal with the cage who were a threat, and then destroy the village alliance again," Shino commented. "Yes, that's right. The leader of the Hidden Ones, an experienced shinobi who should be unimaginably strong. That's why she went to kill him. I don't think anyone else could do it. Risky, of course, but there is no other way to neutralize the enemy," Neji nodded. At that moment there was a knock at the door. Sai entered the office. Still no response from the Anbu patrolling the border, he said. I think they've been attacked. Already. Shikamaru rose from his seat, and from the others. From no one. It started. Several enemy ninjas surrounded Kakashi and Yamato. The two Junin stood back to back, preparing to attack. Uchiha Izuna was nearby. Rin was nursing his wound while his subordinates fought. They had a chance to take a breather while their opponents had to fight off the incoming reinforcements. Despite everything, he's still fighting, the kunoichi mused, even in this condition. Izuna is old, and though he looks young, he is already battle-weary. Though it was to be expected, as the effects of any forbidden technique do not last forever. It's a miracle that he and Madara have lasted this long. It's all right, said the hidden leader, pulling the girl away from him. I'm not done yet, the kunoichi tried to object, but his cold gaze silenced her. In all this time, she had never seen Izuna smile. He was constantly withdrawn. Upon meeting him for the first time, Rin thought the man was simply amazing. His spiritual strength and appearance amazed her. The girl was injured and could barely escape. Lying among the stumps of tree trunks and deep ravines, where neither the rustling of leaves nor the singing of birds could be heard, where the world seemed frozen in its monotony, Rin thought of her life and her approaching death. However, she had not died. Izuna had saved her, like so many shinobi abandoned on the battlefield. She found those who could become her future companions and trained them, waiting for that day to come. You can make your own decision, Rin, the Uchiha said suddenly and harshly, startling the girl, but you must realize that unnecessary emotions will destroy you. The Sharingan reappeared in his eyes. The man looked at the kunoichi as if trying to figure out what she was thinking. The girl felt uneasy. There were already doubts brewing in her soul, but she wasn't about to show them. I know. With dazed legs, the kunoichi made her way towards the battle site. Cracks were spreading across the ground, scattering the ninjas in different directions. Kakashi used the earth element technique, and he and Yamato were able to get out of the cordon. The preponderance of power was on the enemy's side, but the one who posed the greatest threat was Izuna. The important thing now is to take care of them as soon as possible, Kakashi mused as he dodged another onslaught from the enemy again. If Yamato and I attack together, we can break through their defenses. It's an opportunity we can't pass up, but we only have Rin left. Hitaki performed a slash and, after knocking the shinobi down, finished him off with a powerful Chidori strike. Yamato, for his part, managed to immobilize the two opponents with his wooden technique, but he could still be wounded in the leg, so now the Junin was moving slower. Kakashi also had to keep an eye on him, to cover him in case something happened. Rin watched her friend's movements. The fear of Izuna still hadn't disappeared, though she supposed that fear would never go away. The Uchiha was preparing to get back into combat. He needed time to use Amaterasu again. At that moment, a dozen poisonous needles aimed at Yamato were blown away by a current of wind and sent back to their master, but they bounced off the metal armor of the renegade, whose body was covered by heavy armor. The needles changed trajectory and headed toward Rin. The girl did not immediately notice the attack and belatedly defended herself. She had already decided that it was over, for suddenly the needles knocked down the shurikens. At the last moment, Kakashi was able to interrupt the attack, but he opened up and was hit in the shoulder. Hitaki backed away, hiding underground. Yamato used a substitution technique and disappeared as well. Kakashi. Rin could barely hold back tears again. She was stunned by her action, and was beginning to realize that the promise made to Obito, Kakashi was still striving to keep. Kakashi, protect Rin. I will definitely protect you, Rin. You can't hide, Izuna said, breaking the kunoichi's thoughts, and you'd better get out of here. The girl jumped away from the leader. She was building up chakra in her chest, preparing to blow the entire forest into the air. The kunoichi began to back away, for she was well aware of how powerful the attack would be. A huge fireball began to spread throughout the forest. The renegades who did not have time to escape were engulfed by the spreading fire. Despite all her speed, Rin also began to be overtaken by the ravenous flames. Spotting a small lake, the girl jumped in. She dove into the water and began to watch the fire burning on the surface. She didn't have time to breathe, so she couldn't stay underwater for long, but she couldn't come to the surface either, otherwise she would burn like a match. Kunoichi watched the sparkles and the glow of the water. Now she felt a sense of peace. Obito's ghostly silhouette smiled at her and began to fade away. Rin reached out her hand towards him, as if trying to grab him. "No, don't go," the girl pleaded, "don't leave me." Naruto continued on his way, but he was having a hard time dealing with his feelings due to the sudden flood of memories. Flashback. Naruto was looking expectantly at his friend. Now Sasuke was no longer moving. He had calmed down and it was as if he was waiting for something. The Uzumaki tried to understand what the Uchiha intended, but Sasuke's actions were still hard to predict. "Do you really want to give up?" Naruto smiled. "You won't, you idiot, this is just beginning," said Sasuke haughtily. The boy looked at the sky again. The weather was favorable and he decided to use his techniques again, this time as best he could. "There's not much left," the boy reflected. "Itachi, I think I understood Toi's feelings that time." Sasuke averted his gaze to his friend. Naruto was serious. He had bragged all along that he would bring Sasuke back to the village, and even now he was going out on a limb to keep his promise. Suddenly, the Uchiha sensed danger. He jumped backwards and, a second later, the bridge was blown apart by two clones attacking from below. The Rasengans in their hands disappeared and the twins pulled out kunai and threw them at the enemy. However, the latter calmly dodged them. Naruto had time to create them and was waiting for the right moment, the Uchiha mused. Sasuke folded the seals again before the clones could reach him yet. After a moment, the Sharingan flashed in the Uchiha's eyes again. Amaterasu. Flames rushed towards the clones and they disappeared on their black tongues. Naruto himself was already heading toward Sasuke. Rasengana had already appeared in both of his chakra hands, but they were blocked by Susanoo's barrier. Bloody tears were flowing from Sasuke's eyes, but he continued to fight. "Sasuke, stop," Naruto whispered. He knew how dangerous the Sharingan was for those who used it. The battle was getting more dangerous by the minute. Uzumaki realized that maybe his past words could come true. They would die together. Not yet. At that moment, the world around Naruto began to transform. Now he was no longer on a ruined bridge, but in a Konoha that had burned to the ground. The stone faces of the Hokage were completely destroyed, and smoldering embers could be seen near the village. What had been a forest had turned to ashes. "What is this?" Uzumaki felt his heart clench. It was the same feeling as the one that arose during the battle with Pain, only worse. Next to the boy, tombstones began to appear, one after another. They seemed to grow out of the ground, surrounding the shinobi. Hitaki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru. The names of friends and acquaintances appeared on the slabs. "It's an illusion," Naruto kept repeating to himself, "just an illusion. I just have to get out of it." The boy folded the seal, clasping his two index fingers together. "Kai," Naruto said, but the illusion didn't disappear. Suddenly he felt someone holding his ankle. The shinobi looked down. At that moment he felt like screaming in terror. He began to be embraced by the dead that emerged from the ground. Rotting skin hung down, exposing bones. Eyeless, with loose teeth, they pulled his arms towards him. Uzumaki tried to free himself from the dead's tenacious grip, but could not. "Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down," he repeated to himself, trying to think of a way to stop the illusion. At that moment, the Uchiha temporarily stopped attacking. He was trying to catch his breath so that he could continue the battle again later. So many powerful techniques at once required a lot of energy. Sasuke wiped the blood from his eyes. He coughed, spitting out the blood. His Sharingan had disappeared again. The boy struggled to take a few steps towards his friend. He reached out his hand, touching Uzumaki's forehead, but at that moment Naruto bounced to the side. He had come to. Drops of blood protruded from the corner of his lips. The surge of chakra became unstable for a moment, but Naruto immediately brought it under control. Surely the fox's chakra was able to interrupt the technique, the Uchiha guessed. At that moment it began to rain. The drops began to gradually increase. A cold, piercing wind blew its breath against the opponents. Lightning flashed again, this time with much more intensity. "Naruto," said Sasuke, "I'm going to attack you with all my might." "What?" Uzumaki took a step back. He had never seen such determination in his friend's eyes before. Sasuke wasn't looking at him as usual. All that pride and arrogance seemed to have evaporated. For a brief moment Naruto thought the Uchiha recognized him, and that feeling stirred the boy's mind more and more. He knew that what he had said was not a lie. And to settle everything once and for all, he himself would have to put all his strength into this last blow. If they survived, he could bring Sasuke back. It would be inevitable by now, but if they died, they would be free. "Very well, Sasuke. I will attack you with all my might too," said Naruto. The Uchiha smiled in satisfaction. He had been waiting for this for a long time. The shinobi raised his hand as if asking the sky for help. Electric charges began to build up in his hand, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. In Naruto's hands, on the other hand, dark chakra began to form. He was going to use the tail bomb, just as the Uchiha wanted. His attacks were fully capable of destroying the fighters, or neutralizing each other's blows. However, none of the friends cared about that right now. The moment had come that was to decide everything. A bright flash of lightning blinded everything for a moment. Several bolts of lightning flashed at once towards Sasuke. In his hand, they took the shape of a ball, emitting charges in all directions and increasing in size with each passing second. Naruto's bomb had already formed into a sphere. The shinobi was shrinking it to reduce the attack radius and make it more powerful. They looked at each other and attacked simultaneously. Streams of light and darkness collided with each other, destroying everything around them. The flash absorbed everything, and the two shinobi included. End of flashback. Naruto wandered along the road. As if in a dream, he was oblivious to everything around him. All he could think about was what he had done. Sasuke's faded silhouette was imprinted in his mind. Remembering it all was too hard, but accepting the truth was even harder. "Naruto," came a quiet voice. The boy didn't immediately notice that he was being called. It seemed that all the sounds didn't reach him at once. He turned around, looking distractedly at his pursuer. Hinata was looking worriedly at Uzumaki. Still, she decided to follow him without a word to anyone. The girl had never seen Naruto so depressed. It seemed as if the shinobi didn't recognize her, as if they were seeing each other for the first time now. "Naruto," the girl stammered, not knowing how to act in such a situation. It hurt her not to be able to help the man she loved so much. "Hinata," the boy finally spoke, "what are you doing here?" She shuddered and, smiling slightly, answered, "I was worried." She faded her gaze, blushing. "Worried about you? That's how?" Naruto looked down at his hands. His gaze had faded again. Now he didn't know how to act. He wanted to cry, but for some reason there were no tears, to scream, but his voice was gone, to punch and smash everything around him, but his hands wouldn't rise. He wondered how he could walk so far without collapsing from helplessness. For half a day he had walked the deserted road, straight and straight ahead, to the land of waves. But now it all seemed in vain. His original goal had been to find out everything, but now that he knew the truth, the thought of Sasuke's murder burned inside him. "Then why am I still alive?" he mused, sinking into his thoughts once again. It wasn't fair, to his friend. The shinobi couldn't bring him back and not die with him. Naruto stared into the void once more. It seemed his sanity was slowly being lost. The girl approached anxiously. He was afraid of making a careless move. More than anything, Hinata wanted to see again that carefree, unperturbed man whom nothing could bend. She realized without words that Naruto had remembered everything and now blamed himself. The kunoichi wrapped her arms around him, drawing him tightly against her. Right now, the girl wanted to be there to comfort and help him. "Please," she whispered, "don't give up." Chapter 18. The villagers were in a hurry to return home as soon as possible. Tired, they wandered alone through the village streets, although there were some who walked in the company of friends. Somewhere in the depths of the village, the pounding of hammers that had reverberated through Konoha during the day had already begun to fade. The remaining neighborhoods would soon be finished. The workday was over, and everyone longed to be in the cozy, safe walls of their home. Villagers were sitting in restaurants and picnic areas, celebrating holidays or just having a good time. Some, having drunk too much sake, came out wiggling and singing strange songs under their noses. A few academy students ran past Ichiraku Ramen. The shopkeeper smiled as he followed the cheerful children. He was about to close his establishment. His daughter followed her father out, pulling her shawl off her head. The wind ruffled the girl's hair. Lee and Ten strolled quietly down the road, talking about Kiba's health. A pair of Anbu were running not far behind them, obviously heading out on a mission. Lanterns were lit near the small tents. Nothing seemed capable of disturbing the calm on this beautiful evening. However, a sudden explosion shook Konoha. Right in the center of the village, a hole formed in the ground, and from it enemy shinobi jumped out. They had managed to find each other in the subway tunnels made beforehand, and now they were attacking the village. Screams were heard, and some of the people closest to the epicenter of the explosion tried to escape, but were killed immediately. About 40 villagers rushed towards the invading ninjas, wielding a variety of weapons, from sticks to swords. Alongside them were a dozen mercenaries who had secretly infiltrated Konoha under the guise of merchants. As soon as all the allies were assembled, explosions began to go off all over the area. The silence that had hitherto reigned in Konoha began to fill with the booms and shouts of the surrounding people. Having placed explosive seals on vulnerable and unprotected parts of Konoha in advance, the hidden ones struck their first powerful blow. Chaos reigned everywhere. Helpless people fled or fell from the shinobi's blows. The few Chunin who had arrived first attacked the invaders, but without the support of their comrades in arms, they could not hold out for long and fell from numerous wounds. There were also villagers who tried to resist, protecting their family from the enemy's attacks. However, against the professional assassins, they were defenseless. The Chunin and Junin mercilessly slaughtered anyone who stood in their way. In accordance with their ideals, they killed children and the elderly without hesitation. "We must take care of the provisional cage as soon as possible," exclaimed one of the renegades. "Is everything ready?" "Yes," confirmed a spy in Anbu uniform who appeared. He prepared to use one of his techniques. Shikamaru quickly left the office. He was followed by Neji, Shino and Sai. The shinobi were more serious than ever. Everything now depended on them working together. How rash, Nara mused. He had already given the necessary orders, but he still wasn't sure what he was doing. The risk was too great. If anything went wrong, the whole strategy could collapse, and there would be no way to avoid losses. Meanwhile, a battle was raging outside. The invaders were facing the Anbu who had come to the aid of the villagers. The genin were trying to help the survivors escape the battlefield. The supporters of the enemy organization suddenly attacked at the unexpected betrayal of both shinobi and ordinary villagers. "Blow it up," one of the hidden squad commanders exclaimed. His ally nodded and activated the seals. The Hokage's palace was razed to the ground in an instant. A huge column of black smoke rose into the air. A dozen of the same pillars could be seen from different parts of Konoha. "Temporal Hokage," one of the Junin exclaimed and headed towards the burning structure. "Shikamaru!" shrieked Ino, who, like all shinobi, had engaged the enemy. She stared dumbfounded at the village chief's ancient fortification. It took a few seconds to completely destroy the huge structure. Losing her vigilance, the girl walked towards the burning palace on stunned legs. At that moment, one of the hidden ones jumped towards the kunoichi and tried to hit her with a kunai, but was knocked down by Lee, who came to Yamanaka's aid. "Be careful," Lee exclaimed, getting back into a fighting stance. "Lee," tears appeared in the kunoichi's eyes. Shikamaru didn't have time to leave the dorm. He was supposed to march with his squad to defend Konoha, but a sudden enemy trap had ruined his plan. Now, with no leader and no clear instructions, they were on their own. "We must fight to the end," shouted the boy, launching himself at the enemy ninja. There was no time to think, so Lee could only repel the enemy's onslaught. "He's right," exclaimed Guy, appearing with a small group of shinobi. "Protect Konoha." Yamanaka nodded and went to help the wounded. She, pulling herself together again, decided to focus on attending and rendering aid. Many medical ninja were running out of time, there were too many wounded, so the kunoichi decided to leave the battle in the hands of her comrades. A hidden group of 7 summoned 2 gray rhinos, about 20 meters tall, to help. They raised their horns and began to tear apart the houses around them, trampling those who could not flee in time. The academy students hurried to get away from the crazed animals, but one of the rhinos, which had gone wild, chased after them. It had almost caught up with the children when a kunoichi appeared right in front of it. She threw the giant carcass across the street with a single punch. Turning around, Sakura calmed down. The children were unharmed. They continued running, still believing the monster was chasing them. Haruno gathered chakra in her hand and blew off the collapsed roof of the brick house next to her. There were 2 people under the rubble. A man and a woman. The girl jumped toward them. Both were alive, but seriously injured. Sakura began to treat them, deciding to at least start with first aid. Noticing the doctor, one of the renegade Junin was about to fold his seals to attack, but was himself at that moment hit hard with a huge-sized fist. Choji took care of him and immediately got into the thick of it. His father was already fighting among the hordes of enemies, towering above the houses and people. The Inuzuka clan, along with the wolves, were attempting to break through the traders' defenses, their clash unexpected by the shinobi as the attackers were familiar to them. The villagers delayed the clan's advance to the main leaders of the attack. They gave orders on how to proceed. A swarm of insects summoned by several aburame attacked anyone who tried to invade the clan's territory. Protecting their own, the shinobi tried to push the enemy back as far as possible to give their loved ones time to escape. A multitude of kunai and shuriken buzzed over the heads of the renegades. The kunoichi was on the roof of the cafeteria, trying to neutralize as many enemies as she could without being hit. Ten took care of the most inattentive ones, but the more experienced shinobi noticed the girl's presence even before the attack and escaped death in time. One of the Chunin decided to sneak up from behind while the kunoichi was preparing the next scroll for another attack, but was knocked down by Hanabi, who appeared. The girl disarmed her opponent with precision strikes on the tenketsu. Losing control of her body, she rolled off the roof and crashed to the ground. "Thank you," Ten smiled, and resumed her series of attacks. Hanabi, for her part, muttered something in response and headed towards the Hyuga clan's neighborhood. Many of her tribesmen were trying to defend it, fighting against the summoned beasts that had lost control. Some of the traitorous villagers began stoning the ninja led by Anko as reinforcements approached. The girl summoned a snake about 4 meters tall. The black cobra with silver scales grinned and headed towards the noisy villagers. They scattered in terror. Shizune, along with the medical ninja, tended to the wounded. Her small squad was defended by Uruka along with Ebisu and a few Chunin. However, there were many enemies and they were not about to retreat. The leader himself will be joining us soon. The gray-haired ninja encouraged his followers. He wielded a katana, slashing enemies left and right, shouting that Konoha was coming to an end. The rest of the men, inflamed by the commander's shouts, took up his words and fought even more fiercely. Konoha prison was unusually quiet. About 10 guards walked from floor to floor without speaking to each other. They didn't want any of the prisoners to find out about the attack on the village, otherwise they might revolt. The idea of escaping amidst the noise of battle might have worked well, as no one would have noticed the disappearance of a few prisoners at a time when Konoha was threatened with widespread destruction. And even if they had missed them, they would not have looked for them right away. The hidden spy was still in custody. The prisoner was exhausted by the interrogation. The girl was in no condition to withstand Inoichi's techniques. Besides, she had not yet fully recovered from Neji's blow. Once all his knowledge was at the enemy's disposal, Inoichi, together with Ibiki, went to Shikamaru to inform him of the results. The prisoner herself, bound with a special stun technique, was left in the care of a guard who watched over her at all times. There was no strength to resist, so the girl pondered what would happen to her next. There were only 2 options: to be killed or sent to one of the most impregnable prisons in the Fire Country, if her leader's plan failed. Although she was now absolutely certain of this, as she had unknowingly served as a valuable source of information. The girl, sitting on the metal chair and shaking her head helplessly, closed her eyes. The will to fight had all but disappeared, and the kunoichi could not forgive herself for having failed in the mission. While still in Tauntaun's body, the girl realized that the young shinobi of the Nara clan had great potential. He was very intelligent, and the Kinta appreciated his abilities. However, developing a winning strategy for Shikamaru was difficult but possible. He was always one step ahead of the others. That was what scared her. And after Shikamaru became the acting Hokage, instead of returning from her mission with the leader of the Hidden Ones, the girl decided to eliminate the future threat herself before she could turn her plans into reality. However, she had not had the time. Now she simply resigned herself to her fate, waiting for another blow of fate. The beginning of the flashback. The crowd of marching men, bound together by a chain of handcuffs, moved slowly along the deserted road. They were being smuggled to a small town called Saraya. It was located on the border of the Lightning Country, in the most backward region, where most of the alienated and abandoned people lived. The town itself was not large, with crumbling houses, completely empty roads and beggarly inhabitants. Only one man living in a huge white brick house dominated the place. A former shinobi of the clouds who had abandoned the ninja trade, he had decided to distance himself from wars and battles and move on to a more peaceful existence. The only lucrative trade he did for himself was the sale of slaves. Since no travelers ever entered the Grey Village, due to the reputation of the sickly village, the dark deeds that took place in the village never crossed its borders. Another batch of slaves, gathered among wanderers and orphans, were making their way to Gree. Among them were children. A blonde girl of 10, with 3 wavy lines on one cheek, walked behind them all. Her clothes were completely threadbare, the tatters hanging off her in ragged shreds. He stumbled, struggling not to fall. For about 10 days they wandered, stopping only occasionally. She was accompanied by 3 other members of the Forgotten Clan. An old man, a young woman and a child. They used to wander with a small group, hiding their names, as the descendants of the Shisu clan were still being hunted. Their parents were also traveling with the group. After being attacked by slave traders with a dozen-strong shinobi under their command, their squad was outnumbered. Only 4 clan members remained. The girl followed them silently all the time, immersed in her thoughts. She dreamed of freeing herself from the handcuffs and taking revenge on the murderers of her parents, who marched ahead, laughing and looking haughtily at the assembled rabble. Suddenly, their caravan was attacked. The shinobi tried to track down the attackers, but despite all their skills, they were completely helpless. They were killed so quickly that no one was able to see the enemy. It moved silently and incredibly fast, slitting everyone's throat while remaining invulnerable. Red blood gushed onto the sandy road. The slaves cried out in terror, begging for salvation. Some had already died, having been accidentally hit. The girl tried to remove her handcuffs, but they held fast. A young woman from her clan approached the dead guard and pulled out a bunch of keys. She removed the shackles and helped her clanmates. The 4 tried to escape, but were discovered by one of the slave traders. He brandished a heavy club, determined to stun the merchandise. The old man folded his seals and suddenly transformed into a tiger and pounced on his victim. He sank his fangs into the man's body, tearing him apart. When he returned to his usual state, he found that everyone around him had already been slaughtered. A dark-haired man stood amidst the corpses of the slave traders and the slaves themselves. He watched the group of people with interest. The Shisu clan, he finally said, I didn't think any of its members were still alive. Do you know about us? The old man grumbled, ready to attack the stranger at any moment. The girl watched him with interest. She did not fear this mysterious shinobi, on the contrary, she adored him for what he had done. He had taken care of his parents' murderers and now he was a savior. Yes. There was a time when I fought against people like you. The shinobi was silent, clearly thinking of something. Of all the people he had attacked, there was no worthy opponent. The representatives of the old clan, on the other hand, clearly interested Izuna. I suggest you join me, he said. Such a rash proposal clearly intrigued them. No one had expected such a thing, but now that their group was down to 4, traveling was even more dangerous than before. And with such a pattern, there was no need to fear a sudden attack. I'm going. The girl exclaimed, stepping forward. She had never dreamed of such a thing. Despite the brutality, the girl had developed a respect for shinobi. She had never encountered such strong ninjas before. Nika, wait, the young woman grabbed her arm. She looked incredulously at the stranger, pondering his words. The old man remained silent for a while. They were all waiting for his decision, for he had more experience in such matters than all of them put together. All right, we'll go with you, he finally said. End of flashback. Nika opened her eyes again, blinking a couple of times. Memories of her not-so-happy childhood suddenly invaded the kunoichi's head. She herself hadn't expected the past to affect her so strongly now. With a kind of intolerable rage, the girl clung to the armrests of her chair. She did not want to become that frightened child again. Now she was determined to fight to the end. The luxurious mansion was surrounded by a huge flowery garden. Tall hedges protected the feudal lord's estate from the outside world. The flower beds were arranged in rows and everywhere silent stone figures of people could be seen. The trees were perfectly trimmed, as were the shrubs, which took the strangest forms. A sand-covered path led from the gate. The red brick facade of the house itself was more like a cage palace, as elongated as it was, with an elegant crenellated roof. The main building was flanked by annexes, slightly wider than the main building and much lower. The small glazed windows were covered with silk curtains. In the main hall, the daimyo rested on a cushioned seat. He looked around lazily. A maid stood nearby, with grapes on a tray. Several servants were tidying up in an adjoining room. One of the guest musicians, a wrinkled old man, was playing a melancholy tune. The feudal lord was also surrounded by several of Konoha's elite shinobi, called in to protect the lord in case of a surprise attack. Among them was Hyuga Hiyashi. He had been talking to the daimyo for a long time, trying to convince him not to leave the estate grounds. The man was not sure that the daimyo was safe outside the house. The young man, the new ruler of the country, was nervously nibbling grapes. His father was ill and no longer participated in the affairs of the country, so all the main responsibility rested on the young man's shoulders. Red-haired, with a mottled face, slightly upturned nose and gray eyes, the daimyo had a bad temper. He was too spoiled, so he treated everyone around him with disdain. However, he was afraid to say anything impertinent in front of Hyuga. Despite all his power, the daimyo was intimidated by the head of one of the strongest clans in the world. His white pupils simply terrified the cowardly young man, so in Hiyashi's presence, the daimyo behaved more restrained. In addition to Hyuga, Shikaku himself came to the feudal lord's defense. He assumed that the attack would be carefully planned, and unmasking his enemies required his sharp mind. Nara decided to leave the protection of the village in the hands of his son, as he was the first person Shikamaru told about his plan. The man wanted his son to fulfill his responsibility. The daimyo's life was no less in danger than Konoha's. Though the ruler was a weakling, he kept the country in balance, and if that balance was broken, a coup d'état would be inevitable. A squad of Anbu spread out throughout the building, checking every person. They kept their guard up and were prepared for any surprise attack. Rin was on the edge. All was quiet. It was already dark, and only the moonlight illuminated the fire-ravaged forest. She did not sense the presence of anyone nearby. After the explosion, the kunoichi had managed to barely swim to a safe place where the flames could not reach her. The girl spent about 40 minutes in the water, trying to stay afloat for as long as possible. The air around her radiated heat for a long time, making it extremely difficult to breathe. It was not until dusk when it began to cool down. During this time, Rin had time to heal her wounds and regain some chakra. Everyone is on the prowl, gathering strength, the kunoichi guessed. She was tired and wanted to rest, but she still had to be careful. Many Iwa shinobi were probably already searching the area for enemies. Such an explosion would not leave them indifferent. Most likely they had already taken care of the samurai, as going into the well-defended village alone, without knowing Izuna's exact plans, made them an open target. Rin understood that all her actions were nothing more than a distraction, and that the samurai and a small group of shinobi from the organization were cannon fodder. Apparently, those who were supposed to be on the hidden side had decided to wait for the moment to pass. In the village itself there were also many supporters of Uchiha's ideas about rebuilding the world, but they were hiding their involvement in the organization. To make matters worse, the girl had not realized that the teacher would try to take Kakashi's eye. That fact infuriated her more and more. Now she wanted to know what had happened to Konoha. Had the attack succeeded or had it been repelled? Many questions swirled in the kunoichi's mind. Nostalgia for her home village made her question her actions for a moment, but pushing thoughts of the past aside, the girl decided to focus on her mission here. She heard footsteps. Rin returned to the water once more, trying not to make noise. There were 5 Iwa ninja walking along the shore. They were inspecting the battle site. After circling the lake a bit, the shinobi continued on his way. Just as I thought. Rin swam to the opposite side of the lake. It seemed calmer there. I wonder if Kakashi is still around. He's not the kind of guy who would run away. He'd probably want to finish Izuna off and put an end to this once and for all. And the master himself isn't going to back down, though it would make more sense to go back into hiding. So why him? The kunoichi stepped onto land once more. She hid behind a fallen log. Her leg no longer hurt, but she still felt an unpleasant tingling. She swallowed one of the strengthening pills and then examined the contents of her pockets. There were still a dozen shuriken, 2 kunai, a smoke bomb, and 100 pieces of makebishi stored in a neat bag. Rin knew that the fight would probably continue close to dawn, as Izuna also needed to rest, so she decided to think about her next moves and strategize in case something unforeseen happened. Kakashi and Yamato were sheltered by an earthen berm created by Hitaki's technique. However, thanks to the wood element, the ground surface was covered with tree roots and it was hard to realize that everything was handmade. Now safely hidden, the two could discuss the situation and, at the same time, rest before the battle ahead. Both shinobi had miraculously escaped, mostly thanks to Kakashi using Kamui, who absorbed part of the attack that was heading straight for them, after which the Junin were able to escape. Hitaki was quite tired. He was not going to rejoin the fight right away. Iwa's shinobi were wandering around. There was no way to talk to them, because martial law automatically made any ninja from another village an enemy, and neither Kakashi nor Yamato wanted to fight them. However, Hitaki knew that Izuna wouldn't just give up. Now the copy ninja understood why it was necessary. In the strike, Izuna had wanted to simply use Hitaki's abilities and then take his Sharingan afterwards. Now that there were no members of the Uchiha clan left, the only ones with the gift of sight were the two of them, and as Hitaki had surmised, Izuna had already begun to go blind. However, the shinobi himself couldn't back down now, or the rebellion would never end. Kakashi was going to ponder the situation well enough to rejoin the fight. Yamato understood everything, and was also willing to fight to the last man. During his fight, he was also able to discover the weak points of his opponent. In addition to tiring quickly, the Uchiha was trying to use his Sharingan as little as possible, saving his strength. In addition, Yamato noticed a peculiarity: the break between attacks using Amaterasu was about 20 minutes. This fact could be the key to victory if they managed to use it correctly. However, both shinobi were losing to Izuna in experience and amount of chakra. The last attack had shown how devastating their techniques could be. Of course it would be wiser to retreat now, Hitaki's friend mused. But now that he had encountered Rin in so many years, Kakashi wouldn't be able to do that. The shinobi created another tree clone and sent it out to explore. He prepared for any surprises. Now there was no help waiting and they could only count on themselves. Izuna found himself in the middle of a burned forest. He still couldn't come out of his astonishment at what he had seen. He struggled to contain his excitement. The Uchiha coveted Kakashi's eyes more than ever. He saw that Hitaki had been able to escape thanks to Mangekyo's Sharingan. No way had the Uchiha expected that someone who didn't have the blood of his clan flowing in him would be able to achieve such results. Now the shinobi was even more eager to achieve it for himself. However, he needed to restore his chakra before he could fight again. To make matters worse, Izuna had already received the report that there were units attacking Konoha. The battle was now in full swing. "Fools," the man said, burning the letter. "What do I care whether they die or not? The world has already begun to change, and soon rebellions will sweep the countries. War and hatred will spread everywhere, and then, when the old system is overthrown, someone will come to take power. The Uchiha looked up at the sky. A blood-red moon was hovering over the world, as if heralding the beginning of an era of slaughter. The world is about to change, he said, hearing footsteps. The silhouette of a man appeared behind him. Isn't that right, Jiraiya? Sannin looked sullenly at the leader of the Hidden Ones. The latter only nodded, continuing in silence. Naruto sat by the window, gazing out at the night sky. He and Hinata had made their way to a ramshackle inn and stayed there. For almost half the night, the shinobi did not go out or go to bed. Naruto hadn't uttered another word the whole time, he was constantly locked in his thoughts. All the girls' attempts to cheer him up somehow were in vain. In the end, she decided to leave her friend alone for a while so that Uzumaki could sort himself out. The shinobi could not sleep, just closing his eyes, the image of his friend being devoured by the attack reappeared in his head. Naruto himself could already understand the reason why he was able to stay alive. Ninetail didn't want to die, and at the last moment he was able to protect them both with the cover of his chakra. The Uzumaki himself didn't know whether to thank him or curse him. Guilt was taking over him more and more. He had fallen for the provocation and had ended up losing his best friend. No, I didn't lose him, the shinobi mused, I killed him. I killed him. That's not like you, a growling voice was heard in his mind. Zoro yawned lazily, squinting his eyes. He had been depressed lately, and the Jinchuriki's despondency had carried over to the Biju as well. Unlike his partner, the demon felt no remorse. He didn't care, even though the fox knew perfectly well how dear the Uchiha was to Naruto. What do you want? Uzumaki muttered. He didn't want to talk to anyone, least of all a demon, but it was obvious that the fox was bored of talking. You're unhinged, he growled. You look like a loser. To Tail's surprise, however, Naruto remained silent, and at any other time he would have yelled at him. The weight of responsibility was tormenting Naruto more and more, plunging him into a chaos of despair. And Ninetails realized that if this kept up, his Jinchuriki might go completely insane. It was one thing for Naruto to freak out and let him out, and another for him to plot suicide. The Biju didn't want to take that risk at all, especially now that he had reconciled himself to his confinement. After all, the fox wasn't going to throw his life away so easily. I know about your fight, as if it were me and not you, Kyubi said, but for some reason I noticed a strange detail. The fox waited for the shinobi's reaction. He was fed up with that whole situation, and the Nine-Tailed wanted all the misunderstandings to be resolved once and for all. This time Naruto was distracted from his musings. The Biju's words had hurt the shinobi to some extent. Dettel. His voice trembled slightly. After hours of self-inflicted pain, the ninja could finally see the situation from another perspective. Yes, Zoro blurted out, I'm no expert on human emotions, but at the last moment, before the technique hit you, Sasuke smiled as if he was glad to be dying. What kind of nonsense is that? Uzumaki burst out. He too remembered his friend's smile, but for it to mean happiness. Sasuke probably thought he had won, and it was the smile of a winner. However, the fox shinobi's words made him hesitate again. After all, memory was playing a sick joke on him, so he couldn't be 100% sure. The smile, the shinobi mused, his smile. He imagined the Uchiha's face again the moment their techniques collided. Until that moment Naruto had been depressed, and hadn't paid much attention to the Uchiha's facial expressions. He had been blinded by grief and didn't care about anything, but now. There was a faint hope in his soul. He was actually smiling, not like he used to, and the eyes, he was looking as if. Understood, then, hummed the fox. That can't be. The shinobi blurted out. It was as if he had sobered up and was thinking more clearly. Naruto swallowed convulsively, remembering all the details of the battle and Sasuke's behavior. Even then he had noticed that something was wrong, and now he began to compare all the facts. But what surprised him most was that Nine-Tails was capable of noticing something like this. Has the world turned upside down? Thought the shinobi, but now he had a new goal, to find out everything to the end. The boy jumped down from his seat. He had to hurry. "Hinata!" shrieked Uzumaki, rushing out of the room. The girl, who had been brooding in the room all this time, stirred. Her friend's sharp exclamation made her stop everything she was doing. The kunoichi jumped into the hallway, not knowing what to expect, but the worried Uzumaki and his excitement somewhat calmed Hyuga herself. The shinobi was no longer like a doll, his emotions had returned, and though Hinata didn't know the cause, she was glad. "Naruto." The girl wanted to ask, but he interrupted her. "Let's go." Naruto began to walk downstairs. Kunoichi followed him without further ado. "Where are we going?" she asked, hurrying after Uzumaki. "To Naruto's ruined bridge." A ruined bridge? Was the girl surprised? Why would Naruto go back there? The sight of his battle, what could it give but pain? Besides, why so suddenly? "I'm sorry, Hinata, that you have to put up with me." "It's not like that," exclaimed the kunoichi. "Thank you." Chapter 18. Part 2. "Where do you think he is?" Yamato whispered quietly, looking carefully at his partner. Kakashi had rested after using Kamui and was now waiting for a report from his dogs. The shinobi invoked the help of his pets so he wouldn't be caught off guard. 3 hours had passed since the encounter with Izuna, but no further incidents had occurred. Yamato's clone had returned safely to his master, but apart from a patrol of Willow, no one else had appeared. "I don't know for sure," whispered Hitaki, "but it's unlikely he's anywhere nearby, or Pakun would have discovered him by now." The ninja had been in anxious anticipation the whole time. He couldn't relax for a moment, every rustle made him shudder. Kakashi had yet to devise a strategy on how to defeat such a powerful opponent, but Izuna's old age was giving them a chance. Despite all his strength, the Uchiha was quickly running out of steam. "He can use such devastating fire techniques," Kakashi mused. "I won't be able to repel another barrage. Besides, it's hard to counter anything against Amaterasu. Then all we have left is to wait until after the attack, when Izuna will try to delay the timing of another attack. That will be our only chance, unless, of course, no one else intervenes." A cracking sound was heard again. Both shinobi froze, but soon calmed down. It was only Pakun. "Kakashi," the dog whispered, "we have a problem." He looked worried and looked around. "What's wrong?" the Junin asked, trying to speak as quietly as possible. "I've found that Uchiha, but..." Pakun didn't have time to finish. The jet of fire was already heading towards the shinobi's temporary shelter. Sensing danger, Kakashi and Yamato quickly retreated. Pakun, for his part, bounced back, only singeing his fur. "He's here," barked the dog, regretting the fact that, once again, he had not sniffed out the enemy. The Konoha ninja hid among the vegetation, but were unable to spot the enemy. It disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Is it Izuna? Kakashi wondered. Or is it someone from the Iwa village? The shinobi tried to identify the enemy by smell, but to no avail. To his luck, Pakun had also hidden himself. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a shiver run through his body. His hand reached for his kunai on its own. Grabbing the weapon, the Junin attacked Yamato, who was standing nearby. As the shinobi reacted too late, the weapon scratched his back. Yamato recoiled to the side, staring in horror at his companion. "My body," Hitaki whispered and rushed at his friend again, about to attack again. This time Yamato didn't hesitate, he repelled Kakashi's kunai with his own. Tree Grab Tenzo created a technique, and in the same instant tree branches went towards Kakashi to bind him. However, Hitaki took advantage of the exploding wisps and managed to escape. "Yeah, what's going on here?" frantically wondered the shinobi, not understanding his friend's actions. It seemed like Kakashi wanted to say something, but couldn't. His strange behavior suggested several thoughts, but none of the versions coexisted in Yamato's mind. He knew that the illusion would have no effect on his friend, and besides, then he himself would have fallen under its properties. Besides, he did not feel the presence of the enemy, which was strange. "Yamato," Pakun whispered, suddenly appearing. "Ah, it's you," the man sighed. "Where is Kakashi?" "He's missing," the Junin replied. "Something strange is happening to him." "I didn't have time to warn you," the dog began. There was another shinobi with Izuna, and if my eyes don't fail me, it was Jiraiya. Jiraiya. The ninja was horrified. But it can't be. He's dead. Yes, and I think he's dead even now, since I can't smell anything from him. So the one who attacked us was one of the legendary trio. If so, now Kakashi's behavior can be explained. The shinobi thought for a moment. It was getting more and more dangerous to get into a fight, plus the enemy was using Kakashi as a weapon. It was a bad situation, but now Yamato had to fight two strong shinobi at once, not to mention another one lurking somewhere nearby. Pakun, do you know where Kakashi is right now? Yamato asked. The dog sniffed. 10 o'clock, he said, about 7 meters away. I see, the man whispered. Tree cloning technique. A clone appeared beside the shinobi. You know what you have to do, said the ninja. His doppelganger nodded and merged with one of the trees. So, from the looks of it, Kakashi is now under the shadow-controlled technique of the toad's surface. He recalled the data from the information scroll about the Sannin's abilities. Jiraiya himself is hiding in the shadows. The ninja began to bend the seals. Release by earth. Separation by earth flow. The surface shuddered and unfolded in different directions. Kakashi had to flee again to avoid being hit by Yamato. He too started to fold the seals against his will. That's ran through Hitaki's mind. A second later, Chidori was already glowing in his hand. He knows this technique. Who the hell is controlling me? Hitaki lunged straight towards his friend. Yamato tried to grab him with tree vines, but the Chidori shattered them. I can't keep up with him, Yamato hastened to say. Suddenly, his feet began to sink into the ground, which started to turn into a swamp. The ninja created a wooden wall to protect himself from the Chidori and, at the same time, tried to get out of the slimy quagmire. At that moment, the wall was shattered by Kakashi's attack, which went straight for Tenzo. His clone slipped out of the tree and covered his master, but Hitaki's arm went through his body and still hit Yamato. The Chidori pierced the shinobi's chest, but the clone caused the attack to lose most of its power. Yamato, spitting blood, in the same second braided Kakashi's body with branches that gripped the ninja tightly, preventing him from moving. Damn it, Yamato, Kakashi could barely look at the friend he had just injured. After being grabbed, Yamato backed up a couple of steps, struggling to stay on his feet. Several flakes of wood rushed towards the shadow behind Kakashi. In the same second, Jiraiya jumped out of it. There he is. The shinobi thought. At that moment, the Sannin found himself surrounded by a stone wall that closed in on all four sides, forming a cage and enclosing the man inside. This. Kakashi, who hadn't expected to see Jiraiya either, was as surprised as Yamato. At that moment, the shinobi felt the vines of the trees loosen their grip. Yamato, no longer able to stand, collapsed to the ground. Hitaki, freeing himself at last, leapt toward his friend. Just then, Pakun, who had been hiding all this time and only watched the battle, appeared. Kakashi, said the dog, 4 smells are coming towards us. Are there more enemies? The shinobi asked, but now he was more concerned about the Sannin. He's dead, isn't he? Yes. Then Jiraiya called out with the help of Edo Tensei. Not surprisingly, Izuna knows this technique, but I never thought he would call him specifically. It doesn't look good, Izuna is heading this way too, the dog whispered, suddenly sensing the Uchiha's approach. We have to get out of here. It won't be easy, whispered Yamato. He leaned on Kakashi's shoulder and they both walked away from the battlefield. The girl's screams echoed in the cell. It had been 20 minutes since Nika had been screaming, making the guards and the neighboring prisoners nervous. A burning pain. Ah! She screamed, trying to free herself from the chair, but the handcuffs held her tightly. Shut up! Shouted one of the captives, covering his ears with his hands. Somebody shut her up, said another. A volley of discontent echoed throughout the floor. The guards tried to calm the enraged prisoners. One of the shinobi turned to Nika, who was still shouting despite all the curses directed at her rather gruff voice. Hey, you, shut up! The guard raged, towering over the girl. I can't. You're hurting me. It hurts. The captive continued to scream. The commotion caused by her nervous screams was becoming increasingly annoying to the guards on the floor. Now that Konoha was under attack, any outburst of rebellion could prove fatal, so such outbursts of aggression were dealt with on a minute-by-minute basis. "Call the ninja doctor," the shinobi shouted to one of the guards. He covered the girl's mouth with his hand and said, "Now you're going to get help, so shut up." Nika remained silent, staring at the man whose face was covered by a dark blue mask. The rampage he had raised had temporarily shaken the entire upper floor and, while the guards tried to calm the angry captives, Nika decided to escape. As soon as the shinobi touched her, the kunoichi began to stealthily draw her chakra. The man, for his part, feared that if he withdrew his hand, the captive would once again rattle the prison with screams. While they waited for the medical ninja, Nika was saving her strength to escape. After so much torture, the girl was exhausted and could not even move. All the time she remembered her past and the leader of the Hidden Ones. Brief moments would take her into oblivion for a while, but the girl would return to the empty room with the enemy ninjas. The desire to die had vanished and had been replaced by vengeance. Nikki's will was now even stronger than before. As the girl drained chakra from the shinobi continued to wait for the doctor to appear. The man swayed slightly, feeling a sudden attack of weakness. At first he did not understand the reason for such a sudden drop in chakra, but suddenly he realized what was happening. The shinobi jerked his hand away and slapped Nika's face angrily, causing the girl to fall to the ground along with the chair. "What a bastard," the man hissed angrily. He headed towards her, intending to teach her a lesson for trying to escape. Nika hit the stone floor and struggled to open her eyes. The girl could not resist, and her adversary was too clever than she expected. At that moment, near the wall, the girl saw a mouse run. The rodent looked with glowing eyes at the captive and then headed for the ninja's feet. The shinobi tried to lift Nika to hit her once more, when suddenly he himself fell like a sinew. Behind him was the girl, holding a bloody kunai. "Rose," Nika whispered, sighing in relief. "I finally found you," smiled another kunoichi, opening the locks on her friend's arms. "I didn't think I'd see you. You haven't forgotten that we didn't abandon our own." Both girls put their seals back together and turned into mice. They slipped out of the room unseen, and by the time the guards fled, they were out. Nika froze, staring at Konoha. She watched in horror at what was happening around her. "Did you notice?" Rose smiled, stopping and looking at her friend. "I noticed, but they didn't," said the kunoichi, gritting her teeth. "Because idiots, let's go, this is no time to get into a fight." Nika nodded, and they ran towards the walls of Konoha once again to leave the village as soon as possible. "Still, I was wary of him for a reason," Nika mused. "This Nara. He's too dangerous. And someday I'll kill him." Chapter 19. Konoha was engulfed in flames. The village seemed to be devoured by a monster, destroying everything in its path. Bright flashes lit up the surrounding forest, and screams littered the neighborhood. Blood flooded the ground, which absorbed the lives of the humans. The surviving Hidden Ones crushed anyone who tried to resist. The summoned animals continued to destroy homes, crushing people like insects. The corpses of shinobi lay everywhere. Some of the survivors tried to escape, but were pursued by the enemies, who did not want to spare anyone. After the destruction of the Hokage's palace, where the temporary cage and the main unit of Junin commanders were located, it was easy to destroy the village. And despite the fierce resistance of the Junin and Genin, they were almost all dead. Ino lay on the ground, unable to move. She had been hit by the shockwave and was paralyzed. She watched as the hospital went up in flames. There were still a large number of patients there, but now they had no chance of getting out. A dog was heard howling, most likely Akamaru, who still couldn't leave his master behind. Not far behind the kunoichi were several more companions, all dead. Tenten had also been thrown backwards by the blast and was now covered in ceiling fragments. Choji was lying on the ground next to the 3 dead bodies of the villagers. Not far from him lay his father and a few other clan members. How could this have happened? Ino whispered, barely looking at the blazing inferno around her. Suddenly, the girl felt her hair being grabbed. She was still alive, smirked the enemy ninja. At that moment, a scream echoed throughout the neighborhood. There were wounded Anbu somewhere. Their masks were shattered and lay in pieces on the ground, with Sakura frozen in the arms of a shinobi. A horrible wound was visible on her head. The children the kunoichi was protecting were also killed. "Victory!" shouted one of the hidden commanders, raising his hand triumphantly. "Victory!" echoed other voices. The villagers who had rebelled against their village joined them, and the others who had defected to the enemy at the last moment to save themselves also joined the chorus. Suddenly, the enemy shinobi began to receive wounds. No one could understand where the attack was coming from, as all of Konoha's defenders had been killed. However, the members of the organization were receiving wounds and falling as if under their feet. "My chakra!" exclaimed one of the young shinobi, feeling his strength draining away. "What's going on here?" shouted the stone Junin. The summoned animals disappeared as if they had never existed. "What idiots," came a voice. The enemy shinobi, those who were still conscious, stared at the man standing on the roof of one of the houses. Strangely, the fire that was spreading everywhere did not reach him. "Kill!" commanded the commander, but the kunai aimed at the stranger pierced his body. A sarcastic smile appeared on the guy's face. The enemies now seemed discouraged, caught in a perfectly prepared trap. A moment later, the world around him began to transform. All the destruction of the night attack began to fade away. There were no more flames, no more dead ninjas, no more destroyed houses, even the screams and noises began to subside. The illusion technique was eliminated, and Konoha was revealed to the hidden ones, unharmed. Pre-dawn lightning was just beginning to illuminate the Fire Nation's territory. The invaders themselves were surrounded by leaf and sand shinobi. Shikamaru still stood in his seat, surveying the captives as if nothing had happened. "You have lost," he said, instilling genuine fear in his opponents. "You have wasted your chakra and suffered great losses, now you had better surrender." "No way," one of the Chunin shouted. "We have destroyed Konoha." Several villagers cowardly crowded around the leader of the teams. They had already realized that further fighting was futile, and they were not willing to risk their lives. "It was all an illusion," whispered in an angry voice the blonde commander of the Hidden Ones, who still didn't understand how they had all fallen into this trap. It was hard to accept such an unexpected defeat, but now the advantage was not on their side. In addition to the Leaf Ninja themselves, the shinobi of the arena had come to their aid. The best fighters of the two villages, specialized only in illusion techniques, completely created a new reality, making the enemy believe that the battle was really taking place. To perfect the technique, seals were distributed around the perimeter, which were used to perform large-scale illusion techniques that were imposed before the enemies entered the village. "We made it after all," Nara sighed as he watched the Hidden Ones surrender. After capturing the spy posing as Taunton, Morino Ibiki was able to learn that the village was about to be attacked, and then Yamanaka Inoichi was able to get details about the attack from the captive. And with his help, the Junin were able to track down several spies, and then track down all of the Hidden's supporters, who were immediately arrested. Shino and the Aburame clan played an important role in this case. With the help of the scarabs, they not only secretly tracked the enemies, but were also able to obtain information about the time of the attack and how the enemies had infiltrated Konoha. The Hyuga clan, meanwhile, found all the explosive seals that had been placed using the Byakugan and disarmed them. Shikamaru had been prepared to retaliate, but with the disunity in all the villages and the lack of shinobi, many of whom had been summoned by the daimyo, he had to think of an easier plan to neutralize the enemies. Also, when he learned that Izuna was the leader of the Hidden Ones, he assumed that he would try to destroy the village anyway, just like his brother. Besides, Shikamaru didn't want casualties, so he thought of a plan more favorable to them. After the assassination attempt, the guy realized that they didn't have much time left, so he ordered all the illusion expert ninjas into action. As soon as the normal townspeople were evacuated, an illusion was cast over the town. Therefore, as soon as the enemies attacked, they were immediately trapped. Nara had planned all the events that would form the basis of the illusion to make it look as realistic as possible. It was the first time they had used a common illusion against enemies, and it had been successful largely thanks to Kurenai, who was a genius at this type of technique and had spent the last few years developing new techniques based on his study of the Uchiha clan's style. Having exhausted themselves, the hidden ones became an easy target. I was able to fool everyone at the Hokage's death as well. After that, I took the enemy's attention. Shikamaru began to turn to the arena shinobi who were subordinate to Temari, but the biggest problem is still Izuna. Thanks to Kakashi, we know where he is, so before the Uchiha regains his sanity, he'll be beaten again. That was pretty classy, Temari smiled, looking at an exhausted Shikamaru. Thanks for your help. If the plan had failed, we wouldn't have been able to do it alone. I don't think it would have failed if it had been you, said the girl winking. I'm not that perfect, she thought. All was quiet in the daimyo's palace. The lord was lying on his bed, yawning sweetly. 2 shinobi of Junin rank were standing at the entrance to the room, manning their post and watching over the daimyo's sleep. Shikaku and Hiyashi were sitting in one of the offices. In all this time, they had not slept a wink. The 2 shinobi of the Hyuga clan had been monitoring the castle every 2 hours with a Byakugan. It was already dawn, but there was still no data on Konoha. Although the clan leaders were aware of Shikamaru's plan, the elder Nara was still worried about whether the ambush would go smoothly or if there would be complications. He himself had been sitting perfectly still for a long time now, staring out the window thoughtfully. Hiyashi wasn't talking either. He was worried about the fate of the clan and Hinata. He hadn't heard from the latter in a while, but he still didn't know that the girl had followed Naruto. Several shadows crept into the garden of the feudal lord's estate. Dressed in black suits and masks, 10 men were advancing cautiously towards the daimyo's palace, concealing their chakra. The guards guarding the main gate had already been stunned and their bodies concealed. In their place, shadow clones of the invaders appeared, who, turned dead, stood guard calmly. The assassins were about to enter the building when they were suddenly surrounded by a squad of Konoha shinobi. The enemies tried to break through the cordon to disperse through the mansion. One of the enemy shinobi used an earth elemental and slowed down the ninja guards. Shikaku and Hiyashi, after receiving the report, went to the daimyo's room to provide security. What's going on in there? Shikaku asked as one of the Chunin appeared before them. Attack, the man muttered. We are trying to catch all the assassins. I see. The 2 shinobi entered the room. The daimyo sat drowsily on the soft sofa, not at all concerned that the mercenaries had come for his head. He still hadn't fully grasped the complexity of the situation, but Nara and Hyuga decided it was for the best for the time being. We have to go, said Shikaku, right now it's not exactly safe to be here. Do we have to? The daimyo groaned in frustration, but looked at the impartial faces of his bodyguards and sighed. They escorted him to the exit along with the counselor, who tried to stay close to the strong fighters. Where are we going? Asked the counselor nervously, rubbing his scarf with his hand. To the west side of the building, to the negotiation room, replied Hiyashi calmly. That'll be much safer there, nodded Nara, but I didn't think anyone was going to attack right now. Shikaku looked questioningly at his partner. He too was confused by the recent events, but this incident was beneficial to both of them. Soon a couple more ninja from the daimyo's personal guard arrived at the shinobi's side. What about the others? Hiyashi asked. They are holding off the enemy, the newcomer reported. Where are the guards? We cannot protect the daimyo alone, Hyuga said sternly. Reinforcements will be here soon, replied the second shinobi with a sly smile. An explosion echoed through the estate. The battle began to spread across the daimyo's domain. The feudal lord himself and his advisor became even more nervous. The country chief's drowsiness disappeared. He was now as frightened as his subordinate, only the ninja remained calm. They quickly made their way to the assembly hall and locked themselves inside. 2 guards stood by the door, guarding their lord's chambers. The 2 shinobi looked at each other with a nod. Once the daimyo and his advisor entered the room, they settled themselves near the long table, awaiting further developments. Shikaku and Hiyashi paused, listening. At that moment, they simultaneously drew their kunai from their pockets and hurled the weapons at the unsuspecting daimyo. The kunai flew straight towards the victim who was sitting with his back to them, but at that moment the counselor dodged them, protecting his master. What the hell? Hiyashi scolded, not expecting it. The chubby old man, who was trembling with fear, took off the transformation technique, and the assassins saw the real head of the Hyuga clan. A moment later, the pseudo-daimyo that Shikaku had become was removed. The man smiled arrogantly. His trap had worked to perfection. The false representatives of Konoha tried to escape, but a few blows were enough for Hiyashi to stop the attempt. Moments later, the Junin of Konoha entered the room with the captured daimyo guards who had participated in the plot against their lord. Behind them, the black-clad ninja appeared before the clan leaders, who went on a rampage to reveal the true culprits. "Well played," smiled Shikaku. "Always happy to help," said one of the men, "although it's been a long time since I've been involved in a show like this." "Of course you have," Hiyashi nodded. He had forgotten what it was like to be at the center of a mission. Nara, however, was delighted. When he arrived at the daimyo's estate, he immediately suspected that there were traitors among the lord's cronies. However, it was difficult to find them. They were cleverly disguised and did not give themselves away. Therefore, Shikaku decided to use trickery to uncover the traitors. He organized a provocation with a group of shinobi from Konoha's Anbu unit. Shikaku assumed that the true representatives of the hidden organization would try to kill the daimyo, taking advantage of this opportune moment, and he was not wrong. Two of the lord's cronies, distant relatives who had once studied ninja techniques, decided that the daimyo was in their place and became Nara and Hyuga. No one would have suspected them, but they did not realize that the real leaders had long been waiting for the assassins. Nara decided to participate in the mission himself, as he could not trust anyone else with such a dangerous task. Hiyashi was in full agreement with him. The two shinobi were very skilled fighters and could not fear for their lives. Meanwhile, the battle continued near the Iwa village. Yamato lay with an open wound in his chest. The shinobi had failed to anticipate Jiraiya's blow, and was now defeated. However, despite the severity of the wound, he was still alive. Sanin was able to free himself from the trap without any difficulty and quickly caught up with the fugitives. However, he did not finish them off, or rather, he did not have time to do so, as he was attacked by the Iwa ninja who had appeared. The sight of their battle was attracting more and more attention. And after the attack of the samurai, the shinobi of the stone were prepared for any surprise. The Anbu sent to deal with the guests were at that moment trying to deal with Jiraiya. Izuna, for his part, soon appeared on the battlefield and tried to defeat Kakashi once again. Both did not have time to recover properly. In the middle of the night, the battle stopped and then resumed again due to the appearance of the Anbu who tried to take their enemies by surprise again and again. It would be nice if they had finally made up their minds about the enemies, Kakashi mused as he walked away from another barrage of fire techniques. Thanks to the clones I could hold out until morning, but they consumed too much chakra. Besides, none of the combinations were able to counter his power. Even without the Sharingan, he can read my movements well. That's what experience means. Hitaki created a Chidori in his hand and ran straight towards the Uchiha. Although they had been fighting for quite some time, Izuna was no longer using Amaterasu, and as the battle progressed, he was trying to use the Sharingan as little as possible. He was saving his strength, hoping to be able to hold on any way he could. However, a sudden frontal attack from the enemy forced him to use the Sharingan again. Hitaki didn't hold back, trying to strike as accurately as possible, but Izuna parried his blows, dodging them skillfully. Still, I won't be able to do this for long, the Uchiha reflected as he realized that age was taking its toll on him. An instant replacement technique allowed him to retreat, but at the same time Izuna immediately moved in, using a ground technique to imprison Kakashi in a stone prison. Hitaki stepped back, escaping just in time. That was close. Hitaki fled, trying to come up with a new plan of action. But the enemy hadn't given him the chance. Now the Uchiha decided to go all out. A summoned boar the size of a mountain charged towards the shinobi, crushing everything in its path. Trees turned to mush under its hooves. "How big?" whispered the shinobi. He had to leave his hiding place to avoid being crushed. The boar headed towards the village, and Izuna, after smoking his enemy in the open, used the lightning element and created a Chidori himself. It struck, tearing the side of Hitaki, who had by no means expected his technique to be used so suddenly. Although Kakashi tried to bend the seals discreetly, he did not escape his opponent's attention. The ninja managed to dodge the direct hit, but was only slightly injured. Izuna caught the shinobi off guard by instantly using the Tsukuyomi technique, and despite Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi was unable to counter it completely. Hitaki found himself in a different space, only now he was surrounded by sharp spikes emerging from beneath the bloody ground. It was impossible to predict their appearance, but the pain inflicted by the weapons was very real. And no matter how hard the shinobi tried to dodge, he was always overpowered by the spear point. It's an illusion, the Junin tried to convince himself, but, as was the case with Itachi, the technique was all too real and his body responded to the external threat by transmitting impulses to his brain. After only 3 minutes in the illusion, Kakashi was impaled by the pikes and rose above the surface, lifted by the spears like a toy. Back in the present, the shinobi struggled to stand up, but after a few minutes, he fell to his knees again. Amaterasu. Subspace techniques. Tsukuyomi, the shinobi mused frantically, he's using them all. And my Sharingan is still unable to resist this power. His body shuddered as if receiving an electric shock. Tsukuyomi's shock wouldn't go away, no matter how much Kakashi struggled. Izuna closed her eyes, her eyelids twitching with nervousness. He could no longer distinguish colors clearly, and the image was getting blurrier and blurrier. To get out of this battle, the shinobi decided to use one of his most powerful techniques, although he was well aware of the risks of doing so. That's it, he whispered, I'm finally going to remove your Sharingan, Kakashi. His ragged breathing and sluggish gait betrayed his fatigue. Due to the chakra expended in battle, the shinobi could not maintain one of the forbidden techniques for long, and his body was slowly aging. Gray hair was beginning to appear in his hair. He approached the shinobi, who couldn't even stand, and once again brought his hand close to Kakashi's eye, but in the same second it bounced back sharply due to the kunai thrown from somewhere in the side. Rin appeared in front of Kakashi, blocking the Uchiha's access to Hitaki. Rin. Kakashi whispered with difficulty, still not believing what his eyes were seeing. The girl pulled out another kunai, as a sign that she was going to fight. Rin, Izuna whispered, are you coming against me? He was more furious than ever. Just a little more and Hitaki's eye would have been in his hands, and now he had lost it once again. Besides, his former ally had decided to betray him, and that fact also made him uneasy. This eye. The girl whispered, it's a gift from Obito, and it doesn't belong to you. She almost shouted the last sentence. The teacher's insolence infuriated the kunoichi. She had never expected him to do something like that. Moreover, the appearance of her friend, who had only recently appeared, was still stirring the girl's heart. The Uchiha merely stood there, watching the kunoichi, but he was already making her uncomfortable. Rin was frightened and was struggling to suppress that fear. That man still instills terror in me. She swallowed saliva, trying to calm her tremors. Her body was obeying some strange instinct at that moment, and she could no longer stop herself. There was no turning back. The doubts were gone, replaced by a sense of freedom. The Sharingan belongs only to the Uchiha clan, and those who do not understand it, he smiled wickedly, will be killed. You have made your choice, girl, the shinobi thought. He knew something like this would happen someday, and he was prepared. Rin, you can't take him, Kakashi uttered. I know, the kunoichi mentally replied. She didn't want to speak anymore, lest she would give away the trembling in her voice. The girl began to pull shurikens out of her pocket. She had already managed to scan the surroundings while the others fought, and even set traps. Kakashi, Rin said haltingly, taking a deep breath, I'll protect you now. The ninja's eyes rounded. Never in his life had he seen her so sure of herself. And now he had no chance of stopping her. The girl threw her shurikens forward. However, Izuna easily repelled them with her kunai. Her two clones, which had already appeared to the right and left of the Uchiha, aimed water whips at the shinobi, which in one blow cut through the tree bark like butter. Water can be dangerous too, and she's always been good at concentrating her chakra, Izuna mused. The flashback began. Rin stood up from the floor, wiping the blood from her lip. The teacher's superiority was evident. Have you given up already? She smiled. Go ahead then. That's not fair, he knows the 4 elements, the girl snorted. Then, she walked towards him, a water whip forming in her hand. The main thing is not to lose concentration, so the blow will be more accurate and powerful. The jet of water hissed a millimeter from the shinobi's ear and pierced the rock behind him. Not bad, just. With a jerk, he quickly found himself right in front of the young kunoichi, and with a single blow knocked the air out of her lungs, knocking her out. As the girl lay on the ground, writhing in pain, the man crouched down beside her. You are weaker than many of my subordinates. Of all the elements, you can only use water, and even then not perfectly. As if I wouldn't know without it, Rin thought angrily, rubbing the bruised area. At this rate you won't even be able to scratch me, sighed the Uchiha, resentful that he had wasted so much time on a meaningless test of strength. Suddenly, however, the kunoichi stood up and hit the shinobi's forehead with a wave of her hand. The girl concentrated the chakra in her hand and used it as a sword. Izuna didn't even move, even though the wound on her forehead was starting to bleed profusely. Why didn't you dodge? The girl asked stubbornly. This time she was startled for the first time, the person in front of her seemed to feel no pain at all. That's right, combat medicine, the Uchiha said sardonically. I didn't think you were able to heal your wounds so quickly, and even attack me. You might still have some chance of surviving. He's crazy, Rin thought, realizing that her enemy could have calmly dodged, but didn't. It was as if he was eager to feel the wound on his body. Noticing his uncomprehending look, Izuna uttered, pointing to the blood. It's the fact that I'm still alive. As long as I can be hurt, as long as I bleed, as long as I feel pain, I exist. So confusing, whispered the kunoichi, still not fully understanding the meaning of that sentence. The end of the flashback. Fire Dragon. The attack was directed towards Rin. The Uchiha himself dispelled the clones with 2 hits. Water Ball. The kunoichi had time to defend herself. The girl blocked the enemy attack by activating seals on the trees closest to Izuna. The Uchiha was transported before the explosion went off. Rin's arm throbbed, the hastily healed wounds still hurt. The girl touched her shoulder, trying to ease the pain. Her teacher's words of old came back to her, but now she knew what they meant. You know perfectly well that you cannot defeat me, not even now. She concentrated chakra in her hands and created a lightning sword. Of course I know, the girl threw a smoke bomb and the space around her was enveloped in a purple mist. Fire, earth, lightning and wind against water already determine the winner, and then there's the Sharingan that you won't use on me because you don't see fit. The girl lost herself in the mist, trying to be the first to spot the Uchiha so she could attack from behind. Izuna took a step, and felt a pain in her leg. The shinobi sat down on his knee and ran his hand across the ground. In it lay a makibishi. She knows I can't see well, so this smoke bomb is blocking my view even more. Spotting the makibishi is impossible at all, 1 step and. Suddenly the shinobi felt the stupa begin to go numb. So they are still soaked in poison, he whispered. The girl used every means to win. Izuna stabbed the kunai into her leg, releasing the blood and poison. She caught an air movement and turned around, grabbing the kunoichi's arm where a sheet of chakra had formed. Air flow technique. Izuna exhaled air from her chest, mixing it with chakra, and a strong current of wind blew the mist away completely. Sharp spines scattered around her in a radius of 5 meters. The girl tried to break free, but the Uchiha held her hand firmly. It's past the time when I allow you to hurt yourself, he said, squeezing the kunoichi's arm tightly. There was a cracking sound. The girl cried out in pain. Rin. Kakashi tried to move, and fell to the ground. Then he started to crawl, struggling to overcome the trembling of his body. The after effects of Tsukuyomi were still taking their toll on his body. Aside from watching the battle, Hitaki had nothing else to do, but he stubbornly resisted falling behind, even though he knew it was useless right now. Izuno raised his sword to attack. Suddenly, however, a woman leapt towards them, and both shinobi backed away from each other as the attacker tried to strike. As soon as her fist hit the ground, a huge crack ran across the surface. Kakashi stopped, looking at the woman in front of them. Princess Tsunade, Rin whispered. She was saved by the Hokage's appearance, though she could have been killed by that attack. Why is she here? Uchiha was angry. After all, I was told that the 5th Hokage had died and was buried. The flashback began. Today we will bid farewell to the 5th, the voice of the acting Hokage was heard. Crowds of people followed Tsunade's coffin, laying flowers for the great woman. This is too cruel, said Neji. Tsunade, Sakura whispered, lowering her eyes. Nara stood to the side, watching the procession. He had been one of the first to lay flowers for the 5th, and now he could only wait. Are you sure everything is all right? Shizune asked. She was pale and exhausted. Yes, I'm sure. You'd better rest, you can barely stand, I'll take care of the rest. No, I'll stay, said the kunoichi firmly. Don't exert yourself too much. We don't know if our enemies might be among these people right now, we have to be prepared for anything. A few hours later, at the Hokage's palace. Sending Tsunade to fight the hidden leader was risky, Neji sighed, leaning against the wall. I know, but she's the only one who can stand up to his power. Besides, we could have defended the village anyway, Shikamaru replied. Soon my plan will come true, all that's left is to give the others a chance to act. Tsunade has had plenty of time to get to Kakashi while we defend Konoha, Nara reflected. And although I have sent another squad to help her, it is hard to predict what will happen next. End of flashback. Naruto Hinata looked around with her Byakugan, though she knew perfectly well she would find nothing. The more experienced ninja searchers had scouted everything here long ago and had found no clues. The Uzumaki himself was pacing back and forth along the shore. The residents under Tezuna's command had already begun rebuilding the bridge again, with even more persistence than before. Standing here, Naruto was once again reminded of his battle. The smallest detail had only brought more pain. Okay, the boy uttered, if the Byakugan has no power. Uzumaki used Sage Mode. The shinobi felt the influx of all kinds of chakra. Many ninja walked through the village, the power of each of them he felt as if they were inches away from him. Suddenly Naruto felt a familiar chakra. He concentrated, trying to track the shinobi who was hiding and trying to conceal his whereabouts. It's him! Naruto exclaimed. The girl was startled. Him? Asked Janeda looking surprised at her friend. Quick, we have to hurry. Naruto exclaimed, running towards the rocks behind the village. No doubt, Naruto tried not to lose contact with the ninja he had caught up with, it's his chakra. Chapter 20. Tsunade stood between the fighting men. The woman had gone in search of the leader of the Hidden Ones after Konoha received the first message from Kakashi about the organization. So you're Uchiha Izuna, the kunoichi said, raising her fists menacingly and preparing to attack again. The woman had already had time to observe the battle scene. She had noticed that Yamato and Kakashi were in pretty bad shape, so delaying the battle was of no benefit to her. Yes, as you can see, the man confirmed. So you survived. Fighting the Hokage in my current position would be too risky. You are indeed the granddaughter of the first, the Uchiha pronounced, confusing everyone present. But I will not be your opponent. At that moment, Jiraiya appeared next to Izuna. He had managed to stand up to Iwa's shinobi, and now awaited his master's order. Tsunade froze in horror. She had never expected to see him, but that impartial and emotionless shinobi was the opposite of the cheerful man she knew. Hello, Tsunade, his voice sounded monotonous. The woman shuddered. She tried to understand what was going on. She had mixed feelings. Unlike the Hokage, Jiraiya showed no emotion, not a single muscle in his face trembled. That's bad, Kakashi saw the Hokage's confusion. He could become an easy target in this state. He tried to sit up, but the ninja's strength was completely drained. Princess Tsunade! Rin exclaimed, who had already started to heal her arm. This isn't the real Jiraiya, this is his clone. The Hokage, shaking her head as if trying to ward off an obsession, looked back at Jiraiya. A clone, the woman mused, watching her opponent closely. She noticed that the man had visible cuts on his arm, but no other wounds could be found on his body. He appears to be an organically created clone, grown from the DNA of the real Jiraiya, the Hokage surmised. She had seen enough experiments like this in her life to know the gravity of the situation. Yes, a clone, Izuna confirmed, but it's just as strong as the original. At that moment, Jiraiya ran up to Tsunade. If he's as strong as Jiraiya, then I'm the only one who can stop him. Tsunade built up chakra in her fist and got within melee distance. Jiraiya dodged the woman's lunge, quickly forming seals. Fish oil. As soon as she spat out the liquid, she used the fire technique, combining the two attacks. The mass of fire shot towards the kunoichi. She shattered the ground with a kick of her foot and the stone slab took an upright position, creating something resembling a wall. Taking cover behind her, Tsunade prepared for another attack. The woman lifted the rock with one hand, and as soon as the wave of fire had passed, she threw it upwards and with frequent blows shattered the stone into small pieces, which flew towards Sannin at high speed. The clone used a summoning, and the toad with a battle shield covered Jiraiya with it. Holes appeared in the places where the stone fragments impacted, from which an irregular steam came out. "It's incredibly strong, as always," said the man. "That's not all. The kunoichi summoned Katsuya, and Jiraiya summoned Gamabuntu." "Which one?" Toad was as surprised as Tsunade had been when she first saw Jiraiya. "How can that be? Are you alive?" "I guess you could say that." "What's going on?" The princess shrieked. "You're just a clone, but you were able to summon even him." "I'm not just a clone, Tsunade." At the mention of his name, the Hokage's heart clenched. The indifferent tone was unimaginably painful, though she knew this was not the Jiraiya she had known all her life. "Really?" Anger began to invade the Hokage's chest. "I was created from Jiraiya's cells, I have all of his memories up to the moment of his death, so I am in fact Jiraiya and my contract with the Toads is just as valid as the real one." "But you're not him." The woman raged. "Damn it, I don't understand anything, what am I supposed to do?" Pondered Gamabunta, smoking a pipe. "But of one thing I'm sure, the real Jiraiya would never attack Tsunade." "You'd better not do anything stupid, Gamabunta," said the clone in a warning tone. "I know all about you too, so don't you dare back out." "Damn monster," muttered the Toad King, realizing he had no choice. If the clone really remembered everything the real one did, it would be useless to compete with him. "Katsuyu, get ready," whispered the Hokage. "Yes, mistress." "I'm sorry, Tsunade, I have no choice," sighed Gamabunta, drawing her sword from its sheath. He lunged forward, brandishing the weapon. Katsuya spat acid. Ducking, Gamabunta dodged the dangerous attack. "Combine techniques," the clone ordered. "Frog bomb," exclaimed Gamabunta, spitting out a ball of oil. "Fire arrow," exclaimed Jiraiya. Katsuyu disintegrated, protecting Tsunade. The woman on the ground escaped being roasted. Concentrating chakra in her legs, the kunoichi headed towards the toad. The fifth had no trouble climbing up the amphibian's back as thousands of smaller slugs distracted the toad's attention. Jiraiya was already in hermit mode. He watched Tsunade's chakra flow, assessing her strength. She hadn't had time to fully recover from her coma, but that didn't stop the kunoichi from attacking with zeal. Tsunade began to strike, trying to reach the Sannin, but the latter dodged, anticipating her blows. The kunoichi herself was only getting angrier. She launched a surprise slash and, as soon as the shinobi was on his back, she tried to crush him with a kick to the leg. Rolling to the side, the clone created a Rasengan in his hand and, while the woman was still open, struck her. The Hokage was thrown backwards, however the fall was cushioned by one of the slugs, turning into a pillow of sorts. A spiral-shaped burn was visible on the kunoichi's abdomen, but it had begun to heal even before the blow, when she realized she would not have time to dodge. A stream of accumulated chakra at the base of her abdomen helped her dodge the deadly threat, and in a matter of seconds the wound had all but disappeared. "It's getting faster and faster," the kunoichi whispered, rising to her feet. Well, that was to be expected from her clone. "You can't beat me, Tsunade," pronounced Sannin, watching her opponent from the toad. She was saved by her knowledge of medicine, as usual, the shinobi mused. He could tell it wasn't going to be easy, but he didn't doubt her strength. Defeating him in a fair fight is unlikely, the Hokage assessed the situation. "Jiraiya is stronger than me, the clone created by introducing DNA actually has his strength, and the abilities are the same, even in some ways the memories. But the personality is still different. You can see immediately that he hates everything about the original, because he's essentially just a copy of a soulless person. You remember what I told Orochimaru when we were fighting each other, don't you? The clone frowned. You can't kill me in battle. Tsunade's phrase popped into Sanin's mind. At that moment, the kunoichi moved towards him once more. The mark on her forehead activated, black lines spread across her body. Now. Gamabunta suddenly threw off her clone and swiped at Sanin with her paw. He flew off at a decent distance. The little Katsuyu sitting near the toad's ear thanked him for his help and slid down. Gamabunta himself decided to leave the scene of the encounter, for he knew that the clone could use a technique against him that could seal the toad's full power. He disappeared, leaving the rest to Tsunade. Rin, having anticipated Izuna's maneuver, dodged again. She didn't have time to complete the treatment, so she tried to make do with one hand, creating a chakra blade in it. Since I can no longer fold seals, all I have left is combat medicine, the kunoichi mused. But even with it I can't beat him. What do I do then? She cast a fleeting glance in the direction of where Kakashi stood motionless. He still couldn't move away from Tsukuyomi. Kakashi, you were right, the kunoichi used her light bomb and tried to attack while the enemy was blinded. I forgot what was important to Obito and only listened to my own selfish desires. Rin spun around, determined to strike him in the chest to sever his heart muscle, but the Uchiha's body felt as if petrified at the impact. The Earth Technique's ability to render its wielder's body completely impenetrable thwarted the attempted attack. The sword in the Uchiha's hand flashed, piercing the girl's stomach. Rin! Kakashi shouted. He had seen their fight, but had no way to influence it. The helplessness was wearing him down more and more. Hitaki couldn't feel the chakra and the nerve cramp still didn't go away, but the man tried to fight the terror his consciousness was receiving through Tsukuyomi. You didn't know this ability, did you? Izuna threw the girl to the ground, holding one of her hands with foot chakra to prevent her from using the other jutsu, while Rin managed to bend her escape seals with 2 fingers as well. He had taught it to her himself and knew exactly what to expect from the kunoichi. He didn't have time to pay attention to Hitaki, at least not until he was done with his student. If it were possible to go back, I would have made the right decision much earlier. I hope you can forgive my selfishness even now, flashed through Rin's mind. The flashback began. Rin was sitting not far from the camp. They had been wandering from one village to another for 2 days. The Uchiha's companions were inconspicuous and usually wore dark cloaks, never speaking to anyone. Many of them were renegades from different villages, and by strange coincidence they had joined the alienated shinobi who dreamed of revenge. Rin could not get used to her new life. All hope that her friends from Konoha would come looking for her had vanished. It's not worth going that far, Izuna said, stealthily appearing beside the girl. Rin shuddered. She was still afraid of him, but at the same time she trusted him more than anyone else. I'm just thinking, the kunoichi whispered. Don't fill your head with nonsense. You've already made your choice and now it's too late to back out, or do you want to go back to those who betrayed you? I don't think you'll be lucky to be alive next time. Rin shuddered. She didn't want to believe the shinobi's words, but she remembered being left alone, hurt and unloved. She remembered their fight, the moment she had been injured, and how one of the Konoha shinobi had abandoned his comrades to save his own life. Now she didn't even remember his name, nor did she want to. Izuna disappeared as suddenly as she had appeared. Rin pulled a protector from her pocket. After a last glance at the symbol it carried, the kunoichi discarded it. End of flashback. Izuna's body color had returned to normal. Mortally wounded, the girl was no longer a threat. If you had attacked using the lightning element, that attack would have injured me. How foolish it was to attack directly, knowing who your opponent was. The kunoichi smiled slightly. She could still breathe. Apparently the Uchiha didn't want to get rid of her so quickly, deciding to pay for his betrayal with a long agony. I know I couldn't beat you, sensei, the girl whispered, but at least. It wasn't over. Suddenly, the kunoichi struck out with her damaged hand. She had managed to accumulate enough chakra to be able to attack at such close range. The chakra blade traveled through Izuna's eyes, who covered her face with her hands as she roared in pain. I will take your power with me. Knowing that she could not win, Rin decided to prepare to get as close as possible to her enemy. She purposely pretended that her right arm was still broken in hopes of diverting the shinobi's attention. Knowing the Uchiha's self-confidence, the girl had no doubt that at the last moment he would throw caution to the wind, and delivered a devastating blow that cost her life and him sharing it. Several mountain ranges rose up not far from the village Naruto and Hinata had come from. The boy was able to track the chakra of the shinobi he hoped to find. They covered the distance in a few hours, in which the pair had to climb a rocky ledge where they could see the entrance to a cave. Whoever is hiding in there is not human, the girl sighed. She didn't ask unnecessary questions, but merely followed Naruto obediently. However, Hyuga had already scanned the area with his Byakugan and knew that there was only one person inside the cave. He could already remember it, but he still didn't understand why Naruto wanted to meet that shinobi. I kept asking myself, when were you coming? A voice sounded as Naruto entered the cave. It was lit by 2 torches on the sides of the walls. Jugo was sitting in a corner, wrapped in his cloak. 2 squirrels and a fox were sniffing around. They looked askance at the guests, sniffing their scent. 2 birds fluttered out of the cave. So you knew I was coming. Uzumaki looked tensely at the shinobi. If he became enraged, it would be difficult to calm him down. But so far, Jugo hadn't shown any aggression. Naruto headed towards him, while Hinata decided to stay at the entrance. The girl felt uncomfortable in the place, and still didn't trust the man. Yes, I did, she stroked one of the squirrels. You came for the answer I got. Naruto swallowed. Just as he thought, it wasn't that simple. What was it they were still hiding from him? And you're going to tell me everything so easily. Uzumaki suspected there was a catch. Sasuke probably wouldn't have wanted to, and I didn't know what he was up to until after the battle, but as his best friend, I think you should know. Chapter 21. My eyes. Izuna shouted. A stabbing pain, as if a hot poker had been stuck in his head, spread across the shinobi's face. His hands were clammy, his breath hitched and his legs trembled. To imagine that he had lost his Sharingan was beyond the man's imagination. The Uchiha stepped back, staggering. There was only darkness around him. In his ears he could hear the indecipherable noise coming from where Tsunade and Jiraiya were fighting. There was also the frequent breathing of Rin, who was standing next to the shinobi, and the shouts of Kakashi. Rin, Kakashi kept crawling towards the girl. She took her power from him, but the price. Hitaki could barely move. He himself didn't understand where he got the will to stay conscious. Kunoichi lay on the ground, a trickle of blood dripped from her lips, yet the girl was still alive. She watched her master's torment, but did not feel the slightest remorse. Rather, on the contrary, he felt his superiority. At that moment, a clatter was heard behind her. Tsunade, injured, was doubled over, sitting on the ground. A sour taste appeared in her throat. The woman tried to get her bearings and inhale as much air as possible. It damaged my liver, and the last blow broke my lungs. The woman understood her injuries. She coughed up blood. Breathing was still difficult. The mark on her forehead became active again, spreading rapidly throughout her body. The Hokage had stopped using the Byakugo for a while, hoping to get by without the forbidden technique, but now she had to activate the mark again. Instantly, the internal wounds began to heal. I told you so. Jiraiya walked up to her and punched her in the face with all his might. The kunoichi was knocked backwards, but continued to heal despite the beating. The clone moved towards the Hokage again, about to attack again, but the woman suddenly disappeared from the Sannin's sight and reappeared behind Jiraiya a second later. She landed a blow to his neck, after which the kunoichi bounced to the side, dodging her opponent's attempt to knock her down. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt his body not obeying properly. That technique, he remembered the fight in which Tsunade had used the same technique on Kabuto. Now, however, the woman acted quickly, eliminating the enemy's ability to adapt. Tsunade rushed into the attack, giving the clone no respite. She began to throw punches frequently. I've really gone all out this time. The woman thought. Jiraiya, before he could get up, was hit in the stomach. The arm and leg movements have changed places, he mused. I'll have to experiment then. From the next attack, he managed to wriggle under the ground. Tsunade struck the surface with her fist with all her might and blew everything around her in a radius of 10 meters. She was breathing heavily, as she had already used her techniques for a long period of time. The woman was starting to get tired. Tsunade, even with your unique healing abilities, you will not be able to win and you will die. It would be better if you stayed in Konoha, you would live longer. She didn't understand where the voice was coming from, but the clone was beginning to annoy the woman more and more. A slug fell from a branch onto her shoulder. Katsui, the kunoichi, received a report about Izuna and the others. If I can take care of Jiraiya, there will be a chance to finish off the Uchiha, and then this will all be over, Kinta mused, clenching and unclenching her fists. Listen, I'm going to kill you, fake. After all, I don't have more than a year to live anyway, Tsunade said firmly. She moved towards one of the trees and smashed it to smithereens. The clone tried to dodge the attack, but he became entangled in the slugs that found Jiraiya as he hid and tried to regain control of his body. The man used the spiny guardian to defend himself, but at that moment Tsunade wrapped her arms around him, preventing him from moving. The sharp barbs dug into his body, but the woman only tightened her grip tighter, enduring the pain. The more she wrapped her arms around her enemy, the more the spikes dug into her skin. Crazy, ran through the clone's mind. She knew she couldn't break free that easily, and though the kunoichi didn't have much chakra left, she had a lot of physical strength. However, Sannin could not understand what Tsunade wanted to do. Simply holding him for a long time would not be possible for her, but due to the wounds that took time to heal, it was not possible to attack often. Suddenly, the kunoichi exhaled a poisonous gas in her face, which she had hesitated to use all this time, being far away from her opponent. However, now that Jiraiya was so close, Tsunade forced him to inhale the poison. The surprise of the attack was that the clone had no idea that the kunoichi would hide something like this inside her body. It was the first time Tsunade had used such a method in battle. Normally her direct and crushing, sometimes unpredictable blows were the main type of fighting. This time, the woman decided to go to extreme measures as she realized that she could not win with force alone. The success of the attack was that the kunoichi herself was immune to the poison, unlike Jiraiya. Damn it, she coughed, realizing that she had inhaled a good amount of gas. And one last thing. The woman shrieked, smacking him with her forehead as she released her grip. Sannin went flying to the side, writhing from the effects of the poison. The kunoichi, trying to catch her breath, headed back towards him. She was exhausted, but she couldn't back down now. As long as the clone was still alive, the likelihood of an attack on Konoha would only increase. She struggled to move as she made her way towards Jiraiya. The enemy was twitching with spasms, as the effects of the poison had already begun to spread through his body. Despite her fatigue, the Hokage kept walking. All the memories of the past flashed through her mind. Suddenly, Tsunade realized that she was crying. Tears rolled down her cheeks, dripping one by one onto the soft grass. This test had been difficult for her. The last of the great trio, the kunoichi could not afford to give in to her emotions. It was important to her to clear Jiraiya's honor and protect Konoha. The woman wiped away her tears with a trembling hand, her gaze hard again. The Hokage approached the shinobi lying there. At that moment, Jiraiya grabbed her leg so tightly that his fingers seemed to crush the bone. Tsunade heard a hiss. Explosive seals, the kunoichi guessed. She tried to let go, but her opponent wouldn't let go, determined to take her with him. Once again the explosion sounded, flattening the territory of the Land of Stone. "Rin, you're going to pay for this," shouted the Uchiha. A few shinbi who were supporters of Izuna approached him. They had arranged to meet near Iwa after the attack. Noticing the scene of the fight, the ninjas ran to their leader, who was not in the best condition. "Hitaki Kakashi," he whispered. "Get him." His last hope, the only Sharingan left in the world, saved him from the thought of eternal blindness and helplessness. However, when one of the shinobi tried to head towards the copy ninja, he was swept away by Tsunade who appeared. She was able to escape the clone's final trap by breaking through its brush, but was still hit by the shockwave. Her back and left arm were completely burned. "Take one more step and you're dead," hissed the kunoichi. Under the pressure of her furious gaze, the others backed away. Even though she was injured, they dared not fight the Hokage and the legendary Sannin. "We have to go," said one of Izun's ninja. "No," he shouted. "The Sharingan. Bring me the Sharingan. And kill that traitor." There was so much hatred in the shinobi's voice that his companions struggled to keep their fear at bay. One of them tried to finish off the already half-dead Rin, but at that moment his arm was torn off. The ninja screamed in pain, but as soon as he took a step back towards his companions, the shinobi was sucked into the vortex. Kakashi activated his Sharingan quite accidentally when he saw Rin preparing to attack again. At that moment, it was as if his consciousness had been disconnected, and the power of the Sharingan reawakened. However, the pattern in his eye was now much wider, extending across the entire eye. The vortex formed by Hitaki's technique did not disappear. It began to suck everything into itself. The ninjas looked at each other in horror. Their leader was now desperate and unable to make cold-blooded decisions. Besides, no one would dare to confront the Hokage, even if he was injured, and to top it off, the dangerous technique Kakashi had accidentally used was a threat to their lives. "We can't attack," one of the shinobi shouted, walking away with the team from the hole in space. Besides, the copy ninja used one of the Sharingan techniques. "Now we won't be able to fight." Izuna felt the wind currents heading towards the vortex. He had already guessed that it was Kamui himself, but from a higher level. "It's all because of Rin," the shinobi guessed. "His Sharingan has gotten stronger." The Uchiha realized that Tsunade would not let them take Kakashi. Losing his sight had sent him into a rage, but now he was regaining his composure. Realizing that he had to survive at all costs, the shinobi made a difficult decision. "Now stand down," Izuna whispered, "but this is not the end. A little more time and I will rebuild the clan and return with a new army. The seeds of discord have already been sown and one day they will resurface with our hatred," thought the shinobi, hiding in the depths of the forest. The ninjas retreated, leaving the wounded alone. The crater began to grow larger as Hitaki lost control completely. Tsunade struggled to reach Rin and drag her as far away from the dangerous machinery as possible, before collapsing to the ground. She could no longer stand. The after effects of the technique were beginning to take their toll on the woman's body. Her youth had dissipated, and now the kunoichi was once again an older woman with wrinkled skin. She had exhausted all her strength and could no longer move. The vortex, however, after swallowing several trees and rocks, began to shrink until it disappeared completely. Kakashi, after regaining consciousness, struggled to crawl over to Rin. The girl was still alive, but she could barely speak. "I'm sorry, Kakashi," the kunoichi said. "I've done many unforgivable things." "No, you've done the right thing now," said the shinobi. The two met their gazes. Kakashi had already realized that there was no way to save her. The wound she had received in the grab with Izuna was too serious and no treatment could help her. Besides, the only person she could wait for was Tsunade. However, at this moment, the woman herself was on the verge of life and death. Kakashi pulled the girl against him. The kunoichi reached out and touched the shinobi's cheek. She saw him and felt happy. It seemed as if the past had returned for a moment. Kakashi now stood before her like a 13-year-old boy. They were on the same training field of green grass, 3 pillars and summer sun. Their meeting place and strenuous training was the same as before. Obito was nearby, taking off his glasses and cleaning them while joking about Kakashi's bad temper. Minato sighed, saying that they still had a lot to learn. The happy faces of her loved ones appeared vividly in the girl's mind. She smiled at them, feeling her soul fill with warmth. "I'm going back." Rin reached for the image before her and plunged into the colorful world of her past. "Rin," Kakashi whispered, his eyes filled with tears. A smile played on the kunoichi's face and her gaze shifted upward. Hitaki closed his friend's eyes. He pressed himself against the girl's hair, breathing in her scent one last time. "I've lost you again." Thunder rumbled in the forest. The sun gradually began to be obscured by the clouds, and sparse raindrops fell to the ground. I'll tell you the truth about Sasuke, Jugo said. The boy tugged nervously at the edge of his cloak. He seemed to be struggling with this conversation. Naruto froze. The time had finally come to find out everything. Of course you wouldn't want to, the boy sighed, but it seems right to me. After all, Sasuke, you deserve to be something more than a renegade rejected by everyone. That to at least one person, you can be the best. You noticed that Sasuke wasn't behaving as usual during your battle, didn't you? Jugo looked carefully at his interlocutor. Yes, Naruto admitted. He was too talkative, and sometimes his movements were strange, as if Sasuke found it hard to fight, but he was still as good as me. The shinobi struggled to remember something else from that day. There was a strange feeling that Sasuke wanted this battle, and was willing to die, but there was no hatred or aggression in his actions, as if he was fighting for another reason. You knew him well after all, Jugo smiled, confusing the shinobi. Actually, Sasuke was hiding something, and not just from you. I was probably the only one who knew about it. Was he hiding? Uzumaki swallowed, sensing that the truth might be worse than he expected. Sasuke had the same disease as Itachi, Jugo said, leaving Uzumaki dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is that? Was Sasuke sick? Exclaimed Naruto. This was something he hadn't expected and there was no way he could accept it. I'm telling the truth. I don't know for sure, but it seems that this disease is hereditary. However, unlike Itachi, Sasuke's disease progressed quickly. He found out before the attack on the Five-Cage Council, and that was why he was so immersed in his thirst for revenge, not knowing when the disease would take hold of him. Hearing something like that was unbearable for Naruto. He could never imagine Sasuke experiencing such torment. And now he felt worse than ever. Hinata was no less shocked. She herself would never have thought that the Uchiha could have suffered from a hereditary disease. He had always seemed strong and resilient to her. Itachi was able to prolong his life, but not for long. Sasuke's illness was progressing even faster. There was no doctor near him who could even partially stop the spread of the disease. And to top it off, the disease was somehow affecting his Sharingan. He had lost the ability to use it too often. Sasuke knew he was going to die. So you couldn't have saved him just by bringing him back to Konoha, Naruto. Sasuke understood that. For him, dying from the disease was the worst thing, so he made that choice. Choose. Naruto shuddered. He was slowly beginning to understand everything that had happened between them. You're saying that Sasuke wanted me to kill him. His voice began to tremble. What she had heard didn't fit in her head. Tears appeared in Uzumaki's eyes. How can that be? Did he plan it all on purpose? Why? I don't understand why. With all the thoughts tangled in his head, the shinobi was completely confused. Yes, his strongest wish was to die at the hands of his best friend, to die as a shinobi. Naruto shuddered. The smile that had appeared on his friend's lips at that last moment was not what he thought a smile of victory or anything like that, it was a smile of gratitude. He had been able to find his freedom and end his shinobi journey with dignity. I finally figured it out. Naruto sighed. At first he had thought he wouldn't be able to accept that truth, but now he was beginning to realize that perhaps if he were Sasuke he would have done the same. To die by his hand and his hand alone was a wish he himself would have had. Sasuke, I won't forget, never forget. Naruto closed his eyes, remembering Sasuke again, and mentally said goodbye to him. Epilogue. After the attack of the Hidden Ones and their disappearance, calm reigned in the villages. However, none of the cage had let their guard down. As long as Uchiha Izuna was alive, the likelihood of him taking action was high. Tsunade had been able to rehabilitate herself after her battle with Jiraiya, but as the woman had said, she had little left to live for. So she resigned as Hokage, hoping to be able to spend her last months in peace. There was a long debate among the advisors as to who would be the next Hokage, but none were in a hurry to make a decision. Kakashi had avoided meeting with people for a long time. He buried Rin next to Obito, and every day he visited her grave, standing for long periods of time and turning over his own thoughts. Finally, Guy, who was as worried about his friend as anyone else, managed to talk some sense into him. Naruto had spent a long time thinking after his conversation with Jugo. He did not return to Konoha right away, giving himself time to digest the information he had received. When he finally arrived at the village, he headed straight for the hero's memorial. Naruto pulled a kunai from his pocket and carved another name into the stone before returning to his apartment. He decided that the time had come to fulfill his dream, and now not just for himself. The end.